Hi, chat. It's been a while. Right. Okay. Um, it's been a while. I think it's been a week since my last stream. But we're here today and we are gonna be watching YouTube while I do my work. And I didn't want to be gone for too long because I don't know, it just didn't feel right. But yeah, we're gonna be working today, and then maybe if I finish early, or let's hope I do, I'll be working on my stuff. Yes. So feel free to chill, lurk. We're just gonna be here to work. Hello, Wen. Welcome in. I'm just working. How are ya? How are ya? I haven't streamed in a week because I was busy and stuff happened. Welcome in. I'm just working. Nothing much going on here. While watching a YouTube video. If I finish work today, I might or might not work later. Wait, I gotta check my schedule for work again. Hold on. I listed everything down so that I don't have a hard time planning what to do the next few days. Oh, okay. I guess The games, I'm planning to play. If I do finish work early, I'm gonna continue with a Yuri visual novel that I was playing last over the last few weeks. And it's getting pretty interesting, so I've been saving it for like when I'm on stream. I haven't been playing it offline. Oh, hey Ruffler, what's up? Hey yo, what? What do you mean what? Really early stream, I know, right? I'm just listing down what I need to do for the next few days. I think we could do after this. Hmm. Yeah, no, because last stream said see you tomorrow. Did I? Did I really say that? I mean, I don't remember, honestly. Hold on. Did I really say that? The VOD is up. I know, but I don't remember. Like, I actually don't remember I said that. That's why, like, I have no recollection of what happened on stream. Like, actually. Hold it. Hold it. Let's see what's happening. I gotta upload that to YouTube. Like, the whole VOD and everything. Hey! Hey. This girl? What do you mean, this girl? Literally, I have no idea I said anything like that on stream. So you can't blame me for it. And I was pretty busy this week too, so you can't blame me for that, no. Let me upload that on YouTube. What do you mean? Export it. Yeah. Wait, actually, hold it right there. Oh, let's check my YouTube. My YouTube account. I don't know what I've uploaded, and I have no idea what's on, like what I've okay. Mountain climbing. All right, we got that. Yeah. Um oh yeah, we should upload this one to export to YouTube. The circles. Circles. Expiring in 2 days. What the fuck? Oh, hell no. All right. We're Gucci, I think. Also, I my headphones feel so much better. My ears feel like I don't know how to explain it. It's so soft. Surround system. Yeah, 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 yeah. I should really watch these like old movies again. Right now, I don't know. I'm gonna go crazy actually, because there's just a lot to do. Right. Got time to draw. I really don't want to do this. Wait, can't I like? I agree. The ending for the for that movie was kind of weird. For some reason, it felt like so forced. Create something epic. So what is tap tap blue? Another comes up showing you were on that game or whatever for 18 hours a day. It's an idle clicker. And I just leave it open. I just leave it open. Who and why do you get notifications for that? That's kind of crazy, no? That's like insane. Why do you, what is up with Discord? Because around the time while everybody else should be offline. The game. It's an idle clicker, like cookie clicker. Sure. Thank you for the hydrate. Huh. I think I might be sick, chat. Oh my god, emoji Nick. The emoji movie. Please, you're in Alaska. He's been in the call for nearly 5 months. He has left a couple times for reasons, but most of the time he's in that call. He leaves it on while sleeping too. Or am I what? Dun dun dun. Nah, I'm not on any calls. I have my Discord closed sometimes. I mean not close, but like minimized, so I have no idea what's happening on my Discord, and I have like 99 plus notifications and that I haven't cleared. My god. Wait, you wouldn't be surprised? About what? Wouldn't be surprised about what? One one bit? 8 bits? Thank you for the 8 bits. What is this? Oh my. Really? Really? 21. That's crazy. Wait, is that right? 8. 8. 15. I knew. 21. Thank you for the 21 bits. Ooh, I hate this. Why'd I do this to myself? I shouldn't be working. Your bro literally got out of work 3 hours ago. Maybe try writing something, or I don't know. Hold on. Isn't this movie by DreamWorks as well? Peak, make an animation, it'll go global. Trust, fun, food, you ain't that rich. Peak video. Oh, I love that scene. I like when movie writers or like movies give that feeling of uneasiness in a children's movie. Well, supposedly children's movie. Peak video. Do I like films that are PG rated with some adult humor? Yeah, I guess. I think I'd watch any movie as long as it isn't like psychological horror, cuz I genuinely can't take psychological horror. Thriller, I'm fine with psychological thriller, but horror no. I mean in generally. But if it's like PG rated, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm Gucci. Feel like oh yeah. Gino. Psychological horror is fun to write. Yeah, but like it's hard to master to write it because one time I tried with like a group of it was a group and we tried to do like a psychological horror, but our teacher is like a film enthusiast and he I think he worked on a few screenwritings and he was like, "Nah, this ain't psychological horror." And then we're like, "What?" And we were racking our brains at that point, so we just gave up. It's fun, but it's hard to master. Oh, yeah, let's watch that. I think my problem with K-pop Demon Hunters is that each scene is too fast. Like they move on too fast and you couldn't even process what's happening. But I guess that's because I think it's made like that because of people's attention span. It doesn't last. But for me it's kind of a problem because I couldn't process what's happening in each scene and I couldn't like understand it well, but the movie's pretty good. It's just the pacing's too fast for me. It's a good art style too. Never watch it. You don't. It looks like a fun. Yeah, it is a fun movie, but it's just the pacing is just a little bit too fast for me. Ooh, Holy, it's already been 3 hours. What? I don't think it's been that long. Distracted when I'm working. That's crazy. I'm literally drawing on my iPad. That's weird. Same thing, no? I'm doing work. Oh my god, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, okay. Have I watched all of the Kung Fu Panda movies? I should actually like think about that one. Hey, we're doing first, Traveler. Hans. I remember when people are people still debating. Thank you for the stretchies. Oh, that feels nice. Oh, oh, oh. I sounded like an old lady. But wait, is Elsa the villain? Is Elsa the villain in Frozen? She is a queen. People are still debating over this. Is Elsa really a villain? Because that's been like going on. Like, I don't know when I've heard it, but I heard it somewhere that Elsa is the real villain in Frozen. A obsession. I don't know how many times I've watched Frozen, but I think we had a CD of the whole movie, and then that's what I kept watching all over and over again until I got like eventually I just stopped watching it. I was just a kid. I was just 7 years old, I think. Oh my god, I was really young when Frozen was out. 7 or 8. Wait, was I 7 years old? Wait, wait, wait. That's too young, no? The math is not mathing. Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was 8 years old when the movie was released. I never math. That is true. That is a fact. I never math. When did it come out? Frozen? 2013, no? Like around late 2013. I need the Vicks. I'm getting sick tonight. Okay, I guess we're done with work for now. I don't want to work because I feel like really you've been 7 short of your birthday. On you ain't math now? Oh, it's Toy Story. Pixar's really good at like You know what? After this video, let's do only you. Yeah, I just finished my work. What do I do next? What do I do? I thought we were gonna Monhan. No, we're gonna be continuing on Toxic Yuri. That is it's interesting. It got my attention, so we're gonna do it. I want to finish it too. I don't want to like push it back. It's been yes, exactly. It's been rotting. I mean, it's been taking over, conquering my mind. The Book of Life. Favorite Shrek movie? I like the one with which one was it? With the princesses. That included the princesses, the Disney princesses. I forgot which Shrek movie that was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lord Farquaad. Why is he wearing pink warmers? Leg warmers? Isn't that on purpose? I feel like the writers know about that. Not here, Kid and Wicks. Oh my. Ugh. I don't want to hear that from him. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. I've watched this too much. I've watched this guy too much. Oh, I'm already subscribed. Okay. I thought I wasn't. That would be like very a pretty interesting take. Is he like a film enthusiast or something? Genocidal villain village. Oh, that was pretty recent, huh? Should I order food? Oh wait. Yeah. Let's open up the game. Let me close that. Church. Have I updated it? No, I don't think I have, but we're gonna be playing only you. Only you. Ooh. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I'm opening the game. I'm opening it. Where is it? Where did I put it? It should be on. Okay. This one. 7 hours. I feel like we're almost there. Hopefully. Hopefully. But before anything else, okay, perfect. The game is audible. I'll put myself here. I'll be back. I'll go get water. Listen to the banger first. Because I'm out of water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Some warm water. Yeah, I got water and some juice. Okay, let's get in the game. Ah, wait, what part is this? Oh, this is when the president of the school, was it Lynn? Was it Lynn? Is actually the antagonist of the story. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Accompanied by the gossip and constant discussions among my classmates, every time I saw Shiwa from then on. You're chasing down water with juice? Jeez, didn't know water was that strong. No, I got water and juice because I couldn't pick. Water is good, but I like orange juice, so yeah, okay, let me get a drink, a sip. A sip of both the water and the juice. Ooh, very citrusy. Alright, let's continue on. She always pretends like nothing is wrong and follows me with a smile. She was so convinced that as long as she stuck to the innermost clique of the class and sought help from others, she could escape danger. What a foolish and naive idea. I couldn't help but mock her inwardly. Whenever she pleaded with me, I had to suppress the urge to laugh and comfort her along with her. I really don't understand why. Why they always bother me. Clearly Yes, I will definitely help Shiwa get justice. A completely irresponsible vow, thrown out in the same casual and indifferent tone. But to vouch for someone like that, the only word to describe it is perfect match. Don't worry, whether as the student council president or as a student of Moshangshan, I will never allow such things to run rampant within the academy. Qingyu. Yes, entrust everything to me. I will definitely give you justice. Looking at her trusting eyes, my already somewhat tainted heart twisted even more deeply. One day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. Those things kept happening one after the other, and the promised investigation for her remained stalled. I exhausted all reasons to make up excuses, but I knew it was all just a delaying tactic. How's Jiang Xue doing lately? One afternoon, I tentatively asked Xiao Wang this question. Well, she's still running around every day dealing with those trivial matters. Nothing else. I'm asking about Jiang Xue's circle of friends. Besides the few of us she interacts with, does she have any other close contacts? Well, there is one. Yunshin Yao. That should be the name. It feels slightly familiar. Look at your memory. Yunshin was younger sister. I mentioned her to you at the beginning. I didn't expect why Jiang Xue would become closer. Maybe there's something between them that we don't know. In the end, you asked me to assign her to the publicity department, which has the most work. Where is she now? Still in the publicity department. Jiang Xue has already been moved from the publicity department to the student council office. Logically, they shouldn't have any connection anymore. I analyzed this to myself, glancing at Xiao Wang standing beside me, hoping she could offer some input. I don't think they have any connection. Maybe they knew each other in middle school? Couldn't it be because they were good friends? You said it. The things Xun Xinyao did back in elementary school are still remembered even at Mo Xiangshen, which means... At this point, I gave her a triumphant smile. If I'm not mistaken, she definitely went to Mochen Elementary School, right? Almost everyone in the school got into Mo Xiangshen through their parents' arrangements. The primary school... Well, so someone like her could never have had anything to do with Jiang Xiwei before getting into Mo Xiangshen. Finally, I confidently gave my conclusion. Jingyu, what's so funny? The problem girl is only close to Jiang Xiwei. She also had the experience of bullying and reporting other classmates in elementary school and in Mo Xiangshen, who knows everything about what she has done in the past. Have you noticed it too? If what I arranged for you to do is not concealed, it will be leaked one day. Therefore, the perfect scapegoat has been found? I said to her so excitedly, telling her all about the plan I had just thought of. As long as we find the right time and pretend that everything we have done is Yun Shenyao's fault, all the problems we are facing now will be easily solved. The new classmate I met in Mo Xingshen was actually a habitual offender of campus bullying in elementary school. She chose to approach Shiwei because she was jealous of her. Just to secretly destroy everything she cherishes when she lets her guard down, making it difficult for her to maintain her original normal campus life. In the end, we had to wait until a student president in the class discovered all this and then stopped Yoon in time to prevent the matter from expanding further. This... Huh? Do you think there is anything inappropriate about this plan? In this case, isn't it a bit too unfair to treat Yoon too badly? In the final analysis, she probably just wanted to make friends with Jiang Shiwei from the beginning to the end. And then she was inexplicably involved in such a situation. It doesn't matter what the facts are. The point is, as long as we do this, most people in the class will think so, right? Besides, we are the ones who are cornered now, aren't we? As I said that, I moved forward step by step, forcing her into the corner bit by bit. Or Xiaowang, do you think Yun Shenyao's affairs are more important than mine? Of course not. She's just an ordinary classmate, and it's hard to handle without concrete evidence, right? Don't worry, we will wait until we find sufficient evidence before acting on the plan. I will still have to trouble you, Xiaowang. Every day, you should not only pay attention to Jiang Shiwei's movements, but also pay attention to Yun Shenyao's actions, right? I understand. After receiving my instructions, she simply responded and walked into the classroom ahead of me. I followed her contentedly, still immersed in the perfection of my plan. But no matter what, the storm was bound to come. So, this is what you call a perfect plan? I really didn't expect that you, who always prides yourself on leaving no trace and manipulating everything in secret, would rack your brains and come up with such a plan? I don't know about the others, but these two adjectives are definitely made up out of thin air. I'm pretty sure I would never use such disgusting words. Well, guess it's my fault for not carrying my recorder at all times. In the end, Jingyu, you still have to rely on others. Only the objects have changed to your little follower and me. Essentially, what's the difference between this and begging your own father? Shujie. But just when I wanted to continue arguing with her, the door to the student council office was suddenly slammed open. Xiao Wang rushed in with a panicked look on her face. She even bumped into the corner of the table on the way and almost fell to the sofa on the side. Qingyu, so sorry. I hurriedly stepped forward to help her and asked her to sit down on the chair next to her. It's okay, just talk slowly. What happened? Dad discovered. What was discovered? The thing you asked me to do, Qingyu. Her words struck my heart like a thunderbolt. For a moment, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. I could only stare blankly at her who kept trembling. So sorry. I really didn't know what went wrong. I obviously did exactly what Shuji said. For the rotation of the agreed location, the selection of the time, and even not speaking on social software for several weeks. Who discovered it? It's Yunshin Yao. After hearing this answer, Shuji, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly stood up and walked straight to my side. You've been outmaneuvered, my lovely junior. How about it? Should you strike first? Take a counterattack first, and then make further plans? Or should you just pretend nothing happened and wait for things to unfold? No, we absolutely can't take a counterattack now. Because the other side already has evidence. The opportunity is lost. What evidence? It's surveillance photos and even corresponding chat logs. What's going on? I looked up and questioned Shujia, but her expression remained as relaxed and playful as before, as if everything happened before her eyes had nothing to do with us. Besides the moral education department, isn't the only other place in the school that monitors surveillance the student council? Moreover, the moral education department. Who knows? Maybe she didn't borrow the school camera at all. Maybe she installed it herself. How could there be someone installing cameras everywhere in the school? If so, isn't it true that Yun Xinyao, IM 90 RenP experts say exports.tag coding dick object at... What is this? You're about this guess? After all, out of a sense of responsibility. Wait, what does that mean? I don't know. Wait, where's my phone? Oh, I think phone's here. All right, I'll be back. I did not break the game. I feel like that was there the moment I installed it. Hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Where's my mouse? Wait, why can't I see my mouse? Config. Okay. Why can't I see? You read it like it's part of the game. I swear it ain't. Chat. Why is my cursor not showing up? You know what? I'll just say it, man. Okay, I'll be back. I'll just go get my lunch. And then we'll continue playing. All right. broke. You really put it. Oh, it's kind of crazy. All right. I'll be eating while we're going through this. I won't be reading, but we'll continue.
毕竟嘛，出于对你们的责任感，我可是特意挑了没有
Actually,
社交防备
wait.
教室哦，还特意分。
I could actually just take a quick break so I can finish my food quick. Yeah, I'll take a quick break. I'll be back. I'll just finish my food. I'm back. Have you heard? Okay, my mic's all good. Let's continue, shall we? Oh, whoopsie. Before anything else, I need my Vicks Vapor Rub. They don't feel too well. I don't feel too well. Ugh. When I woke up this morning, I wasn't best feeling. My body was sore and my head hurt like hell. So, might be a little bit I may sound a bit weird. Oh, there we go. The cursor's back. Okay, let's continue on. Um, After all, out of a sense of responsibility to you, I deliberately chose a useless classroom without cameras. I also specially ordered Xiao Wang to come. As she said that, she spread her hands and exchanged looks with Xiao Wang. When I looked at Xiao Wang's floating eyes again, the emotions that had been suppressed in my heart finally burst out.
说到底，你就是
After
想看
all,
咱俩的
you
乐子
just
是
want
吧
us to see us having fun, right?
嗯，青
Qingyu,
你这
you're
样
not
说
ladylike
起
at
来
all,
挺
are
有趣
you?
呢，
You
也没一
doesn't
点
look
学
like a
生会
student
长的
council
样
at
子。
all.
青叶，
Qingyu,
不
don't
要
be
这
like
样，
this. Everything
一
is
切都没
fine.
事
Just
的，
calm down.
冷静一点。你要我
How
怎
do you
么
want
才
me
能
to
冷
calm
静？
down? This
这样
way,
子我
we...
是
It's
我，
me. With such a short sentence, she extinguished the anger in my heart and allowed my rationality to occupy the high ground again.
云溪
Yun
儿
Xiao is
他
the only
目
person
前
I
知
know
道
who is
的
related
唯
to
一
this
和这
matter
件事
so
有
far
关的
is
人
me.
就是我。所
So
以
all
说，
this has nothing to
这
do
一切
with
都
you,
和青叶也没
Qingyu.
关系，一切
Everything
都是
is a
我咎由
result
自
of
取的
my
结
own
果。
fault.
这
Is
样
this
可以
okay?
吗？
I couldn't answer her for a while, but I could only stare at her eyes while thinking about the countermeasures in my mind. Oh shit. Oh no. Chat. I think I put the Vicks too close to my eye. Uh, oh no. My left eye. No, my right eye. It's so cold. Oh, it's fine. It's just cold. It's hard to open it when it's cold. It's okay. Doing drugs? What do you mean drugs? I'm not doing drugs. I sniffed the hell out of vapor rub. Out of vapor rub. Oh, okay, I think we're okay now. Countermeasures in my mind.
云溪瑶只
Yunchino
发现
only
了我
discovered
跟
that I
另外两位
conveyed the
同学刚开
instructions
始
to the
时的
other
事
two
情。
classmates,
虽
although
然
she
他
also
也
knew
知
that
道
Jiang Shiwei
江
didn't
旭月
give
跟
any
老师反
feedback
映
at
过
all
写
when
完
she
成没有
reported
反
the
馈这
problem to
件
the
事，
teacher.
但
She
他
could
无
not
论如
suspect
何
that it was
也回忆不
us.
到咱们头上来的。而且他
Besides,
还
she
说
also
过
said
了，
she will reveal the
今晚就要
matter
把
to
事
the
情透
teachers
露给老
tonight and
师，
will not end
到
well
时候
by
就不好
then.
收场了。不
How
如
about... As she spoke, Xiao Wang lowered her head and then said to the helpless solution.
现在
Jing, you
请
should
你
go
就
ahead
先
and
一步
report
去
me
把我
now,
告发了吧，
with the evidence
拿
prepared
着
by
自己准备
Shujie.
好的证据。这样
In
的
this
话，
case,
就不
Yunxin
会
will
留给
not be
云
left
溪瑶
with
任
any
何机会
chance.
了，因为
Because
这样
this
老
way,
师
the
就不会
teacher will
怀疑
not
到青
suspect
玉头上
Qingyu.
了。一切
Everything
都
is the
是我一
result of
个
me
人一意
acting
孤行的
alone.
结果。你看
Look,
怎
how
么样？
is it? This is undoubtedly a good idea and should be agreed to immediately. the reason in my head is telling me this, but I still can't speak. After all, this way. Hmm? Someone else? Xiao Wang has already prepared such a good solution for you. Why is there no response at all? I... 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 Sorry. It's all my fault that you... It's okay. It's not Jingyu's fault. It's also my fault for not pretending well. If I could have been more cautious at the time... After that, there was a long silence between us. On the one hand, we are at a loss in the face of sudden changes. On the other hand, it seems that this is the only choice before us. Remember to come back to me if you need anything. I can help you both at any time. After that, Shuji stood up and walked out of the office without looking back. In this huge space, we are the only ones left looking at each other. I looked at her solemn face, without words, and couldn't help but lower my head. If everything before can be blamed on our own fault, then the result now can only be said to be my fault. Just by changing the position slightly, it is easy to find that this matter is an unreasonable disaster for Xiao Wang. I was the one who forced her into this position, and I personally pushed her into this situation. I should feel lucky to have survived the disaster, but now, all that is left in my heart is bitterness. No, it's okay, Qingyu. Don't forget, it was because of you that I took the risk. Even now, she still comforts me like she did before. If you're still depressed and lose your fighting spirit due to this, it will be equivalent to negating all my previous efforts, right? And in the last exam, Qingyu already ranked first in grade, right? It shows that what I did is quite effective. Well, that's it. With the help of Shuji and teachers pleading on my behalf, I won't be punished too severely. Next, Qingyu only needs to settle things fairly with Jiang Shiwei, right? That's right. I will definitely work hard to get into the same school as Xiao Wang. In the very end, I let go. Letting go of malicious hatred, letting go of continuing to confront her. Because the scales of victory seem to have tipped in my favor. Everything seems to be truly coming to an end. Oh, so she learned to stop. Things are developing as expected. Xiao Wang only received some minor punishment and returned to school. Regarding what she did to Jiang Shiwei didn't seem to cause much discussion in the class. Perhaps it's because Jiang Shiwei soon had another conflict with someone else in the class. As a result, the voices that were initially criticizing Xiao Wang gradually shifted to the argument that Jiang Shiwei had only herself to blame. As for the specific details of the conflicts, I don't know much about them, and I don't want to know. After all, those things have nothing to do with me now. Since then, Jiang Shiwei's performance has never surpassed mine. It seems that victory is just around the corner. Until that day, the dean suddenly called me to the door of the board of directors' office. The bronze door and the slightly rusty handle. A bad premonition occurred in my head, but now that it's over, there's no way to escape. I opened the door anxiously, struggled for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to look at the other side of the door. Blech. Sitting on the chair in the center, it's my father. Do you know why I called you here? Faced with his questioning, I felt a little overwhelmed for a while. Sorry, I'm not quite sure. Very good, then you don't need to know. Pack your bags tonight and go home quickly. You have been expelled. Wait. Why? Wait, why was she expelled? What? Hey, wait. She was finally getting the character development. Why? Oh my. It also seemed like she was falling in love with Xiao Wang. No. No. She finally had the chance to. Oh. He's the antagonist, but I was seeing the development in her character. She let go of the malicious hatred, like her malicious intent, because there was no point anymore. Oh. No. Why? Why? Oh? We're back to her POV. Okay. We gotta continue on. Finally, I stood in front of the door. A short distance away is the gate of the student council. I have had this question before. What is the purpose of having a small door outside such a large space of the student council office? But I never imagined that I would have the answer in this situation.
谁？
Who? Yun
云
Xinyao. Huh? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Don't freeze at the door. I opened the door, and the light shone into the dark room through the open gap, shining a bright light in the air. Yujie was sitting behind a table, looking at me with a joking face as I opened the door and walked in.
果然来了。
Here you are indeed. Hey, is this the attitude? She stood up and walked to me step by step. Unlike the fresh fragrance of Shiwe, Shujie always has a strong scent of perfume. The pungent smell hit the tip of my nose and made me take a step back. Not saying a word. How boring. Never mind. Let's get down to business then. You know Yun Shinwei, right?
你是知道的吧？
Yun Shinwei? That's my sister's name. This word was like a pebble thrown into calm water, instantly shaking my resolve. I turned back towards where Shujo was, but her expression remained unchanged. Don't play dumb with me. Your names are so similar. Even a fool could guess what's going on between you two, right? And with your reaction, if you told me you didn't know, that would be admitting it. Your sister, right?
学姐
Juje, weren't
不是
you
要来
going
和
to
我
tell
说
me about
那
that
件事
thing?
吗？
Why are you suddenly talking about this? That's not right of you, is it? This matter is much more important than the other one, you know? After all, Yun Shinwei is my sweetheart. Hey, yo! Wait, that's gotta. I stared wide-eyed at her, pondering the meaning of her earlier words.
还是
Still
不
don't
懂
understand? Or did you not understand the word I just said? Saying this, she coughed twice in a pretentious manner, then said something I never expected. Actually, I've always loved your sister, Yun Xinyue. After obtaining their academy's recommendation, I will go to the other side of the ocean to confess to her. Just like you. You have feelings for the person. Who was it? That person's name is Jiang Shiwei, right? In short, the same feelings you have for that person, okay? What's wrong? Why? Are you asking me why I know these things? There's nothing I can do. What can I do? Your older sister is always worried about what's going on with you at school, Xin Yao. Have you made any friends? Have you been bullied? Huh. And damn it, has she taken care of her in the student council? I don't know what kind of image your older sister has in your eyes, but in my eyes, your older sister might be ranked as the world's #1 sister obsessed sister. How enviable. After saying that, she suddenly glared at me fiercely. So, at your sister's urging, it's only right that I take care of you in daily life. It's like you watching Shiva all the time. I've been watching you too. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, there's no love in this talking. It's just a task assigned by your sister. Huh. Why that expression? Was there something wrong with what I just said? Shinyao, you must really need help right now. Hmm? Seeing the girl you like leave you like this, it's not a good feeling either, is it? Don't worry, I'm just here to play a fun little game with you. A little game that might expand the player base, you know? You understand the consequences, right? If I were to make all of this public, what kind of future would that be for you? MEOW? Your expression is frozen. What? You don't really think I would do this, do you? Don't forget that my purpose is to protect you. If I really do this, how should I explain it to Shinue? So just relax. Shuje, have you been making fun of me? Isn't that true? How close was I saying it? Actually, 0. I just said MEOW. Like, immediately after I read it, I'm like, MEOW. Yeah, that's how far I was close. I was to saying it. I made a show of force at the beginning to frighten you, but later it was to make you listen to me carefully, right? Any questions? What on earth do you want me to do? Finally, the overflowing anger finally turned into a cold question. But even at this time, her face was still calm, as if everything that happened was expected. Oh, are you finally showing any sign of being angry? I thought you had facial paralysis all along. You don't want to know who caused all this, huh? Well, who on earth had the audacity to cover up the bullies for so long? Who on earth could stare at Sheila so persistently despite constant reports? She seemed to be deliberately keeping me in suspense, yet every word revealed a clear and unmistakable truth. Her understanding of the whole story far exceeded my expectations. It's like she knew from the beginning that I would do and was deliberately monitoring. Why is your expression still so cold? I've tried my best to pique your interest. Fine. I have it to admit defeat, so... I'll tell you then. The person who instructed classmates to target Shiue, relentlessly harassing the girl you love for over half a year. She paused deliberately for a long time, habitually building her suspense. You guessed right. That person is Ling Chengyu. Surprised? Relieved? Or did you expect it? No matter what you're thinking, you're probably wondering why I'm so sure, right? Never mind. I'll grant your wish. Before I could even reply, she made a decision for me. But before that, there's something else you need to explain to me, right? The photo? I found it by chance in a post on the school forum. Although I know you were a student in the elementary and middle school sections before, no matter how you look at it, this kind of thing is just too much to bear. Saying this, she waved the phone at me. The post I saw on my phone at the beginning of the semester is now shining brightly before my eyes. The long buried memories awakened in that instant. 4 years ago, on the same night, in front of me, in front of the same narrow screen under the same chat box. That night, I confided in someone about the past that had been haunting me. It's not like that. Is there some hidden story? As your future sister-in-law, I have an obligation to know my sister's troubles. This woman is so gay. This person is too gay. Okay. I'll stop joking now. Tell me properly, alright? What exactly happened back then? Oh, are we gonna finally get a peek of what happened in Yao's past? Oh. What is this? It was just an ordinary group photo. 3 long shelves with plastic benches in the front row. The teacher in the black uniform sat in the middle, and the shorter girls in the first row were half squatting on the ground, like waves rising on the sea. Eh? Look at that person's face! Really? That's funny! What was it painted over, right? I wonder who it is. Upon closer inspection, it's easy to spot the anomaly. Among the girls half squatting, slightly to the right of this row of students, there's a girl whose face had been scribbled with black ink. This photo lies quietly in a display case in the school corridor, separated by a thin layer of glass, indifferent to the slowly gathering onlookers. So talented! Which class is this? Class 3, right? Then, who is this girl? I stood silently on the outer edge of the crowd, listening to the discussions that reached my ears. It seems her name is Yunshin Yao, right? I remember. Eh? Are you sure that's her name? There are 30 people in the class. You can remember them all? Asking that stupid question again. I'm very sure. After all what? Don't keep me in suspense. Want a piece of candy from your pocket? It's so the same. You really did want this after all. Okay, I'll give it to you. It's so noisy, everyone. Why? Why are you still laughing so happily even now? Could it be? Could it be simply because all of this has nothing to do with you? I don't want to admit this reality, but I have to accept this explanation. That's because... Hey, I'm still chatting here. Didn't I see the teacher coming over? Teacher? Why did the teacher come so quickly? This is not a point at all. It would be terrible if you were caught and forced to stand. Then, what else are you looking at? Run, quickly! What on earth are you making much noise about? After class time is for you to study and relax. You will be making noise here all day long, which will harm the moral integrity. Have you forgotten that today is the public day? Wait, are you planning to leave this impression on the visiting teachers? The teacher's scolding echoed in the long and narrow corridor, and the crowd that originally crowded the entire corridor gradually began to recede. After this, the original photo wall was completely exposed in front of me. I stared at the spot in the photo where I stood, looking at the face painted black. I just stood there, frozen, forgetting to follow the crowd and forgetting the teacher's scolding from seconds ago. In a daze, I felt a warm current on my shoulder, pulling me out of the cold. I turned my head to look at the female teacher's face, hoping she would say something comforting, hoping my broken heart could be pierced back together a little. However, this time I was too gullible in believing my own illusions. What are you still doing here? Didn't I already tell you to go back to the classroom right away? You kids, you never give us a moment's peace. A heavy push came from my shoulder. I almost fell backward, but the hard wall held me back. Underestimating expectations, then being unjustly disappointed. That feeling is the same as always.
你还在这里干什么？
What are you still doing
听不
here?
懂我说的话
Didn't
吗？
you understand what I said?
还不快点回
Go
教室
back to the classroom quickly.
老师，
Teacher, that
那个照片
photo.
嗯，
What's so
照
cool
片有
about the
什么好看
photo?
的？
Go back early.
早点回去吧，不知道今
I
天
don't
有人到
know
来参
if
观
there
吗
are leaders coming to
真是不
visit
让人
today.
省心。
It's really not a worry. After saying these words, she turned around and walked up the stairs without looking back. No one noticed, no one cared. It's just one more interesting thing, just one more strange girl in the school. As long as it has nothing to do with you, you don't care. As long as misfortune does not befall you, you can always treat yourself as a spectator. Just keep yourself out of it. Just keep yourself an outsider. How come someone can't do such a simple thing? It is precisely because everyone has the same view that they think the victim brings it upon herself and are willing to just be a bystander. That's why I hate it from the bottom of my heart. I hate breathing the same air as them. I hate seeing those blissful expressions on the perpetrators' faces. I hate that they sit so nonchalantly in the middle of the classroom. I hate that they can laugh like nothing happened. Why can they pretend to be so nonchalant? Why can they do such outrageous things over such trivial matters? I don't understand. I can't figure out why. In that instant, the only thing I was certain of was what I was about to do. That morning's reading session began with a scream. Rings of classmates surrounded her desk, whispering and discussing the writing on it. Standing in the innermost circle were her close friends, rhythmically patting her shoulders and wiping away the tears on her face. Don't worry, everything will be alright. We've already told the teacher. We'll definitely help Ching Chen find the culprit. The affected tone and nauseatingly sycophantic lines were perfectly suited to come from the mouths of these self-righteous perpetrators. Who wrote this?
谁写的？
How could I tell?
怎么看得出来嘛？
Aren't you the class representative for Chinese? You handle so many students' homework every day, and you still can't tell whose handwriting this is?
我说，
I say, first of all, these words are carved with a compass or scissors, not written with a ballpoint pen.
再说了，
Besides, isn't recognizing people by their handwriting a skill exclusive to criminal investigators? I think you're reading too many comics, haven't you? You've even mentioned your exclusive skills. The onlookers standing by and watching clearly haven't changed their minds at all. As expected,
这个
there's
世
still
界上
justice
还
in
是
this
有正义
world.
存在的。
Justice?
正义，
Huh? You've never
从来
heard
没
of
听
it?
说过吗？这个
This
城
Chen
县
Chan
可是被
has
安坐
secretly
搞不
committed
少
many
针对
revenge
同学的
cases
暴
against
犯呢。
classmates. Huh? Really?
千真万确，
It's absolutely
是别
true.
的班上的
It
同
was
学
told to
亲
me
口跟我说的。
personally by a classmate in another class, right?
据说
It
他
is
们
said
私下
that they
里
have formed a
已经
clique
制
in
成了一个
private
小
and they
团体，
secretly take
专
revenge on
门针对他们
classmates
看
they
得不顺眼的
dislike.
同学搞暗中报复。就比如
For
说，
example,
在那
posting
名频道
disgusting
上面投
content
稿
on
女性内
anonymous
容，
channels and
在公开
graffiti on
画像
public
上面涂鸦。
portraits.
那这
In
么
that
说的话，
case, this
这个
is...
是，
Well, it must be a
想必是某
response
个
from a
被开骚
classmate who
扰
was
的手
harassed
无
by
可短
them
的
to the
同学
point
的
of
回
being
击吧。
intolerable.
居然还
There
有
is
这
such a
样的事
thing?
情吗？
It's so
这么
interesting.
有
Why
影
didn't you
响，
tell me
为什么之前
earlier?
不早点讲给我听？
But at this moment, the crackling sound of the ruler colliding with the podium woke everyone who was whispering out of their discussion. In the blink of an eye, the head teacher had already stepped onto the podium.
就在今天早读的
Just
时
when I
候，
was studying this morning, a
这所
vicious
教室里发
incident
生了一
occurred
起
in
针
this
对陈
classroom
静
against
同学
Chen
的恶性
Qian.
事件。陈静同学的桌子
Insulting
上
words were engraved on
被
the
刻
desk
上
of
了侮
Chen
辱性的
Qian.
话语。
At the same time, the
与此
math
同时，
homework book she handed to
原
the
先在
podium
张
was
浩讲台上
specially
的数学
selected
作
from
业
the
本，
pile of
也
homework
被
and
特地的
torn
从
into
作业堆
two
里挑出来撕
halves.
成两半。在这里，
Here, I don't
我
want to
并不想去
criticize
指
how
责
bad
这
this
种行为有
behavior
多么
is.
恶劣。
After all,
但是
everyone
道理大家
already
一定明
understands
白。
the reason.
今天，
Today, I hope this
我希望
classmate
这
can
位
take
同
the
学能够主
initiative to
动站
stand
出
up
来，
and admit her
承认自己的
mistakes
错
and
误，
apologize to
好
Chen
好向
Chan.
陈静同学道个歉。
After the head teacher's words fell, the classroom fell into deathly silence again. Only when a few wisps of breeze blow through the cracks in the window hit your face can you realize that time is still passing by. The silence lasted for a long time. The students who were sitting upright stared at the teacher with a serious face on the stage, looking forward to the ringing of the end of get out of class bell and looking forward to her personally ending this torturous wait. After all, no one would ever expect a murderer to come forward and admit her mistakes. The minute hand has already pointed to 12, and are only the last 5 minutes left before the end of morning reading. As if to announce the end of this game, the head teacher rolled up the lesson plan on the table and pressed the turn on button of the classroom projection screen. However, the next thing to break the silence among the students wasn't the referee's announcement, but the sound of a chair being pulled out. I did it. All the students' eyes naturally focused on me, but at that moment I felt no tension whatsoever. The reason I did it is very simple. Because for the past year, you've treated me the same way. So I really wanted you to experience this feeling, to understand what it's like when you did what happens to you. Oh, so she just took revenge. So, Yun come to my office after school today. Faced with my statement, the homeroom teacher maintained her usual poker face, neither shocked nor resentful. She simply delivered her verdict. The noisy discussion quickly filled every corner of the classroom, but ultimately it was the homeroom teacher who pressed the pause button on the lingering clamor. It's morning reading time now. Where's the Chinese class representative? Here, come up to the stage and lead the reading. Okay. After a while, the Chinese class representative holding a book stood on the podium. Students, please turn to page 17 of the textbook where... But just at this moment, the bell rang. The previously silent classroom was detonated again. Whispers and whispers all gathered together, forming a huge wave of noise. Until the crack of the ruler pinned the huge wave to death on the beach. If there is talk of discussion again, let's practice sitting. You know, I think you can easily make a visual novel. Nah. I'll wait until it gets quiet before starting class. The first class is always 40 minutes long. If you don't finish the lecture, use your activity class time to make up for it. After the ultimatum was given, the most naughty student in the class also put away her smile and sat back down in her seat. As the head teacher's lecture started to sound again, the atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. The short morning reading, after experiencing outbursts, suspicions, anxiety, and surprise, finally returned to the ending that was already planned. The usual dead silence. I never felt that I did anything wrong. When the school was over, I walked into the office as requested by the head teacher. The desks around me were filled with teachers correcting homework. The squeaking sound of the gel pens rubbing against the paper reminded me that time is still flowing. But the silence between me and her continued. Are all the things you said in this morning true? Well, I saw it with my own eyes. Teacher, if you need evidence, I can... No need, the teacher believes in you. Then... But I still want to tell you, Xinyao, you did something wrong. Do you really think this problem can be solved through simple reciprocal retaliation? Now that you have made her experience what you have suffered again, what do you think will happen next? Next, she'll probably continue to take revenge on you, and then will you continue? The answer is written on your face. But what else can I do? Teacher, do you want me to just endure it? Quietly endure her treatment of me? After I disclosed that incident in front of my classmates in the morning, teacher, didn't you hear the discussions among my classmates? Everyone is doubting what she has done before, and some people have even said that she is to blame, so... Well, you just want to say that you're very satisfied with the results this morning, right? Teacher, I am teaching you about the principles of life, but I am not judging whether what you have done is good or not. Do you understand? What is the use of the principles of life? The future has arrived in society. Then if I learn this, they will never bully me again? I decisively interrupted the head teacher, who had not finished speaking, and asked so coldly. You standing there and talking is certainly easy, but you've never truly experienced all this like I have. Have you ever watched your classmates point at your picture and laugh at you? Teacher, have you ever had your homework torn up and been forced to stand outside the classroom as punishment for not handing in your assignment? How many times have I tried to communicate with you and you completely shut me out? Why is it that only now, when I've taken the victim side, do you finally take this seriously? Teacher, you also received benefits from her parents, didn't you? I heard about it from the other students, you know. Oh. Teacher, you... I deliberately raised my voice, making it echo throughout the entire office. Oh. As expected, all the teachers in the office focused their attention on me. Enough! You and Xinyao, go to the other side and calm down first. Why should I calm down? Isn't what I said the truth? You all say such nice things on the surface, but that Washington is a harmonious family and that teachers are our parents, that they will... I wanted to continue arguing with the teacher, but the next second the office door was pushed open forcefully. My mother walked in, her face ashen, and stood at the opposite desk. With just a brief glance, she took my hand and turned to walk out the door. I followed her silently, passing through the school gate. I got into the cold car, and the previously rolled-down window closed again as the car started moving. The flowing scenery outside was once again sealed in darkness. Throughout the entire process, I remained silent, or rather, as if deliberately avoiding something. We have already learned what happened. I'll talk to those students' parents properly. If you don't want to go to school recently, how about staying home for a while? I'll take care of everything. However, your studies can fall behind. I've hired a private tutor for you from Monday to Friday, and I've enrolled you in an after-school program on Saturdays. I know the teacher there. If you get bullied at school again, don't hide it, and don't do anything stupid. Be brave and tell mom and dad, okay? Mom, you really think those people weren't wrong? But after hearing my question, Mom fell silent for a long time. The engine roared in my ears, causing my body to sway slightly with the car. Xinyao, stop dwelling on this. We've always been on your side, understand? Oh yeah, even you, Mom. Xinyao, I know you need some time to adjust. While you're at home, talk to your sister more often, okay? You kids understand kids best when it comes to these things. I can only say you'll understand when you grow up. Oh my god. Her sister's really pretty, so I would get Shujie. Like, goddamn. Sorry about that. Let's continue on. Oh, I see. If you want to discuss something with your sister, just knock on the door, right? Sister will come to you at any time, okay? Oh, by the way, you can also send messages on your mobile phone. Oh, wait. Oh, by the way. Okay. Then sister will leave first? The teacher will arrive in about half an hour. Xiaoyao can come to me when she is tired from studying. We'll bring the fruit in for you. Then sister went to cram school. See you tonight. After that, my sister closed the door. Darkness once again enveloped this room, along with silence and desolation. The calendar on the bedside table still has circles drawn with crayons. If you count carefully, this page is almost full. It's been almost a month since that incident, but intuitively, I don't have any real feeling about it. The tutor my mother hired always comes on time at 12 noon and leaves at 4 p.m. A month has passed and I can't even remember her appearance. I only vaguely remember that she is a woman wearing glasses. Because none of this means anything. I sorted the books spread out on the floor a little, sat back at the desk, and turned on the lamp, waiting for the sound of the door being opened like any other day in the past month. My sister always cares about me so much, but until now, I have never opened the chat software once.
小瑶究竟
What does
找到
Xiao
什么
Yao
时候
want to
会
go
去上
back to
学呀？
school? When does Xiao Yao want to go back to school?
姐姐并不觉
Sister,
得我
you
应该
also
早
think I
点。
should...
不是啊，
No,
我啊
I'm just asking
只是
Xiao
问
Yao
问
for
小瑶
your
你自己的意见啊。
opinion.
毕竟，
After
就算
all,
不去
even
学
if you
校，
don't go to school, you
也
can
能
still
从家
learn
庭
from
教师那
tutors the
里
same
学到和学
knowledge
校
as
里
in
一半或
school.
二的知识。到时候，
When the time
当
comes,
他
your
在高
parents
中
will
里
help
帮
you
你挂了
register in
名，
high school,
小瑶也
and
能照
Xiao
样
Yao will
像
be
其
able
他
to
同
go
学
to
一样
high
升
school
学
like
的。
other classmates.
留学
Whether
也
it's
好，
studying abroad
跟着
or
大家一
studying
块
with
上学也
everyone,
好，
it's Xiao Yao's
都是
own
小瑶
choice,
自己
right?
做出的选择。所以说，
So, there
对
is
姐
no
姐
need
不
to
需要
hide
隐瞒，
anything from my
尽
sister.
管说出
Just
最
tell me
真实
your
的想法
truest
好了。
thoughts, and I will not
我
tell
可
your
不会跟妈妈
mother.
打小报告的。 姐姐
Sister, do you
喜
like
欢
going
去
to
学校
school?
吗？
Yes,
喜
I
欢呀，
like it.
学校里
At
能交
school,
到
I
同
can
龄的
make
朋
friends
友，
my own age
能
and
和大
spend
家
every
一
day
起
with
度过每一
everyone.
天。虽然
Although
啊，
not
并
every
不
day
是
is
每一天都那
perfect,
么
I
顺
still
心如
really
意
like
的，
everyone in my
可我还是
class.
很喜。
Indeed, my sister is completely opposite to me, whether in personality or in how we treat others. Ah,
我不
I'm
是
not
在跟小
lecturing
瑶
Xiao
说教
Yao, I
啊，
just...
我只是没
It's
事的，
okay, I just
我也
wanted
只
to
是想了
understand
解一
what
下
my
姐姐的
sister
想法而已。
thinks.
嗯，对我来说啦，学
For
校确
me,
实是
school
个很
is
有意
indeed
思
a
的
very
地方，
interesting place.
和大家一起
Process
慢
of
慢解决问题的
solving
过
problems
程，
together,
一
chatting
起
about
下
our
课聊
experiences
自己
after
经历的
class
有
is
的没的，
meaningful in
事后回想起
retrospect,
来
isn't
也
it?
很有意义。不，
Perhaps Xiao
或
Yao
许
lacks
小
this
瑶正是缺乏
quality,
这
which is
些，
why her
才
relationship
会
with
和大家
everyone
关系
has
闹得这么
become so
僵。
strained.
啊，
Ah,
我也
I'm
不
not
是说
saying
那
those
些人
people
就没
weren't
有错
wrong.
啦，我只是
I'm just
说
saying that a
错着
person
一个
will
人难免会遇
inevitably
到。
encounter
要
setbacks.
是就这么
If
向
you
那
just
些人
bow
低
to
头
those
呢，
people,
不
wouldn't
就是
you
平
be
替了那
giving
些
those
人
people
吗？
an advantage?
所以说，
So,
嗯，
yeah, I
我明白的。
understand. At that time, I just dealt with her simply. It turns out that my sister never understood me either. It is precisely because my sister has never experienced what happened to me that she said such words that seemed to comfort me, but actually hurt me deeply. Obviously, I believed that before. I believe she's the only one who can pull me out of this dark room. But in the end, that kind of thinking was always wishful thinking on my part.
抱歉，
Sorry, I probably need to think about it.
还需要想一想，能再多给
Can
我
you
一
give me
点
a
时
little
间
more
吗？
time?
嗯，
It doesn't matter how long you want, okay? In the end, this is how I patched up my previous words. I am so cowardly that I neither dare to let go of my sister's care for me, nor take that step out of the room. Only the soul is left, rotting silently in the room. I can totally live like this. When I hear a knock on the door, I go out to eat. When I receive a call from my sister, I go to the door to greet her when she comes home from school. Xiao Yao! She always hugs me tightly like this, rubbing her face against mine. For my sister, this is just a natural way of greeting her friends. But for me, right now, it feels like a long torture.
干嘛呀？
What is it? Well, it's just that I
只是
missed you
姐姐
so
太烦你了
much.
罢了。
What? Do you dislike me
就
that
这么嫌弃我
much?
吗？也没有。
No.
而且啊
Besides,
面对
since
我
Xiao
不
Yao
喜欢
always
再
opens
看
the
到的
door
小
for
牙，
us every day, we
咱
want
也
to
想回
repay
报一
her
下的吧。
too. Okay, I could see that she is... Her sister might have a obsession on... Oh my god, this is... But hopefully it doesn't go that far, because I've seen really bad things, and I hope this game doesn't touch up on that. Please no, I don't want that to happen.
所以说，
So
在
at
这
this
个时
time,
候，
a hug
体
between
面前的
sisters
拥
is
抱是必不
essential.
可少的。
It would be faster to call someone else to open the door, but I have to run downstairs. No, this is something only Xiaoyao can do. I see. Does Xiaoyao want to hear what happened at school today? You'll definitely like it today. Even if I refuse, my sister will still drag me along. You know what's good for you. Every evening ends with this sentence from my sister, and the cycle begins again with the closing of the room door. The students' awkward answers in class, the daily routine spent with classmates in the cafeteria at noon, and the goodbyes said to the friends at the school gate every day after school. We made a rule. We have to say goodbye in a different language every day. Tomorrow it'll probably be Estonian, right? I wonder how much longer can we play this game. But it's quite surprising. There are so many languages in the world. Maybe we can play this game until we graduate? Does Xiaoyun not like it? She definitely doesn't like it. Hold on. Oh. I'm getting oh god. What's happening to me? Hold on, chat. I'm feeling a bit like I'm on a boat. Is there an earthquake? Nothing seems to be out of blue. I'm not sure, but I felt like... Wait, was there actually an earthquake that happened? Because... Or is it just me? I think it's just me. Nah, it's just you. What are you bouncing on, Ruffler? That's crazy. Okay, let's continue on. Finally, she noticed me who was silent. Although she didn't notice me for very long, I subjectively needed to find a target to vent my frustration. Although my sister only helped me out of kindness, although her kindness couldn't alleviate my distress at all, although I wanted to yell at her countless times to shake off her hand. But in the end, I silently accepted it all. After all, my sister is the only one willing to stay by my side right now. Day after day, month after month, the repetitive daily routine brought numbness, but also a change in my family's perception of me. Could you have been getting along very well lately? I often heard conversations like this through the bedroom door. Winter passed and spring arrived. On the day the new semester should have started, my mother pushed open my bedroom door. Go to school with your sister. Okay. It wasn't because I had resolved my inner conflict or finally believed my sister's explanation. It's just that I sensed something different in my mother's tone. It sounded both helpless and urging. Going back isn't a big deal anyway. The worst case scenario is just a continuation of the current situation. But the price of angering mom is something I can't bear at all. Shall we go? Saying this, my sister grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the car door as if she were dragging luggage. The familiar car window, the familiar bumpy ride, but it's been months since I last felt any of this. I crouched down and entered the classroom through the back door, sitting in the only empty seat in the last row. The surrounding noise was still there. It seemed no one has noticed my arrival. And what happened next silently confirmed my guess. Whether it was lining up for class or leaving after class, there was always an invisible circle surrounding me, like an invisible wall, isolating me within it. All the misfortunes of the past no longer befell me, and with them disappeared the gaze of others. In another sense, my wish seemed to have been fulfilled. A classroom that had nothing to do with me anymore. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretchies. Uh, I think I might have a cold, chat. Oh no. It's fine. Are you happy at school today? Well, so. Well, you're still lying to your sister, huh? Well, taking the first step is always a good thing. When summer comes, let's go to the beach with our parents to play, okay? Okay. The answer is far from happy and expected, but I don't resist it at all in my heart. After all, it wouldn't do me any harm, and after everything calmed down, the world surprisingly looked good. What's more, gradually, I also found a replacement. The care that cannot be obtained in reality has to be placed on the internet, and the preferences that no one shares can only be handed over to friends on the other side of the screen. The messages under the chat board have replaced the chats between classmates in the past. But the funny thing is that in the words that pop up from the cold screen, I can feel more real love. When facing netizens who have never met each other, there is no need to worry about the relationship between each other's families, nor the so-called face that belongs to the eldest lady alone. Little by little, I opened up to the stranger across the screen. Finally, one night, I told someone else the whole story for the first time. And then, what happened next? After I dragged the whole thing out, she showed great interest on the other side of the screen. Whenever I start to reminisce about the scene and my typing speed slows down, she always typed to hurry me up. What else could happen? Of course, the homeroom teacher flat out denied it and then told me to write several self-criticism reports and even admit my mistakes in front of the class. I see. Naturally, I couldn't be bothered to write that kind of thing, and in the end, the whole matter just somehow faded away. Once most people forgot about it, it was basically like a bad dream that had already passed. To be honest, while recalling it just now, I even doubted several times whether it had really happened at all. It's like as if it happened in another lifetime? Maybe that's not quite the right way to put it. But the good thing is that since that day, no one has come to trouble me anymore. As expected, reality turned out exactly as I predicted. As long as I revealed the truth in class, they would be wary of the gossip behind our backs and hesitate to carry out any further retaliation. After all, that would be indirectly admitting that they were the culprits. Their image in front of the classmates would completely fall apart. In that case, it really does count as a good thing. But it's also possible that I'm just being self-congratulatory and everyone is just deliberately ignoring me because they know any other approach would cause trouble, so they chose the option with the lowest cost. In this way, for the first time, I told the stranger my long plan. Without reservation and true feelings, it's like confessing your faults to the priest in the church. Although it was not at fault at all, it was all because they took the lead in provoking the trouble, and I was just the victim who had no choice but to fight back. Don't say that there's no need to make excuses for those people, alright? I really can't understand why everyone around me keeps telling me to endure it and not cause trouble. My mom is like that, and so is my sister. I used to trust my sister so much, hoping she could help me work through my feelings. But now I find myself wanting to see her less and less. I it's okay. And that's not your fault, Anne. Because from what you described, your sister is actually quite a selfish person. Eh? Why would you say that? A sister should consider her younger siblings more. So why does she always analyze things from other people's perspectives? She clearly knows you don't have many friends at school, so why does she still keep bragging about her own school life all the time? But my sister usually cares about me a lot. I really don't want to follow out with her again. Does surface level concern really equal genuine care deep down? That makes a lot of sense, but without my sister, I'd be all alone again. Don't you still have me, Anne? Rather than forcing yourself to endure the pain against your will, it's better to follow your heart and make a choice. No matter which path you choose, Anne, I'll always support you. After that, I really gradually distanced myself from my sister. Chatting in daily life has gradually become cold. Even when I receive gifts every year on my birthday, I don't feel much happiness. I think this is not something that can be changed by that short conversation. Changing attitudes is a long process in which all variables are indispensable. Perhaps, as the one on the other side of the screen said, my sister's concern for me was more like a top down pity. I can't imagine what kind of life my sister lives, just as she doesn't know how to comfort me. On this level, our growing apart might be inevitable. However, the promise she made to me that night gradually became an empty promise. As time passed, her online time gradually decreased until in the third year of junior high, we completely lost contact. Forced to return to reality, I desperately searched for another vessel to store my emotions, lest loneliness trouble me again. Fortunately, this time the search didn't take too long.
西月，
Jiwe,
我的爱，
my love, you better
只
accept
要
it
好好接
properly.
受。
I have a feeling that the person she was talking to online might be Shiwe. It's been a week since I officially became lovers with Shiwe. Or rather, I forced her to accept my confession through various means. It doesn't matter how it is, since in the end, nothing has changed. Even her interpersonal relationships haven't changed on the surface. Still a part of the girls' clique, still with a smile on her face, she responded to the conversations from other students with a flattering tone.
西月，
Are you really okay?
真的没事吗？
Yeah, don't worry about me.
亲
Actually, I have always felt that there was something wrong with Wang. Well, how should I put it?
我真
I
的
really don't want to be called an afterthought by Shua, but at the time, I will really,
他说
as you
了
said, I actually don't take it to heart.
没必要再
There's no
安慰
need to
我了吧
comfort me anymore.
有这么多热心肠的
With
同
so
学
many
来了
warm-hearted classmates
我
coming
不
to
得莫
comfort
乡山的
me,
大伙儿失
will I
望
still
呢
be disappointed in everyone at Mo Xingshan?
嗯
Yeah, if you
有什么
needed
事
it, then you
情
can
你
always
随
come
时
to
来
me
找
for
我
help.
帮忙我
I'm
我随
always
时都
here.
在
I sat in my seat and quietly watched the conversation going on not far away. The study committee member in the class seems to be named Chen. As for the name, it's really hard to remember the names of these people. However, there is no need to understand. In my eyes, just having Shiwa is enough. Of course, it's the same for her.
那个
If you're free, how about we go somewhere together this weekend? The student council president and the others might be coming too, so... Huh?
西月同
Chio,
学
it's time to go, isn't it? The seniors are already urging us. Saying that, I grabbed her shoulder and pulled Chio close to me with a little force. Sorry, I have to be with Xiaoyan now.
跟小云
Eh?
还没回
She
答
still
我
hasn't
话
answered
呢
my question. What is it?
对不住啦
I'm sorry, she will already
同学
promised to
最近
attend the
有
study
跟我
session
一
with
起
me,
开
so
始
I
上课
really
了
can't come
所
along.
以说实在没空一起去了
Sorry. This time, I probably can't go with everyone.
和大家一块儿去了。
Oh, it's
没
okay.
事啦，
You must come
那
next
下
time
次一定
everyone
要
has
来
saved
啊
a seat for
大
you.
家都还为你。好的，
Okay, I will.
会的。聊得真开
We
心
had a
啊
really fun chat.
希望
Chill
和别的
with
女
other
孩
girls.
不
Mm,
不是
no.
西月同
Chill,
学
do you
很想
want to
和
hang
其他
out
同
with
学一
other
起出去玩吗？
classmates? No, I don't really
不
want
是很想。
to.
别想
Don't
了，
try to hide it from me. Tell me the
胡说八道。
truth.
真的
Really, there
真
is
的没有。
no.
我的心里只
I
有小
only have Xiaoyun in my heart. Before Xiue could finish speaking, I turned around, grabbed her arm, and pushed her against a nearby wall. She's a little shorter than me, and she was so frightened by the sudden intrusion that she couldn't stand still for a moment. My shadow completely enveloped
我
her.
再问最后
I'll
一
ask
遍，
one last time. What do you think, Xiue?
西月同学是怎么想的？我说过，
I said, I just want to hear the truth. Actually, I really want to hang out with
是
everyone.
很想和大家一起出去玩。
Because we often do this before,
以前
and
已经
the
这么
weather
做
forecast said it won't snow this
天
weekend,
气预
so
报说这周末还会下雪，所以继续说下
go
去。
on.
所以
That's why I really wanted to go out with
很想和
everyone.
大家一起出去
After all, I haven't done this for a long
很
time.
久都没有这样过了。
Oh, it hurts me to see this happening. Oh, Danielle, you control freak.
那个
Well, I really am not.
还想
What
要
else do
解
you
释
want to
什么？
explain? The answer, isn't it already
不是已经
obvious?
很明显了吗？谈到
When
想
it
要
comes
和
to
大
the
家一起
reasons
出
why
去
I
玩
want
的
to
理
hang
由，
out with everyone,
西月
Shiwen
同
can
学
name a
这
lot
两
of
次
them
做出
without
的推
thinking.
来，可有
But
假
when
装
it
继续
came
他
to
们
the
的借
excuses
口，
for rejecting them and
以
the
及不
reasons
这么
for
去
not
做的
doing
套
so,
路，
you hesitated again,
就瞬
didn't
间支支
you?
吾吾起来了，不是吗？
No,
不是
no,
的，
it's
是
really
我的
not
声
like
音。
that.
其实
Actually,
是害
you are
怕
afraid
的
of me, right? Afraid that I
害
will
怕我对
punish
你做出
you?
惩罚，
Afraid
会
that
把这个
agreeing
答
like
应
this
下
will
来，
make me angry,
害怕我
right?
生气。其实
I leaned closer to her ear and whispered so softly. Her body kept trembling with the sound of my breathing. Unknowingly, tears had wet her eyes.
不用
Don't be
害怕
afraid,
西月
Shue.
同学。
I said this as I took out the blindfold from my pocket and put it on her head. Xiaoyun, don't.
没事，
It's okay. If you're
害
scared,
怕的
just
话
hold my hand,
就抓把
okay?
我的手吧，
I'll protect you
我
well.
好保护
I
你，
promise.
肯定。小鱼你在哪？
Where are you? Your hand?
我在
I'm
这里
here?
啊，
Shua's hands are
西月同学
still
的
as
手
warm as
还是像以
ever.
前那样暖和。
My fingers naturally slipped between hers, forming a fist. It's so dark. What if we encounter stairs?
到时候
I'll remind you
记得
then.
的啦。
I said this, pulling her towards the stairs.
好啦，这里是楼梯，跟着我的调子哦。
Okay, this is the stairs. Follow my lead.
一，
One. Oh, that was close.
没事，
It's okay. I'm
我
walking
走
in
在
front of
西月同学的
Shue.
前面。
If you
如
fall,
果倒下来的
I'll
话，
carry
我
you.
会背住你的。小鱼
Xiaoyun,
不要
don't
这
do
样
that,
好不好？
okay?
我
We're not
不是
friends.
啊，
Don't be
小心点
careful.
啊，
I'm going to speed
我可能
up.
加速了。
Wait, I'm not ready yet.
不要，
But I completely ignored the pleas from behind and continued walking down the stairs as usual. As I walked, I felt the grip on my hands gradually strengthening compared to before, and at the same time, I heard she was panting.
前面要拐
There's
弯
going
了，
to be a turn ahead, alright? Go where?
哪里？这个的
For
话
this, just feel the
只
pull
需
on
要
my
感受我手上
hand.
的拉力就好了。
As I said that, I pulled my hand hard to the right. She lost her balance and let out a scream in the air, and then fell heavily, facing the direction where I was. Don't! But in the end, I still caught her firmly with my body, even though the strong momentum caused us both to hit the ground hard. Fortunately, our school uniforms weren't damaged. Until now, our hands are still holding each other tightly. Sorry, you're
没有
not
受
hurt,
伤
are
吧，
you,
学长？
Xiaoyun?
真是好
What a
孩
good
子，那个
girl,
西月同学。
Xiue. Even in
都
this
在这种情况下
situation, the
了，
first thing you did
你还不
ask
做的
was
居然还是询问我有没
me
有
if
受
I
伤。
wasn't hurt. It's really, really annoying. Of course, I can only speak the second half of the sentence in my heart. Because I
因为
care about...
我
Hmm? She was really
西
afraid
月
of
同学
me.
真的很怕我呢，
So much so that
已
she
经
wants
处
to
处都要来
please me
讨好我。
everywhere. I took the dust off my school uniform and pulled her to stand up again.
不过嘛，
But for such a clumsy
对于
student,
如此笨手
Xiue,
笨脚的西月同学
should
来
we
说，
impose some punishment?
也是该施加些许惩罚呢。
Xiaoyun?
还剩
We've
最后一
arrived
层
at
楼
the
就到
last
了，
floor. Don't make
接
any
下来的路
mistakes on the way
可
forward,
再也别
okay?
出岔子了。如果不
If
想
you
摔
don't want
倒
to
的
fall,
话，
it's better to hold my
还是拉着
hand.
我的手比较好啊。
I
知道
know.
了。
After that, she kept holding my hand tightly. The warmth from her hands flowed into my heart along with her arms, but it could not warm the heart that had been frozen for a long time. I took Shiwa to the sports equipment room. I just got the key from Shuji a few days ago. I didn't expect that it would come in handy so soon. Shoya, is someone opening the door?
嗯，是
It's
我，
me. Don't
放
worry.
心好吧。
Opening the iron door, I pushed Shua in with a little force.
这
This
里是
is...
还不可以
Can't
待
you
太
take
严
off the
重啊，
blindfold yet? There's still
还有
something
个事情没做
unfinished.
完呢。
Shall we
再
wait a
稍
little
等一会儿吧。
longer? As for the unfinished business, I took the rope I had prepared from my pocket, held Shiva's hands together, and carried them behind my back.
没关系的
It's
啦，
okay, it's just a small
只
game.
是玩一个小
Don't be
游戏罢了。
nervous. For? But before Shiva could react, I blocked her mouth with a kiss that she what? With a kiss. My fingers slipped. That I might have to censor this. I feel like, hold on. Okay, this is good. This is good enough. Can you guys see anything? Wait, actually, okay, there we go. This is gonna be our censor screen, okay? I'm censoring because I'm afraid something will happen. My fingertips slightly slid across her lower abdomen, and I felt her tension, her heat, and a slight sense of resistance. Sure enough, she is far from truly obeying me. Everything I showed before was really just out of fear. Even after a week of getting along with her, even though she has become accustomed to my sudden attacks, her reaction is still as resistant as before. Every time we kissed, every time I tried to pull away from her, she would subconsciously move in the opposite direction, as if away from a scary monster.
西月同
Shue,
学
you really
果然
hate
很讨
kissing me,
厌和接
right?
吻吧？
How could...
不过也
But
没
it's
事，
okay. We still have
咱们
plenty
还
of
有的是
time.
时间呢。没关
It's
系
okay,
的，西月
Shue.
同学，
This is the only
这里
place
是只有
for
我
the
们
two
两
of
个人的地
us.
方，没有其他人
No
能
one
找到
else
这
can
里，
find this place,
也没
and
有
no
其
one
他人
else will
会来打
bother
扰
us,
我。
so...
所以说，快告
Tell me
诉我
quickly, Shue. What's your
西月
true
同学的
feelings for
真
me?
心吧。
Perhaps startled by the sudden voice close to her ear, Shua jumped in fright and almost fell to the side. No, I don't like it. This kind of thing is definitely strange, isn't it, with Xiaoyan?
为什么？
Why, Shua?
西
Do
月
you
同
think
学
it's
不
strange
觉
for
得
us girls to
我们同
kiss?
为女孩子接吻很奇怪吗？
I definitely don't think it's strange to kiss, but I think it's definitely strange to force someone to kiss you, because that's technically harassment already, or no, it's already It's already sexual assault by then. And if you push yourself farther, that would be the R word. I don't want to say it on stream because it might trigger a lot of people, but you know, yeah. Okay, continuing on.
嗯，
Hmm?
西域同
Shue?
学，不是说
That's
就
not
不
what
能
I'm
这
talking
样，
about. I
而是
mean,
说，小
Xiaoyun,
云，
if you want my
如果想
reward,
要
I
来
can
自我的
prepare the
报酬
best
的话，
birthday present for
我
you,
可以
and I
给小
can
云
borrow
们
the
准备
school
最好的生
cafeteria
日
every
礼
day to
物，
make you the most
我可
delicious
以每天都
snacks,
进入学
but...
校的食堂，去给小云你做最好吃的点心。但是，
But...
为什
What?
么？
Why does
为什么小云一定要
Xiaoyun have
一定
to
要
do
用
it
这
this
种方
way?
式？
Sheila's face is still covered by the blindfold I put on her earlier, and her hands are tied behind her back. I'm really scared something will happen, so hold it right there. Let me take out this. Hold on. I'll put OBS on the side. And then how do I change? Not okay. I guess it's fine. Wait, is it this one? Oh no. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I guess we could just. I could. I could definitely just alt F5 the game if something were to happen, right? Right. The words. Wait, what was it? Okay, I don't think anything will happen, but we'll have to be. What do you mean, ah? Yua's face is still covered by the blindfold I put on her earlier, and her hands are tied behind her back. It's absolutely impossible for her to hurt me in the slightest. The words that came out of her mouth hurt my heart deeply. I walked to the door of the sports equipment room and took the key out of the bolt. The sound of creaking instantly echoed in the equipment room, followed closely by the dull sound of the iron door slamming. When I walked out of the house, I did not return to the classroom immediately. Instead, I waited quietly outside the house. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
小云，你
Are you still there? Xiaoyun? A thin voice came from behind the iron gate. It was just a calm inquiry at first, and finally turned into a loud cry. I smiled faintly, ignored the voice coming from behind, and continued to wait. As time passed by, the voice from behind the door changed from pleading to loud crying. Even this used equipment room with good sound insulation can't stop Shiwe from pleading.
小云，我之前说错了了，不要不理我。
I don't want to continue, but it's just I just want to see the end of things. I want to see how this ends. Xiaoyun, you don't leave me here, please. Xiaoyun. In the end, Xiue just shouted my name hysterically, and her voice became extremely hoarse due to the dryness and exhaustion of her throat. It's time. I thought so as I was pulled away and turned towards the stairs. Go back to the classroom. Although today is Saturday and there are no classes in the afternoon, it is the empty classroom that makes me yearn for it. The game will last for several hours, and in the meantime, I still have to find something to do to entertain myself. Wandering, I walked over to Sheila's table. The neat desktop is spotless, and all pencil boxes and books have been put away in drawers. Of course, as Sheila's designated girlfriend, I have the right to look through her things. When I was thinking this, I was already sitting in her seat. The feeling of coldness is inevitable. After all, it's almost winter. It's just that there's no trace of Shiva's body temperature left on the chair, which is a bit regretful. Slowly fold your hands on the table. lower your head and make a nap gesture. There is a faint smell of paint on the table, which is far from what I imagined. It's really disappointing. As expected, everything in comics and novels is all lies. But it's still early, so we can't give up this great opportunity. Well, is this geography paper due yesterday? Suddenly, I noticed something strange in your desk. I took out the slightly strange book and started reading it. Rewrite, huh? That's it. Remembering what Shujia once mentioned to me, I understood it all instantly. It looks
看起
like a new
来
game is
新
about to
的游戏就要开
begin.
始了。
When the sunset reached the end of the sky, I came to the door of the equipment room again. I turned the key and opened the door. A ray of light shot into the equipment room from the gap in the iron door, illuminating the face of Shua. Wearing a blindfold, she stopped shouting when she heard the sound of the door opening and looked up to where the light came from. Xiaoyan? But I didn't answer her call. I just walked slowly to her side as usual and helped her up when she fell to the ground. Then put my face in front of her again. The sound of breathing came to my ears again, but this time her breathing sounded much weaker, mixed with the sound of her tears. As expected, Shiwa didn't try to avoid or dodge this time. Instead, she cooperated with me and held her cheek forward, waiting for the kiss as always. Oh no, that's. Oh no. No! No! He's just. She's accustomed to it. She was accustomed to it. This is getting harder and harder to read. But it's so interesting. Like, this happens. This type of shit happens in real life, guys. Okay, let's continue on. But this time, I just put my finger on her lips. Xiaoyun? Why? I immediately removed the blindfold from her face, along with the rope that originally tied her back. Her eyes were slightly red, and there were a few drops of crystal tears on her eyelids. It looked exactly like that time I met her by chance at the back of the school. In other words, she looks very much like the one she was bullied. At this moment, the one who originally wanted to protect her from others has gradually moved into a position that is completely opposite. But now, I can only derive great joy from this act. I'm so scared.
害怕什
Scared of
么？
what? Scared. Scared of being left here alone.
留在这里。
Scared.
怎么
Why
不继续
don't you
说下
continue
去
talking?
想
Want to
要
kiss? Oh. I'm crying. I feel so bad. No, don't. Thankfully, I put the 18 plus on the title, cause oh my god, this isn't something you would normally read.
嗯
Huh?
不是的
No. If Xiaoyun wants to, oh, the head pats is so high up. Yeah, pat the paper, pat the piece of paper on the screen. I will satisfy you no matter when.
我既然西月
Then
同学好
Shua
一
hates
点的
this, then
话，
forget it.
那还是算了吧。
Oh, she's playing that game. Can you move it to the ball? Okay, wait, hold on. It's a redeems. Yeah, it's a redeems. Let me move it over for you. And then I'll redeem it again. Head pads. Where the head pads are, it should be here. Does this work? Oh yeah, okay. That's better. Yeah. Head pat the balls, I guess. The ball. Okay, let's continue. What?
什么？
What?
我只是
I
关
just
心
care
西月
about
同
you,
学而
eh?
已。
I have
我
said
之
that
前也说
before,
过的，
right?
所以
So it
说
is impossible for me
我
to
不可
do
能干
something
出
that
我对
goes
自己本
against my
心的
own
事情。
heart.
既然西月
Since
同
Shio
学不
doesn't
喜
like
欢这样的
this, I won't
话，
force it.
我
So
也
let's
不会去
stop
强迫
here.
的。为什么？
Why?
西月
Shio
同学
wants to
想
go
要
to
和
the
同
park to
学
relax with
们
her
一
classmates,
起去
doesn't
公园里
she?
散散心，不是？
No,
是
no.
的，
I want to stay with
我想要
Xiaoyan.
留在小月
Wait,
身
no, wait. What's happening? No, that shouldn't happen. What? Why is she saying this? Shio, run, run, Shio, run. Why is she talking like this? Oh no.
巧呢？
Look, you're
又
saying
是说些
something
风凉
flattering
的
to me
话，
again. Do you really
真
think
觉
I
得我
will
会相
believe
信
it?
吗？没
It's
事，
okay. I've always
我
been
可是
thinking
一
about Shio's
直
feelings,
一
alright?
直有在考虑西月同学的感受的。明天一
Shall
起
we
去
go
公
to
园
the
吧，
park together?
咱
Let's
们
go together.
两个人一块。
Huh? To the
去
park?
公园里，西月同
Hasn't
学
she
不是
always
一直都
wanted to
很想
go?
去吗？
It's just that
只
the
不过之
person I
前约
made
好
an
的人
appointment with
不
before
是
is
我
not
吗？
me.
怎么了？
What's wrong? If the target were
对
me,
象换成我
wouldn't
的
Shio
话，
be reluctant?
西月同学就不情愿了吗？
No,
不是
it's
的，
not.
嗯哼，
Hmm?
我其
I
实
actually want to go
很
out
想
with
和小月一起
Xiaoyun.
出去玩的。
Oh no. I blame. Is she actually in love with Xiaoyun? Does she have, what is that? What's that called again? Is she developing Stockholm syndrome? Is that what it is? This is, oh no. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't like this. I don't like this.
嗯哼，
Wouldn't you
难道
rather
不是
go
你
with
们
other
别的同学
classmates
一
than with
起
me?
也不愿意和我一块儿去吗？
No,
不是的，绝
absolutely
对不是，
not. Well, really?
是吗？那我很期
Then
待
I'm
哦，
looking forward to it,
西月同
Shio.
学。
She actually developed Stockholm syndrome. Wait, let me
天
save.
气预报上说的要下雪。
Let me save here. Did the weather forecast say it's going to snow? Yeah, it
是
it
是
did
这么
say
说的。
that. Are is it just that? Is it gonna end there? That's so anticlimactic. No, I don't believe this. There has to be another ending to this, cause this feels all too easy.
看来他
It
还是
seems
要
that
估计我
it
的
is
思
still
想
as inaccurate as ever. Then both of our eyes focused on the bright sunshine above our heads. The morning light shines through the gaps in the leaves, dotting the paths in the park with spots. It seems that because it is still early, the only sound that can be heard around is the faint chirping of birds.
看起
It
来
looks like they
他
haven't
们还
come
没
yet.
来呢。
Yeah,
不过也可
but
能
it's
他们已
possible
经
that
去
they
了其
have
他
gone
地
to
方
other
了。
places. Do you
要
want
在
to
这里
wait
等
for
我来
them
的吗？
here?
不，
No
不用了
need.
今
I
天
went
是
out on
跟
a
小
date
月
with
晚
Xiaoyun
上的
today,
约
so
会
I
的。
don't want other people to
所以
disturb
说
me
不
anymore.
想再约其他人来打扰
No,
我了。
no, Shui, run away! Run away! You're a prisoner! You're a prisoner to a mad woman. Why are you staying? Why did you agree to go on a date with her? You're just gonna suffer more and you're gonna be like a bird who's imprisoned in a cage, a small cage. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. I really do.
嗯哼，
Hmm?
7位同
Sure, do
学
you want me to
是
rate
想
your
用我们的话打
words?
分吗？
Hmm?
什
What
么
do you
意思？
mean?
就是
Should I rate these
我对这
sentences
些
on
学
how
校讨好
pleasing
的
they
人来
are?
打分啊？要我
If you
来说
ask
的
me,
话，
this sentence just
刚才
now
这句
can
话
be
能打
rated as
80
80
分，
points.
算是慢
Is
慢
it
猜错
slowly
了。
enlightening? Uh, actually, it's not necessary at
是
all.
根本没必要啦。刚刚
I
那句
really mean
话
what I just
我
said
是
right
真心
now.
的。
No, she was stop it. Wait, remember what I said? Cause like earlier, they were. I think it was. Wait, what's her name? Xiaoyun? Yeah, Xiaoyun or Xin Yao was talking to someone online, like a stranger online, a person she doesn't know she doesn't know. She only knows them by their username. I feel like that would have been Shiwe, cause I don't know. There's just something that it's just something that might like have importance later in the story. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
这样，
I see.
那我可得
Then I
相
have to
信你
believe
了。
you. As I said that, I took her hand and walked forward along this path scattered with golden light.
西月同
Shio
学
has
是
been
一直
coming
在这里的，
here. Could you be
帮我
my
导游一
guide?
下吧。导
Guide?
导游啊，我之
I've
前
never
没有
been
来
here
过呀。
before. I've only
这
heard
不是
about
我
it
第
from
5次来这
others.
里。 目的
As
地
for
的
the
话，
destination, I remember they kept
他
mentioning
们
the
一直
little
在
lake in
风
the
景
middle
中
of
间
the
的那个小
park.
河。小
The
湖。
little lake?
嗯
Yeah, there are
上
swan
面有
boats
专
on
门
it.
的船，他们
They
继续
rode
走
on
了
one before.
脚踏船呢？
Pedal boats? That
听起来
sounds
很不错。
nice.
那事不宜
Then let's
迟，
not
咱们
delay.
出发
Shall
吧。
we go?
不过话说
But
回
speaking of
来，
which, who told
西
you
月
about
同
it,
学当初
Shiwe?
是听谁说的呢？
It's
是我同
Wang.
学。
After a long silence, just as they were about to reach the lake, she finally spoke the answer.
现在回想
Looking
起
back
来，
now,
是不是
doesn't it
像
feel
风
like a
长大
big
了？
dream?
没事，
It's alright. Now,
现在
Shiwa doesn't need to dwell
西
on
月
the
同学
past
不用再
anymore
困扰
because
于
it's
过
all
去，
over.
因为一切都结束，只要用新的记忆
Just fill the
将过去
past
填
with
满
new
就行。
memories. Hmm?
嗯
I
为
will.
什么做的？
Oh. This time I took a cruise like this when I was... The last time I took a cruise like this was when I was very young. Is she gonna Ara Ara? Small space, the slightly rocking hull, and the rolling surface of the water with microwaves very close by. But at this moment, that makes me feel most unreal is her beside me. It was only then that I had the time to carefully look at the clothes she wore today. The beige long skirt and the pale white cotton padded jacket looked very good. But what caught my attention was the most but what caught my attention the most was the dark red scarf wrapped around her neck.
小云，
Xiaoyun?
嗯，
Hmm? Are you
这咋
stepping
办
too
呢？
slowly?
是
No. It's
可
just
是
is
我
there
马
something
上
on
有
my
什么吧？
face?
为
Why
什么
are
一
you
直盯着
staring?
看呢？没什么
It's
事，
nothing. It's
只是
just that
西
she
月同
was
学
so
太可爱
cute that I
了，
couldn't help but
忍不
look
住
at
多
it a
看了
few more
几眼。
times.
这
Oh,
样啊，
really?
谢
Thank
谢。
you.
西月同学
You like
喜欢
scarf,
围
Shiwe?
巾吗？
I remember
我记
you
得
were
你以前
wearing
拍
this
照的时
scarf
候
when you
也
were
戴着这条
taking
围巾。
pictures before.
啊，
Eh?
应该
Just
吧？
average.
这样吗？
Is that so?
只
It's
是
just that
我一
when
直习
I
惯
I
在学
have
校高
always
处
been
拍的
used to
短
the
头发，
heating and air
稍微
conditioning
有
that
点不
is
适应罢了。
turned on everywhere in school, so I am a little uncomfortable with it.
到了外
When I
面
got
受
outside, the
到
wind
风，
blew,
所
and I
以
always
感觉
felt a
有
little
点
cold,
冷，
especially
头
around
皮
my
是麻
neck.
在那里。可我想问
But
的
what I
是，
want to ask
为
is,
什么
why
是
is
这
the
条围巾？
scarf?
嗯，
Huh? Is
有
there
什么
anything?
吗？
Let's
那
put it
换个
another
方式吧。
way. Did she
这条
buy
围
the
巾
scarf
是西月
by
同学自己
herself?
去买的吗？是我以
It
前的
was
一位
given to
朋
me
友
by a
送给我
former
的，
friend.
或
Or
者是
rather, it was
是他
on her
特意定下，
recommendation that
我
I
才会
bought
去买
this
的这条
scarf.
围巾。
She said she likes girls wearing red scarves. Oh no. Wait. Okay. Let's dwell on that later. Like let's continue on. It's a gust of wind blew gently, scattering the words I originally wanted to say. I see. Sorry, but I haven't contacted her for a long time. It's okay. It's actually a coincidence. I also like red scarves. I knew it! It was gonna be related! It was gonna be related. The person they were talking to on the phone is Shue. No way. Okay, this could actually be plausible for a good ending, guys. So long as nothing intervenes, right? Right. Maybe it's because of this that I feel that Shue is particularly cute today. Well, thank you. How about we go pick out a new one together next time? Scarf? Last time I went home and went shopping with my mother, I saw one that suited you very well, so... Oh, yeah. Shue, you have been looking at the shore. Eh? I have? It's very obvious, almost to the point where you have to glance at it every now and then. Why do I feel like she was still uncomfortable around Shinyang? Wait. I remember she was said something about like she wanted to go to Shen because of a friend. Like she was trying to find a friend. As I said that, I stopped what I was doing and the boat stopped in the center of the lake. Sure enough, you have been watching to see if they have come. No, I want to hear the truth, Shue. And then the rock comes in and intervenes to mess up your good. No, it's already happening now. This isn't a happy chapter, guys. This isn't the rainbow after the storm. It's another storm when the rain stops. Don't worry about whether the words you say will make me angry, because you have already chosen me, right? We'll still be together for a long time in the future, and we still have a lot of time to overcome these difficulties. What do you think? What was the name of the girl who spoke to you on Saturday morning? It seems her surname is Chen, right? I remember. She is innocent and has nothing to do. Everything is my fault. I failed to fulfill the promise I made to Xiaoyun. Wrong meaning. I never thought of hurting Shiwa's friends. The premise is that she can still be considered your friend. I laughed as I spoke. Is she the study committee member, if I remember correctly? Have you handed in homework lately, Shiwa? The last time I came to your desk, I remember you were still finishing a geography essay that was due on Friday, right? Yes, I don't know which classmate accidentally hid my homework. In this case, I have an idea for Shiwen. Why not ask her? I think she handles the homework of her classmates every day, so she might have some clues. It's this like this, but it was just a pamphlet. How could she notice? I said, if you don't try, how can you know? Or is she worried about another possibility? I don't know any second possibility. Well, that's my first request. After that, I stood up slightly, crossed the floor in the middle of the swan boat, and sat next to her. The hull shook violently due to the sudden movement, and the sound of water slapping against the wooden hull reached my ears, together with Shiva's exclamations. But all this also pushed her to my side. Xiaoyun? It's okay. I just want to take a photo with Shiva. The best viewing seats are naturally located on the front line, and this time is no exception. Early on Monday morning, I came to the stairs of the teaching building early. Hold on, someone's messaging me. From a distance, I saw the girl with a low ponytail. She was waiting for me. I smiled and greeted her, but the smile she gave me back seemed a little shy.
桂安，西月同学。
Eh? G-
桂
Gayan! I
总算
finally
是说
said
出
it.
来了呢。怎么样？
How about it? Doesn't
这
this
样
feel
是不
like
是
a
很有
young
代表
ladies'
给学校的
school?
感觉？
Maybe.
可能吧。西月同学，
Were you
今
tired
天累点
yesterday?
吗？
No,
没有啊。
no. We just went
和
rowing
公
in
野
the
就和小
park
云一起
yesterday
去公
with
园里
this
滑了
little
个
amount
长
of
段子。
exercise.
就这点运，其实我想
Actually,
问的
what
是，
I want to
觉
ask
得
is,
和我
after
的校
saying
门口
goodbye
别
to
之
me at the
后，
school gate
西
yesterday,
月
did
同学
Shiwe go
有
on
没有
a
独
date
自
with
去找
other
其他男
girls
孩子约会
alone?
呢？
Huh?
废
How
话，
could it be?
犹豫
You
了呢。
hesitated for a
西月
second,
同学，
Shiwe.
不
No,
是，我知道，
I know,
我
I
知道了。
know.
毕竟
After all, I
我
can
通
see
过眼
clearly through my
看得
eyes.
一清二楚呢。
Mm.
不过
But don't worry,
放心
okay?
好了，
I'll never do anything to
我可
harm
是绝不
Shiwe,
会做出
okay?
危害西月同学的事
Thank
情
you
哦。
for the hydrate, bro. They're just what I needed. Excuse me.
前提
The
是
premise is
西月同学没有忘记
Shiwa has not
当
forgotten
时
the
对你
promise
做
she
下的
made to
承
me
诺。
at that time.
我
I
一直都
always
记得的。
remember as she said that she took the initiative to hold my hand.
那么
So you promised
你
me
还
one
答
more
应过我一
thing.
件事，
Don't
可
forget
千
it.
万别忘了，
After a while,
过一会儿要好好
be
的
careful.
找陈
Ask
同学问一
Chen.
下。
Mm,
我
I
明
see.
白了。
I feel
早
like
上好。
I don't know.
嗯，
Good morning,
早上
Xiao
好，小
Chen.
陈。脸色
You
不是
don't look
很
too
好啊，
good. Did you stay
昨
up
晚熬
late
夜
last
了
night?
吗？
Huh?
不
No,
是
it's just I
只
went
是
out
只
with
是
some
和朋友一块
friends.
出去玩了一下而已啦。朋友
Friends?
吗？我
I
说
was
的
wondering.
上
Shaolin
次和
said
听野
yesterday
校
that
临时有
something
事
came
没
up
法来
and she
参加
couldn't
会
attend the
议。
meeting. Did
西
Shiwe
月
go
同
out
学
with
总该和
Lin?
林同学一起出去了吧？对吧？是。
Well, sure enough, when the conversation reached this point, Shiwe turned to look at my seat. But the next second, her gaze was drawn to Xiao Chen next to her desk and then returned to me. During this time, she remained silent, her anxious eyes clearly seeking my opinion. And I, in response, gave her an okay sign. Could it be that you two didn't just go out to play, but were even dating in private?
私下里甚至还在约会吗？哪里
What
有
are you
呀？
talking about?
昨
I
天
didn't see
我没
Lin
见过林同
yesterday.
学啊。
It's more like I didn't see her at all this
这个
entire
周末我都
weekend.
没看见过她的身影。周
I
末
went out with
我是
another
陪她
friend
另
on
一个
a
朋友一起出去
weekend.
的啦。
We
咱们
went
一
to the
起去
park
了公
together
园，
and went
还划了
boating.
船。
You should apply to be a voice actor for this game. Sales go up. Trust. Best VA in history. Trust. That no, I don't think I can do any young lady or like high school girl ish voice, you know.
就是
Is it the
学校
park
旁边
next
的
to the
那座公
school?
园。
I remember the
我
one
上
with
次有个小
many
朋友
swan
传
boats
的
on the
路
lake.
嗯，
Yeah.
当时
Seriously?
好浪
It's so
漫是吧？
romantic. I don't know anyone who is so lucky to be able to row a boat with Shiwe. It's
小
Xiao
朋友
Yun.
咱们
Yun
班上
Xinyao in
有
our
西月同学
class.
啊。
Why is she so proud of this? I don't understand her. The first thing is she hides things from Xinyao. And the next thing is she's proud of her. I'm so confused beyond this point, guys. I don't know if Shiwa doesn't like Xiaoyun or I'm so confused. I'm really confused about this. I don't even know what to say. Shile, what are your true feelings on this matter? Like, oh my god. It's stressing me out, guys. It's stressing me out that I need to find out the ending. This is why this game or like this visual novel has been bothering me for weeks. For weeks, guys. For weeks. It's actually that kid. Quite surprising. My impression, she's the type who doesn't socialize much with others. How should I put it? It's like, someone who doesn't participate much in class. She's just a little acquainted with life. Well, by the way, I almost forgot to ask. After chatting for a long time, Shiwa finally remembered the purpose of this conversation. Well then, when Xiao Chen submits the homework to the teacher every day, you will count it first, right? Yes, that's true. Well, last Friday, I had a geography essay that I had already submitted, but during the statistics, the teacher said that my homework had not been received. So I just wanted to confirm with you, Xiao Chen, that you have received everyone's homework that day, right? Huh? Is there such a thing? During class that day, the teacher directly called my name in class. Did Xiao Chen forget it? Sorry, maybe I forgot. When I counted it, it was already, but perhaps someone accidentally dropped it on the road while transporting it? Maybe it can be found later? Is this so? But I've already rewritten it, so you don't need to bother looking for it. It's just for the next few days. Could you please, Xiao Chen, please pay attention to my homework alone? I really don't want this to happen again. Okay, I will definitely pay special attention to Shiva's homework in the future. Don't worry. We will never let this happen again. After receiving such a promise, Shiwa also smiled with relief. Looks like everything worked out perfectly. Didn't it? No, the fun has just begun. I did what Xiaoyun said, right? Xiaochen said that she thought that other students might have accidentally lost the homework when transporting it. When she ordered it, the homework was all full. Besides, she also said that she will also check whether our homework has been handed in the future, so she said. What do you think, Shiwe? I'm asking Shiwe, what do you think? Do you believe everything she said? Or do you still have some doubts in your heart? Of course I chose to believe what she said. Huh? Is that so? I sneered, stood up, and walked to her. Xiaoyun? No, don't. It's the end of Get Out of this month. Oh, the students are still watching. Have you all learned how to answer questions? Isn't it a good habit to guess what I'm going to say in advance? Shue. I'm just telling you a very simple thing. As I said that, I leaned close to her ear and said in a voice that only the two of us could hear. You like to come with me during lunch? I feel like something interesting is gonna go on. Don't worry, you don't have to go to the storage room and you won't find any deserted place, just in the classroom. Huh? What's the matter? That's nothing. I just want to show something to Shiwe. After the bell rang, she did not rush to the cafeteria with the rest of the group. sat there silently waiting for the others to leave. After confirming that the classroom was empty except for the two of us, she came to my side.
别这么
Don't
心
be
急
imp-
嘛，
don't be so
要不坐到我
impatient.
旁
How
边的位置
about you
上
sit
来，
next to
咱
me
们
and
会
wait
怎
for
么
a
样？
while?
其他同学
It will take at least
至
some
少
time
还得
for
再有
other
点时间
students
才
to
会
come
回来
back,
的。
right?
不
No,
用
no
了，
need. It's better
数
to say
数
that
我
I'm
本来就没
fine.
事的。其实
Actually,
我
I
想和
want to
小
tell
文
Sharon
说，
that regarding Chen.
有关陈同学的
That's
事，
all.
他已经说过解决的
He's
方
already
法
said a
了。
solution, and I
我也
don't
觉
think she
得
is lying
他
to
也不
me.
像是在骗我的样子。
Huh?
我还是
I haven't said anything yet.
西月
Why
同
did
学
she come
有着
here
新来的
first
打
without
字招
asking
呢。
for help? Huh? Xiaoyan, didn't you want to
不是
come
想
and
来
talk
和
to
我
me
说这
about
件事的
this?
吗？
I feel like we're missing someone. What do you mean?
可真是，
Really? Don't always think of me as some messenger of doom. On the contrary, my purpose this time...
江江，
Chang Chang, please look.
西月同
Chiwe.
学，
As I said this, I took out a small yellow box from the table and placed it on the table. In chat? What do you mean? Who'd be missing?
周六上的
Do
家
you
政
still
课
remember
就
the home economics class on Saturday?
说起来，
Speaking of which, this can be regarded as a signature course that we at Washington talk about.
培养
How
出
about
关心
cultivating
你
a
的
group
小
of smart
大小姐
young ladies?
怎
I
样？
don't know, a lurker? A lurker? I don't know. I don't remember who lurks in my chats. I don't check. Usually comes in with an emote and dips. With an emote? You mean Sino? Sino's here, no? Probably busy with something. I'll probably say something later on if I'm still streaming. It depends. Oh, it's already... Oh my goodness. It's been 4 hours? Oh my god, okay. This is...
这是那堂
This is the
课
cake I
上
made
我
myself
自
in
己做
that
的蛋糕，
class. It was already
当时是已
lunchtime,
经
so
要
I
午饭时间
refrigerated
了，
it
所以
first.
先一步冷藏了。到现
As
在
of
呢，
now, it's ready
已
to
经可以开动
go.
了。
As I said that, I opened the lid of the cake box, and the smell of milk came out of the box. The original dull look on Shiwa's face turned into surprise. So cute! I just need to see the unusual message with that emote.
其实从第一次你喊我去甜品店，我就意识到了。
You asked me to go to the dessert shop. Is Shiwa a person who loves desserts very much? No, it's easy to gain weight if you eat too much.
也没事
It's
的，
okay. After all, we haven't been there for so long. It's good to try it once in a while. Huh? Has it really been a long time?
嗯，
Yes.
是吧？还是说
Or should I say that she has
西
left
月
me
同学
and
已经
gone
偷笑
alone with
了
other
我已经跟
classmates
其他同
several
学说了好几
times?
次了呢，
How is it possible?
也无妨
It。doesn't matter. There is still a lot of time anyway.
到时候只需
At
要
that
自己
time, we
记
only
忆
need to
跟上
use
文
new
献
memories to overwrite the
这种
original
东西
ones,
家
and
里就
this
怎么办？
problem will naturally disappear.
好了，
Okay,
一起来
let's
吃
eat
蛋糕吧。
together.
西月同学
Shiwe,
可以的
if
话，
possible, can I
我来
come
拿
and
勺
feed
子
you
喂
with a
你吧。
spoon?
那个
That
是外
inside?
面，嗯，
She looked into my eyes hesitantly, and her words and actions revealed a hesitant attitude, which made me suspicious.
西月同学
She
是
was
担
worried
心我
that
在
I
蛋糕
added
里加
something
了什么其
else
他东
into
西
the
吗？
cake.
不，
No,
不是
no.
的，
I want to tell Xiaoyun
我
that
只
if
是
you
想
have
和
any
小红说，
requirements,
如
there
果
is
有
no
什么
need to
要
beat
求
around the
的话，
bush.
没
Just
必要
ask
再
me
把我讲的
directly.
方式
I will accept
直
it.
接和我提，我会去接受的。
Hearing her answer, I couldn't help laughing and shake my head.
我跟你说过
I
了
told
吧，
you already, didn't
我
I?
爱着
I'm
西月
in love
同
with
学，
Shiwe, so this time
所以
it's just
说
me sharing something as
这
a
次只
friend,
是我作为
okay?
朋友的一次分享而已哦。
There's no need to
不要
worry
这么
so
担心。
much.
来，
Come on, open your mouth.
啊，
A spoonful of blueberry cake was put into her mouth. She trembled in swallowing it. After chewing it carefully, the expression on her face was obviously reminiscing about the sweetness from
味
before.
道怎么样？
How does it taste?
好吃，
Delicious!
说是我
It's
吃
no
过的最好吃
exaggeration
的
to
蛋
say
糕
it's the
也对
best cake I've
了。
ever tasted. Do you like this developer? I think they have another game. Do you? Oh, I don't think I have. This is the only game. Like, I just saw this on, like, the front page and decided, okay, we shall. We shall. Oh, wait. Does this have English to it? This looks like a sad story. Or endings. Oh, the translation is no, I don't know. I have never, but I will add it to my wish list. There's a demo. It has multiple endings too. But the English I mean, I guess I could work with the English translation.
哎，
You don't
这
need to
个味道
flatter
不
me
用
in
太
this
热辣了。
regard.
不，
No,
我
it
我的
it's
真
just
实
my
想
true
法罢了。
thoughts.
那比起
How
楼
about
下开的那
compared to
家
the
红粉
dessert
店呢？
shop downstairs?
嗯，
Well then,
但
I
我
still
还是
think
觉
your
得小
cooking,
玉你
Xiao
做的
Yun,
更好
tastes
吃。
better.
这样吗？
Is that so? Hmm. In
要
order
是
to
他们这么
prevent you
骗
from
我，
lying to me, I will
我自
take a
己来
taste
尝一口。
myself. As she said that, I took the spoon from her hand, dug another spoon down into the notched corner of the cake, and then put it into my mouth. The light, milky aroma and the layer of blueberry jam on the surface soaked into my mouth. When I taste it carefully, it is indeed very different from what is sold in the store. To be specific, there is a lack of sweetness and a hint of bread-specific aroma and fluffiness.
嗯，味道确实
It
不错。
tastes really good.
这
Even
个
I
我自己都
admire
有点
myself
佩
a
服当时
little
的自
bit.
己了。那西月同
Then
学
Shue,
就期待
please
下
look
次再
forward
跟
to
你
my
会上演家发
performance
挥
in
的。
the next home economics class.
这
Xiao Yun?
嗯，
What's
怎么了？
wrong? That
那
spoon was
是
the one I used at the time.
是我当时用过的，有什么问
Any
题吗？
questions? I said, turning my head and smiling. Then I filled another spoonful of cake and brought it to her mouth.
没
No,
有，
no
什
problem
么
at
问题
all.
也没有。
She said this as she swallowed a mouthful of cake.
明明都已经
You're,
亲吻过
you
了，
have already
日
kissed.
常
Do you
生
still
活中
care
还会
about
在
this
乎
kind
这
of
种事
thing in
吗？
your daily life?
我
Well,
有
yes,
点
a little
吧，
bit.
那就这么决
Then
定
it's
了。
decided.
下次的家
Next
长
time in
会，
home economics
西月
class,
同学记得过
sure,
来跟
I
我一起
remember
哦，
to come and join my group.
不仅能吃到
Not
好吃的
only
蛋
can you
糕，
eat delicious cakes, but you
还
can
有
also double date. I moved closer to her and looked directly into her eyes. Xiaoyan?
不要在这里，
No,
至少
don't,
只
not
一本
here.
书遮
At
着。
least find a book to cover yourself. I didn't even
我
tell
跟
you
你
the
说具
specific
体内容，
content. Did
西月
you
同学
already
就已经
guess
猜
it?
到了吗？放
Don't
心，
worry.
放
I
心，
wouldn't do that to Shiwa in a
在这种
place
地
like
方，
this.
我是不会对西月同学做出那样的事的。毕竟
After all, if
是
someone
人家
happens to
的大
pass
会，
by, I can't
不
monopolize
能
your
独占你的视线，
sight.
所以
So I have to
说
find a better
得
place
找
to
个好点的
start.
地方再开动呢。
The cake is being eaten away bit by bit, just like the invisible time passing by minute. The footsteps were getting closer, and the clock indicated it was indeed time for their return.
蛋糕
I
吃
finished the
完了，
cake. Thank you for the
那就快来。
treat.
那
And
就
I'll
交
go
给
back to
自
my
己座位
seat.
上了。嗯，
Hmm? You want to
这么
go
快
back
就
so
走过去了，
soon?
好
Oh,
奇怪
strange.
哦。
Did I say I
难
only
道我
needed to
说
show
过
Shiwa one
今
thing
天只是要让
today?
西月同学看一样东西吗？
I pulled her back to my side as she was halfway up her feet. The anxious look returned to her face along with the smile on my face. Huh? What, you wanted to see? You've already seen it, haven't you?
我什么
When
时
did
候
I say there was only
说过
one thing to
要
see?
看的东西只有一个了？还是说
Or is it that you
西月同
subconsciously
学这么
think
专
so,
业的人
Shiwa?
呢？
This Wait a little longer beside me. The show is about to begin, you know. I was burping. Sorry about that. The lunch break bell rang. Footsteps approached the stairwell until the first student stepped into the classroom. I observed the expression on her face, her anxiety and the slightly wrinkled corners of her eyebrows. Chao Chen is back. Well, just so happens that we have something to ask her about. Shall we go together? Okay. Good afternoon, Chen. Well, good at noon. I remember you. Yun Shen Yao. I was in Class B when I was a freshman in high school. Oh, sorry. My memory may not be very good. I will even forget the names of my classmates. Well, student Chen is responsible for managing the collection and submission of homework for the entire class every day. It is inevitable that she will occasionally neglect. Faced with my slightly provocative speech, Chen immediately noticed Shiwei, who was following me. If you were talking about Shiwei, I would have made it clear to her long ago. It is indeed an oversight on my part, but she doesn't want her friends to mess around with someone who occasionally makes mistakes for her sake. Are you so messy? What you said is really interesting. Shiwei, do you think I'm being unreasonable? This... It's alright. Just tell us your honest thoughts. Hey, Yun Shen Yao, you... What did I do? Did Shiwa say something else? Or are you going to keep up this act? Acting? Acting about what? Can we borrow the things on your desk to take a look? Saying this, I reached out and touched the underside of the desk. The swishing sound of the chair being pulled open drew all the students' attention to our direction. Just then, my hand was slapped hard. I smiled and withdrew my hand, enjoying the panic on their face. Stay away from me. A flat tone, an unquestionable demand. Is this the embodiment of anxiety? Just wanted to take a quick look at the things in the desk. Is that not allowed? Why should I allow you to rummage through other people's personal belongings? Hey? What about this? I won't look through them. Why don't you flip through all the brown notebooks in your desk and bring them to the surface yourself? But you said yourself, I've thoroughly checked my desk. There definitely won't be any other students' notebooks, especially not she was left behind, right? The words fell, but she remained unmoved, still standing there confronting me. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and the atmosphere remained tense. Unconsciously, this small desk became the focus of the class. So, it seems you don't dare. Before she could react, I reached out and snatched the first workbook from the top of the desk, slamming it onto the table. I immediately read out the name written on the book. Name, Jiang Shiwei. Geography workbook. What a coincidence! Isn't this the workbook that Shiwei has been looking for? Chen said she had searched carefully, right? But why is this notebook on top of the desk? And I remember the teacher asked us to clear our desk on Saturday, right? While searching through everything, didn't you find Shiwa's exercise book hidden there? Or was it intentional? I deliberately lowered my voice as I said this, leaning close to her ear. The trembling of her eyebrows and the hesitation in her eyes made me even more convinced of my judgment, and unconsciously lended to my confidence. Added to my... Oh, I'm dyslexic. I feel like I'm dyslexic. Indeed, everything Shujie told me was true. Mastermind and accomplice. Yeah, you know perfectly well. Then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I'll just tell you everything. That's right. Wang isn't the only accomplice who helped her. To some extent, almost the entire class was her accomplice. Even to some extent, that included me. But maybe I should be called an undercover agent? Get to the point, should you? Oh, I almost forgot. As she spoke, she flicked her bang, shaking the bow that was being used as a hair clip as if to show off. She initially did this because she felt that Xiao Shiwei had stolen her thunder, preventing her from securing first place. Tell me, is this person a bit too despicable? Some people are naturally good at studying. To be jealous of someone for that is really lame. I just wanted to ask you about the accomplices. As for their intentions and reasons, that's what makes you so infuriating. Can't you just listen to me properly? You're completely different from me in this respect, you know? Sister Shinue. She always... Getting impatient again. What can I do? She's asking for help, so I can't let her down. Hello, Malo. Welcome in. Ever since you exposed Xiao Wang... Wait. They've been quiet for a while before finding new methods. Yeah. For a while, I was genuinely worried they'd change their ways. After all, that would mean one less fun toy, which is a real shame. Finally, the next person she found was Chen. You know her, right? It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. After all, there is only one student named Chen in your class. The method is also very simple, even a bit stupid. That is, from time to time, you take out one or two books from the class homework book and ask the teacher to ask your lovely Shiwa to rewrite it a few times. Of course, in order to appear less conspicuous, they will also select the homework of other students to disappear. However, you can also imagine that only Xiao Shiwa's homework is really missing, right? Is there any way... Still want to do the same thing again? Please. Fine, but remember to say a few more nice words in front of your sister. What I'm asking is there any way to break the situation? Well, they seem to be moving those missing homework books recently. Maybe all the secretly hidden notebooks will be on the desk on Monday. I guess I don't need to worry about the next thing, right? It was finally clear in her eyes when she looked at me, and the small comments quickly spread among the surrounding classmates like water waves passing on the surface of a lake. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know how much Shiwa trusts you? The classmates anonymously voted for you to become the study committee member. Would you, who used to talk so eloquently at the class meeting, actually do such dirty things? What a dirty behavior! Her mic is clipping. What kind of deep hatred is it that makes you not mind taking advantage of your position to take revenge on her? You want to disgust an innocent classmate even if you risk being exposed in front of your classmates? Huh? Chen? Didn't you scream loudly just now? Why are you silent now? The voices of discussion became more and more noisy, and a few words spread to the center of the vortex. What's going on? Do you understand? It seems that he is saying that Xiao Chen secretly hid Jiang Shui's homework book to get revenge on her. How? Isn't Xiao Chen the class monitor? She collects homework every day. So she took advantage of the homework collection to pick out Jiang Shui's notebook. That's outrageous. Who would believe that? Would Xiao Chen really do something like that? Shh, that person is Jiang Shui, haven't you heard? Maybe she orchestrated the whole thing herself, specifically to frame someone else. Ah, that poor Xiao Chen. The rumors flew past my ears, but didn't stir a ripple in my heart. After all, the students in this school would have always been like this. Since stepping through the gates of Moshangshan, they never changed. But their attitude is equally irrelevant to me now. Now, my gaze is focused on only one person. She neither turned and ran away, nor did she show any distress as before. Shiwa's gaze was fixed on a notebook on her desk. There was confusion and surprise in her eyes, but more importantly, there was disgust that I had never seen before. At this moment, there was a knock on the door at the entrance of the classroom. What are you arguing about at noon? How could you look like a student from Washington? The loud voice penetrated the noisy classroom and reached the window. The head teacher is standing at the gate, staring at the two of us in the middle of the clique. The crowd dispersed like a tide, and the classroom that was once like a vegetable market suddenly became silent again. But among those people, Shiwe is the only one missing. I turned slightly sideways, and through the corner of my eye, I noticed that Shiwe was still standing there. Jen, is everything Xiaoyun said just now true? I see. So you won't tell me the truth. The next moment, with the sound of rumbling, Chen's desk had been overturned to the ground. Stationery and homework books were scattered on the ground as if they had been blown by a strong wind. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them again, but this time no one made any comments. Shue bent down and picked out the brown-covered notebook from the pile of homework books. After a brief confirmation, she patted the dust on the book cover, put the book between her arms, and sat down in her seat without looking back. Along the way, the classmates consciously made way for her. No one will stop us, and no more small talk will reach our ears. There's just a long silence. Come to my office after class. After such a brief announcement of the verdict, the teacher picked up the ruler and patted the podium, and the students sat back in their seats as if they were awake from a dream, quietly waiting for the start of the afternoon class. Everything seems to be back at its original state, as if what happened a moment ago never existed. But once cracks appear on the dam, its fate is to collapse. It's just that the time for the end to arrive may be longer or shorter. Thinking of this, a smile returned to my face unconsciously. Hmm? It looks like things are going to get more and more interesting next. Shiwe? Oh. Oh god. Yesterday, I don't know what the teacher said to Shiwe after she was called to the office, and what she went through in that room. The only thing that is certain is that when she came back, her eyes were red. But even at this point, public opinion among classmates doesn't seem to have changed at all. Compared to the empty desk of Shiwe, the desks of Lin Qingyu and Chen are full of girls. Compared to the loud noises before, the sound of their chat now is more like whispers. Or to be more precise, they were talking privately about her being alone. Is everything directed and performed by Shiwe? There are people who think so. At first, I really didn't expect this. However, from another perspective, it can also be regarded as one of the means of utilization. The next afternoon was usually filled with silence. The teacher was correcting homework on the podium. The classmates were burying their heads in books and the whispers that reached my ears from time to time. The bell will ring in less than 10 minutes. I turned around and looked in the direction of Shiwe. As expected, I was staring absent-mindedly somewhere else. If it were her before, she would be writing homework with her head down, right? Unconsciously, she turned her head and met my eyes. At that moment, as if she was electrocuted, she immediately looked away and buried her head in the book again. It's really not frank. I know everything, right? Sheila will finish her homework early every day. Even though everything has been completed, I still have to spread out a notebook on the table. Is it possible that you came here specifically to hide it from me?
好了，下课。
Please
你
ask
将七月
Jiangxi
过
to
来把
come
作
over
业
and
抄
copy
开
the
满上
homework
吧。
on the blackboard. Whenever the teacher says these words, the day's class ends. Who makes Shiwa the well-deserved number one in the class? Leaving this kind of matter to her will not cause any controversy, and it will save one troublesome task. Obviously, the latter is the main reason. Stepping through the noisy crowd and the cliques of whispering people, I came to the forefront of the classroom. The two people who always stay with Lin Qingyu are the two little followers who are always around Chen. When the matter was brought out on the surface earlier, they were also whispering behind our backs, right? In other words, the powder keg has been brought to the light.
同学，吴老师
Teacher
找你
has
有点
something to
事
do
情。
with you. Looking for
谁
us?
我们？
Yes.
本来是要找林清
Originally,
雨
I
同
was
学
looking
的，
for Lin
只
Xingyu,
不
but
过
now
他
she
现在去参
is
加学生会
attending a
议
student
了。
council meeting.
我记得你们
I
同学
remember
他
that
的
you
解
are
释，
relatively
可以
familiar
的
with
话
Lin
就帮你
Xingyu.
传达一
If
下吧。
possible, can you help convey the message? Well,
反
I
正
think
也没
there's
什么事
nothing
情
to
要
do,
做。
right?
嗯，
It's
那
okay to go
现
there
在
for
就
a
没事。
while. You can also
正
check
好
out the
顺道还可
canteen
以
on the
去参
third
加
floor on
三
the
楼的小
way.
卖部。行，
Okay,
那
let's
我
go
们就走
then.
吧。
The entire conversation took place within their clique. It seems I'm just playing the role of a messenger. Once the instructions are given, I cease to exist. But it's always been like this, hasn't it? They've never taken me seriously, I know that. However, this inadvertently created all the prerequisites for the plan's execution, triggering the initial conditions, diverting the main character from the stage. As long as the irrelevant personnel leave, everything can begin. The student council office is almost a 5-minute walk from the classroom. Plus the time spent listening to Teacher Wu's lecture and making a stop at the snack bar, there's no way to make it back to the classroom before the school lets out. Sure enough, after copying the homework from the blackboard, the students gradually left the classroom. After the last person left the classroom, I went up to the podium and went to where I had written the English homework, the third and fourth compositions in Unit 2 of Book A. But we always used Book B, I should probably change it. As I thought this, a blackboard eraser had already erased the prominent A and replaced it with, incorrect information. Turn around and look at where their desks are. The school bags are still hanging on the backs of the chair, and the pencil cases and novels on the table have not been put into the table. Sure enough, they will come back again. This is a rule I have derived from long-term observation, and it is also the basis for the implementation of the plan. It's getting late. Even if Teacher Wu really wants to see them for something, they should be on their way back by this time. Doomed Yuri? It's not doomed, it's more of toxic. After one last glance at the masterpiece on the chalkboard, I closed the front door. Everything is ready. All we have to do is wait for the show to begin.
赵云轩，老师，
Mister,
老
I am
宋，
here.
究竟是
What
怎
on
么回
earth
事？
is going on? Obviously,
明
I
明我布
assigned
置
you
的
to
是
do the
做 A 考
essay
试会上的
questions
作
in
文
Book
题，
A.
多
Why
数
did
的
you
题目
hand
交
in
上
the
来是
questions
对
from
错
Book
的。
B today?
啊，
Huh?
是
Isn't workbook
要
B
做的
that
是
we're
第一
supposed
册。
to do? The moment she finished speaking, there was a burst of dull laughter in the classroom. No one shows their emotions loudly on their faces, they just discuss it all within their own clique. Originally silent classroom instantly became noisy, and this further aggravated her sense of uneasiness.
我昨天
How
上
many
课
times
的
did
时
I
候听
mention
了
it
多
in
少遍
class
了？
yesterday?
啊，怎么还是记
How
不
come you
住？
still can't remember?
尤其是你坐
Especially
你
you
旁
and
边
the
的那
people
几
next
个，
to you.
做错
They
的
all
都是
made
一
the
模
same
一样，
mistakes. Did
是
they
不是上
copy
错
each
班了？
other?
不
No,
是的，老
teacher,
师，
please
听我
listen
解
to my
释。
explanation.
今天下午之
Hand in
前
your
把
read-on
重做
homework
完的
before
作业
this
交上来。
afternoon. I'm
懒
too
得再
lazy
听
to
你的对
listen to
话。
your nonsense anymore. Finally, the English teacher delivered the verdict with such cold words. The bell that ended the morning reading echoed in my ears. The teacher, who was standing on the podium, picked up the book and walked out of the classroom. and she, who was called up originally, still stood there blankly. The eyes are empty, and even the arms hanging down are trembling slightly. As I was about to walk out of the classroom, I glanced at Shiue, who was sitting next to me, out of the corner of my eye. She seemed to be running away from something, staring absently out of the window on the other side of the classroom. The kind of posture looks like you're waiting for something, but also like you're worried about something. But no matter what, everything what happens next is already a foregone conclusion. Why were they the ones who agreed with Xiaochen in criticizing Shiue? Why were they the ones who copied the wrong English homework? Why was it me, the person who started the trouble that day, who separated them and led to everything that happened next? All this leads to one simple and clear fact. Yes, if it were them, they would definitely think so. All of this was organized by Shiue. All of this was organized by Shiue as a revenge against them.
都是你害的吧？
It's all your fault, right? Huh? Hey, what does it
什
mean?
么事情？故意把我
Deliberately separated us and then corrected our English homework when we were not in the classroom. No, no. No, I really don't.
我真的没有。还想
Still want to quibble? Until now?
为止。
Facing the submissive Shiue, the three people standing across the table began to press forward step by step. It must be because we spoke for Xiaochen that day and made you hold a grudge.
听了呗。我问过周边
He
的同
asked the
学
surrounding students, and they all memorized their homework correctly.
也只有我
There were
一个人
only the three of us, and we were suddenly called out before school, so this was the scheme all along? I didn't expect you to use such despicable means to retaliate. I was really fooled by your usual face. As she said that, the leading girl threw the book she was holding on the table. The pile that was originally stacked on Shiwa's desk fell to the side uncontrollably under the sudden impact and fell to the ground. The sound of books falling, stationery falling to the ground. Once again, all the students' eyes focused in the direction of Shiwe. But this time, their eyes are more filled with disgust.
真是
It's really
爸爸
difficult to
造
draw a
反
cat or a tiger.
是人
You know
是人
people
不
and
是心
faces,
啊
but don't know their hearts.
没想
I
到
didn't expect she
居然
was
是
such a
这样子
person.
那
Then it was the
上一
same
次
last
也是
time. In the center of the whirlpool of discussion, she sat numbly on her seat, dully looking at the mess in front of her. At that moment, I finally caught the despair in her eyes. The next morning began with the usual waiting. Standing at the top of the stairs, I silently watched the flow of people harassing by. Ah, harassing? Wait, I'm so cold. Passing by. Glance at the passerby from time to time, trying to catch the strand of blue hair in the crown. But this time, she didn't show up again until the bell rang. Back in the classroom, what comes into view is the empty desk in the corner of the
今天
classroom.
江西月同学
Took
因为
a day
病
off the
号
day
请
due to
假一
this
天
physical
和他
discomfort.
宿舍里
Students
的
who
另
are
同
close
学
to
进
her
去探望了
dormitory
一
can
下
visit her.
值日班长
Monitor
把
on
这份名
duty.
单记录在黑板
Remember
上
to record the
在有
absence
校外
list
领
on the
导的视察
blackboard.
上
There
课的
are
时候小
leaders
美教
from
会
outside
长
the school coming in to inspect today. Please stop whispering during class. Although this mystery was soon revealed by the belated teacher, I still can't get rid of the problem of looking up from time to time. Going to class is meaningless to me now that I know my grades are hopeless. My future will be decided by my parents just like the other eldest girls in the class. The original focus of my sight has now become a ball of air. The sense of dissonance lingers in my heart and cannot be dissipated for a long time. But what concerns me the most is what the teacher said at the end of morning self-study. Go and visit her.
昨天到底是
What
怎么一
happened
回事
yesterday? Deliberately approached Shiva's desk and slowed down when you were about to reach the classroom door, pretending to be thinking about something, listening to the whispers coming from behind.
就是江西月突然发疯的那件事还能怎么样呢
What are you
都
talking
把
about?
小
You haven't
山
made
给搞
shouting
成
like
那样
that.
了
I should
是
really
该
blame
说
you for
我
not
们早
seeing
点
her
看
white
清他的
lotus
白莲
clearly
花
earlier.
所以
So
说肯定
it
是
must
几
be
百次
directed
演
and
的呗
acted by oneself.
只不
Maybe
过
there is
和别
something
人有什
wrong
么
with
过节呢
others.
不过这招
But
可
this
真
is a
够
really
脏
dirty
的
move. I even
我甚至之
sympathized with
前
her
还因为他
before
时不
because
时
she
的遭
suffered
人冒犯而
retaliation
同情
from
过
time to
他
time.
照这么
According
说
to this, will
那
the
之
previous
前
things
的那
also be
些
the
事情
same?
会不会也是
Rumors spread like the wind in the class, and I became the object of avoidance by my classmates. Perhaps because I stopped for a little too long, I managed to attract the attention of the source of the chatter. When the vigilant eyes were cast on me, I knew it was time to pretend as if nothing had happened and leave. For me, it's not a big deal. After all, ever since I stepped into the school, my impression in the eyes of my classmates has never been better. And adding this extra notoriety is just an attempt to use ink to make sesame look darker. Individual students may have slightly different opinions, but once you are in the class, you will always have to sacrifice someone for the consensus of the group. In order to make yourself feel more belonging in the group, you have to not only follow closely around the clique, but also need a common friend. Perhaps you have never disliked anyone in your heart, but in order not to cause trouble to yourself, you have no choice but to go with the flow and endorse yourself, using a series of poaching theories to defend your fallacies, even if it's full of holes. I have already understood this kind of thing, and now it's time for me to surprise you. But the time will have to wait until after school. Once again, I came downstairs to this dormitory. The last time I stood here, I was still filled with anxiety and uneasiness. But at this moment, the remaining emotion in my heart is only expectation. I blended in with the crowd and dodged the door card, following the route I took last time. I climbed up the steps and quickly arrived at the door. There was a lot of noise in the dormitory building just after school, but standing at the door of Shiwa's room, I couldn't hear the noise at all. It meets the premise of the plan, but we cannot take it lightly at this time. I knocked on the door lightly, but there was still no response from the door. This was also what I expected.
7月同
Shiwa,
学，
I know
我
you're
知道
in
你
the
在宿舍里，
dormitory.
不用担
Don't
心
worry,
我，
I just came to
我只
visit
是
you.
来
The
探望一
teacher
下
said
你
it
的。
during the morning reading
今天
class
老师在
today.
早读课的时候说过了，感冒的
If you
话，
catch a cold, I
我还
can
可以
also
帮忙
help
把饭
deliver
给送过
food
来，
as long
只
as.
要
After a click, the door opened. The person standing at the door looked at me with a dead expression, her eyes full of exhaustion. The dormitory is empty. There are not even books on the desk of the original roommate, and the bed is kept in a tidy condition.
抱歉，我来晚
Compared
了，
with everyone else,
跟大家比起来，
as expected.
莫非
Could it be that
我
I'm
今
the
天是
only one
唯
who
一一
came
个
to
来探
visit
望西
Shiva
月同学的
today?
人吗？如果
If you
想
want to
让我
make
找
fun of
开
me,
心
there's
的
no need
话，
to be so
就没
sarcastic.
必要这么挖苦我了。哪里
What
哪
the
里了？
hell?
我
I
说
said I
了，
have always cared
我
about
在
you,
乎的一直都是
Shiva.
西月同学你啊。怎么样，
How's it?
感觉
Feeling
好一
better?
点了吗？
Do you have the strength to go
有力气下
downstairs
楼
for
去吃饭了
dinner?
吗？嗯，
Hmm?
小
Zhao
兵
Yun
肯定
must
知道的
know.
吧？
But you're
事到
still
现在还在
teasing me
心里
now.
呢。我其
Actually, I
实
never felt
从来没觉得不舒
uncomfortable.
服过。这样，
Well,
确实，
indeed, no matter how
无
you
论怎么
say it, this
说，
excuse is still
这个
a
借口都
bit
还是差
too
点大一
cheap.
点呢。
I said calmly and turned my eyes around, looking at the empty neighboring tables.
西月同
Where's
学的舍
Shiva's
友呢？
roommate? Hasn't
还没
come
回
back
来吗？
yet? She looked away silently, and everything that happened in the classroom before allowed me to understand the context.
果然，
Sure enough, those
那
people
些
are
人真的
really
很
too
过分呢。
much.
西月同
Thankfully,
学
Shiwek
幸亏翘
skipped
掉了今天的
today's
课，
class. Otherwise, I would
不然
never
换
have
做
been
我，
able to stand the
可是谁
chatter
都
in the
忍受不了教室
classroom.
里的那些议论声的，很过分
Isn't
吧？
it too much?
明明
Obviously,
他们
they
完全
don't
没
know
有
the
在一
inside
起，
story at all,
却
but
只能
they
把事
can
情
only
责任
blame
完全
Shiva
怪
for
到西月同学
everything.
的身上。
She's doing the manipulative tactic.
舍友
My
同
roommates.
学
You
肯
must
定
think
也是这
so
么
too,
想的吧？
right? I deliberately stimulated her with words like this. While walking slowly in the room, I walked behind her unknowingly, put my hands on the back of her hair, put my mouth to her ear, and really feel the frequency of my breathing. All this is something she is accustomed to, but even now she still trembles all over because of it.
西月
What
同
is she going to
学
do
接下来准备
next?
做什么呢？不会就打
You're
算
not
在
just
这
going to
里
wait here until
等
your
到室
roommate
友回来？
comes back, are you?
我可以给
Can I
你
give
第
you
二
a
个
second
选择。
choice?
嗯，
Mm-hmm.
跟我一起
Come
走
with
吧。
me? It's very lonely
一
to
个人
stay
留
here
在这里，
alone.
可是很孤单的哦。其他
Other
同学给
students
不了
can
西月
provide
同学的
Sheila
陪
with
伴，
company, but
我
I can
全
make
能
up
够
for all of it,
全都能
right?
够补全了。
With a trembling body and floating eyes, she remained silent while sitting in her seat, but she could already declare victory in her heart. I extended my hand to Shiwe, and after hesitating for a moment, she chose to hold it.
这是西月
This
同
was
学
a
自己
choice
做
made
出
by
的选
Shiwe
择。
herself, you know?
那
So
么
let's get
咱们开
started?
始吧。西月同学，
Shiwe, it might be a little dark
接下来
here.
可能会有些黑哦。
Well, unlike her previous extreme resistance, she is now completely numb to everything that happened in the storage room.
今天就
How
来
about we
玩
play
点
something a little more
稍微有
interesting
意思一点
today?
的吧。
Hmm? Wait. Before Shiwe could react, I put a blindfold on her and then blocked her mouth with a kiss. My fingertips lightly slid across her lower abdomen and her longing. After being together for so long, Shiwen no longer resists my kisses, and even her reaction to the physical contact is much weaker than before. To be precise, rather than weakening, she has become the one asking for more. Okay. Whew. Every time we kiss, every time I try to pull away from her, she instinctively moves closer to me like a child unwilling to leave its mother.
西月同
Shue,
学，
you
果然
really
很
like
喜欢
kissing
我
me,
今晚
don't
呢。
you? How could this be?
不过也
But you
看
don't
出
resist, and you
你跟
don't
我
let
结
go
束
even
时候
when
还
I'm
不肯
done.
放手，
That's
仅
all.
此而已，对吧？没关系啦，西月同。
Whenever I test her with these words, she always looks away shyly, glancing at the old worn-out equipment in the
没
distance.
关系
It's
啦，西
okay,
月同学。
Shue. This is a
这
place
里
just
是
for
只
the
有我
two
们
of
两个人的
us.
地方，
No one
没有
else
其
can
他
find
人
this
打扰
place, and no one else will bother
没有
us,
其他人会
so
来打扰我们，所以快点告
tell
诉
me
我，
quickly, Shue. What's your
我的
true
真心
feelings? Huh?
我可都
I
看
saw
在
it
眼
all.
里。
Everything that happened in the classroom.
自从那件
Ever
事发
since
生了
that
之后，
incident, all the
所有
classmates
同
have
学
been
对你的意见都不一样。
unintentionally isolating you.
怎么
How
样？
about it? Have you truly seen things clearly yet?
有真正看清一些东西了吗？妈，
Well, but
我对西月
Shiva
同
must
学
be
怎么在
thinking,
想？
all
这
this
一
is
切
my
都是我的
fault,
错。
right?
不对，毕竟如果没
After
有你
all,
来
if
陪
I
伴的
didn't
话，
come to cause trouble,
西月
the
同学和
relationship
同学的
between
关系
Shiva and other
自然不
classmates
会
would
闹
not
得如此
be
亲
so
密。
tense.
大家也照样
Everyone
可以
can still
聚
get
在一
together
块
to
儿，
drink tea and
喝喝
chat
茶
every
聊聊天，
day, and spend the
度过
same
彼此
daily
的
life
一
as
样的日常，
before, right?
不对吗？教室里的
How
那
do
些
those
同学
classmates in the classroom
背后
talk
里是
about
怎么利用
Shiva
西月
behind
同
her
学的？
back? Do you
需
need
要
me
我再
to
重复
repeat
一遍吗？
myself again? Mhm.
没有一
No
个
one is here
人
to intercede
来
for
为你
you.
求情呢，大家都默默
Everyone
接受了你
silently
的事实，
accepted that
而
reality
漠视
and
了这个
blamed
年迈的
you,
西月同学在你的
Shiva,
身上。
for the unfounded crime. It's
不
because
是
Xiaoyun did such a
这么
thing in the
样的
first
事情，
place.
仅仅是
Can
这么
such
一
a
件
small
小
thing
事
change
就
their
能影响
inner
内心的想法
thoughts?
吗？还是
Or
说
Shiva, are you
西
still
月同学
deceiving
你依然在
yourself?
欺骗着自己呢？
Hmm?
脱下来
Take
吧，
it off?
林清
The
雨
school
送给你的那
uniform.
件校服。
Lynching you gave you. Let me drink orange juice. Is it time for me to cover? Is this big enough? I gotta cover it first because I don't know what will appear on screen. But okay, let's do this. She was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but then she obeyed my instructions obediently. Very good, very good.
什么也没
There's
必要
no
去
need to
担
worry
心了。
about anything, right?
毕
After
竟
all, she
西洛
has
同学已经忍受
endured
了
enough
足够的
eye
培养，
rolls.
不要再去考
Don't
虑
think
别的
about
烦
other
心事，
troubles.
也
Don't
不要
face
再
those
去面对
annoying
那些讨
faces
厌的面
anymore.
孔。
Just look at me,
好
right?
好的看着我啊，
Look into my eyes.
看着我的。
I took off her blindfold, held her face with both hands, and forced her to look at me so that we could appreciate the expressions on each other's faces from the closest distance.
已经足
Is
够
that
了。
enough?
你也
You
知
have
道，
known that you have no other
除了我
choice
之
except
外，
me, right?
你已经没有别的选择了吧？
Help
我
me
忘记这一
forget
切
all
了。
this.
嗯，
Eh? Miss
真是小姐，
Angel, why did you
怎么突
suddenly
然间
let
松
go
口了？
again? Because there is nothing
我
left
记
to
得
throw
剩下
away.
丢掉的了。
As she said these words, the light that had always existed in her eyes disappeared. Miss Angel, who was about to leave me, is now bound by heavy chains. My fingers reached towards the end of her ties and gently lifted the hem of her skirt. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna show anything too graphic. Or, choto? Nani the fuck? Okay, there we go. I think it's just gonna be words, but let's proceed. But I'm not. Oh no, I really don't know. Should I or should I not? Maybe I shouldn't. So we could all be surprised together, okay? Under the cover of panting and rustling sounds, I took away her most precious treasure. The next day at noon, she returned to the classroom, and the gossip around her vanished with her return. However, during each break, another lonely figure appeared in the classroom besides me. In the sparsely populated corners, besides the one directly behind me, was now another person, just a stone's throw away. Near the student council president, a large group of girls gathered as always. But among them, the blue-haired girl was conspicuously absent. Every time this happened, I would smile and approach her, take her hand, and like she always had, erase the lonely shadow in the classroom. But perhaps things won't end so simply. The faint whispers still lingered in the classroom, never truly fading away. Unbeknownst to them, cracks had quietly appeared between them, once so close. Everyone tacitly chose to avoid discussing the past, but in reality, no one could ignore what had transpired. Humans are social animals. Once a rumor is born among the crowd, it will surely spread to every corner like ink. An invisible wall will gradually form around her, and the only one who can cross this gap is me.
想一起出去转转吗？啊，可以。
But she looked listless no matter what.
讨厌
I hate it.
啊！
I
这
don't
么
want
想
to
不要
force
逼你
you.
要是西
If
野
she
同学
was
不
not
乐意
happy,
的
just
话，就
refuse.
直接拒
There's
绝
no
就
need to
好
agree
了。
because you're afraid of
没必要
me.
因为怕我而答应下来。
No,
没有啊，
I just
我只
think
是觉得也
it's
是
time to
时
go
候
out and
出
relax,
去散
right?
散心了吧。
Although her answer seemed a little inconsistent, after putting away her melancholy, the smile on her face was still the same as before. However, this time, the smile looked extremely tired and numb, like a man-made puppet. Moshungshan is the noisiest during lunch break. There are students chattering everywhere in the corridor and on the stairs. In the past, we always didn't bother to go out during this most crowded time, but today, something happened. I don't know if it's a psychological effects, but I always feel that the classmates passing by are deliberately keeping a small distance from the two of us. Maybe this is indeed an illusion. After all, could what happened yesterday spread throughout the entire grade so quickly? Based on my past experience, the possibility is slim. I kept paying attention to her following me from the corner of my eye, but her eyes were always focused on the floor tiles, looking absent-minded.
西月
She
同
was
学
thinking about
在想
something?
心事吗？没
N-
没有
no.
我看你一直
I
低
see
头
you
看
keep
地
your head
板，
down and looking
可不
at the
就是想
floor.
睡
You
前的
just
样
think
子啊？
about you must be thinking about something. Okay. A little, kind of.
是在
Are you
想
thinking about the
下周班我会换
class
教程这
committee
个事情吗？
general election next week?
我觉
I think
得
Shiwa's
七
words
月
are
同学应该
definitely
不会有问
fine.
题的。
After
毕竟
all,
大家对
everyone
我
is
那么
so
放心
trusting
呢。
of you.
谢谢。
Thank you. I'm a
是
little
有点
worried,
小
but
担
I'm
心
well
了，
prepared.
不过都好好准备过了。说起
Speaking
来，
of which,
七
where is
月同
Shiwa
学准备去
going?
哪里呢？
Hmm?
一起
Come
电脑
skip
逃课
class
吧。
with me? Eh?
开玩笑
Just
的。
kidding. I just wanted to
今
take a
天
stroll around
只
the
是想
back
去
hill
后山那里
today.
逛逛。
Come to think of it, I haven't
说起
seen
来，
her
从
much
他进
since
这
I
个项目
entered
以
the
来都没见
school.
过几次。
Okay.
好吧，不过小
But
熊，
Xiaoyun, don't
下次
choke
别
like
开
that
这种
next
玩笑
time.
了。
I'd be
我会很
really
正常
troubled.
的。西月同
Does
学
Shiwa prefer
会
staying
喜
in
欢待
that
在那些教
classroom?
室里吗？
As I said this, I stopped. She walking with her head down, bumped into my back unsurprisingly. After muttering something softly, I turned to face her.
还是
Or
说，
even now, does she still
直到现
consider
在为
you
止，
and them
西月同
friends?
学还觉得你和他们算是朋友吗？同样的
I
话，我
won't
不
say
会
the
说
same
第二
thing
遍，
twice, because
因
I'm
为我累
tired.
了。西月同学
I
的
can't
想
change
法，
Shiwa's mind by
偏我一个
myself.
人也改变不了。所以
That's
说，
why I wanted to come out and
我
clear
才想
my
出来散
head.
散心。
Having said that, I continued walking forward, and she silently followed behind me. And so, with half an hour left before the end of lunch break, we came to that pond again. Just a few months ago, in this very area, something happened that completely changed our relationship. That may be just an accident, or it may be inevitable in fate, but no matter what, this is a place worth remembering. For Shiwe, it doesn't seem to be the
怎么了
case.
吗？
What's wrong?
小
Xiao
月
Yun,
这
here.
里，哎，
Says something did
这
happen
里
here.
确实发生过什么呢？说实话，
To be honest, I'm very
我很
lucky that
庆
I could
幸
meet Shiwe here
那
at
时候
that
能在这里
time.
遇到西月同学，倒不是
And
庆
it's
幸
not
后面
that
发
I
生的
was
那一
thankful
切，
or what happened later.
当
At
时
the
的
time, I
我
was just simply
只是单纯的
indignant.
感到愤慨而已。其实，在我的印象
Actually,
里，
in my impression, Shiwe has
西月同
always
学
been
一
a
直都是一个
sparkling,
闪闪
even
发光，
somewhat
甚至
unattainable
是有些高不可
girl.
攀的女孩。我也一
I
直
have
觉
always
得，
felt that becoming
偶
friends
然
with
和西
Shiwe
月
by
同学成
chance
为
is the
朋友，
happiest thing that
是
has
我进入
happened
这
to me
所学
ever
校以来
since
最
I
幸福
entered
的
the
事情。
school.
当时我
At the
知道，
time, I knew
班
that
级
there
里
was
居然有这
actually
样一
such a
帮人，
group of people in the
一直在
class who
针
had
对着
been
西月同
targeting
学，
Shiwe and even
甚
did
至不
not
惜做出如
hesitate
此
to
恶
do
劣的
such
事
a
情的时
bad
候，
thing.
那时候我真的
At
很想
that
帮助
time,
你，
I really wanted to
我很
hold you.
想
I
安慰
wanted
你，
to comfort you, and I
我很
wanted
想
to
对
tell
你
you that
说，
no matter what you
无论
need
需
to
要怎
do,
么
I
做，
will help
我
you.
都会帮助。为什么要
Why be
沉默？
silent? Do you feel that a person
是
like
觉
me
得
is
我这
not
样的
worthy
人
of liking
根
you?
本不配喜欢你吗？如果
If
说
it
没有
weren't
我
for
的话，
me, would she be
西月
able
同
to
学就能把
continue
原先
her
的日常
daily
持续下去吗？
routine?
就能装作若无
Can I
其
just
事的
pretend that nothing
继续和
happened
他们
and
做朋友
continue
吗？
to be friends with them?
难道无
Is
视
it
问题
possible to
就
prevent
可
the
以阻
further
止问题的进一
development
步
of the
发酵
problem
吗？
by ignoring it?
是，
No, I never
我从来
never
没
thought
有
of it
想
that
过。
way. But at this moment, the lunch break bell rang. I looked helplessly in the direction I came from and stretched out my hand to her. What? She smoothly took the hand I offered and followed me as usual, silently walking towards the teacher's building. Wait, is it the school? The building? The class building? Because I've been reading it as teaching building, and I never really like corrected myself on that.
不知不觉间，荷叶般的大家在一个教室里学习生活。我也从一开始，我很感激热心的大家，也很想通过，如果大家愿意给我这次机会。
Applause erupted, and a student standing at the podium bowed, then turned and retreated to the
孙同
audience.
学，你还没跟大伙儿说你要争取的岗位呢。那么下一位，江西月同学。
As if her name possessed some kind of magic, the previously noisy chatter vanished the moment a voice fell. The sound of her pulling out her chair sounded jarring against the backdrop of silence, only amplifying my inner unease and frustration. It seemed everyone held their breath at that moment, expressing their attitude through silence. The tap-tap of her footsteps echoed in the classroom, her light blue ponytail swaying gently with each step. her expression still bearing a faint smile. She stepped onto the stage, turned, and stood still, bowing to the students below. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Xiwen. Thank you for your trust. This semester, I will serve as the vice class monitor. Today, I'd like to first express my gratitude for everyone's care and support over the past 6 months, and also to apply for a re-election as a class committee member. Thank you. It seems that recent events haven't dampened her enthusiasm at all. Standing before me is still the same person I remembered. But at this moment, it's the students' attitude that have changed. The usual applause didn't ring out, and even though every student who went up before had given their encouragement after their self-introduction, she seemed unprepared for the current situation, and for a moment, her expression appeared somewhat hesitant. After an awkward laugh, she continued. Since entering Washington, I have consistently maintained my top grades through my own efforts. Of course, the encouragement from everyone has also been crucial. It's a positive and motivated learning atmosphere in the class. Soon accustomed to public speaking, she got into the zone, reciting her prepared remarks fluently, her loud voice once again dominating the classroom. But at the same time, whispers spread among the students, carried by the breeze to every corner of the classroom. A student stood up, breaking the previous hushed discussions from below the stage and formally bringing the conflict to the forefront. Oh my god, I hate this. I don't want to read that shit.
我相信陈同学从来没有做过这样的事情，大家心里都很清楚。平时他对班上的一定是有什么误会才会导致这个结果，可任凭舆论在班里发酵，就认为大家会同情你之前的经历而选你吗？抱歉，当时是我没有控制好。在这里，我想
肃静。江旭月同学，这是怎么一回事？
是我周五不小心丢掉的地理作业本，最后在陈同学的课桌里找到了，然后
这件事暂且不议，你先把。
可老师，我觉得到现在为止，还有必要把他的胡扯听完吗？
Wait, okay. Allowing such a person to become the deputy squad leader, isn't this a violation of Washington school spirit? Don't say. The person who stood up this time became the girl sitting next to Chen. Judging from Chen's reaction, she should be named Xiao. Don't worry, Xian. I'm just trying to get justice for you. Why don't you explain things to everyone first? Me? Saying this, she stood up with a slightly embarrassed expression. Actually, I really don't know why those notebooks were on my desk. I can understand Xiu's reaction at the time, and I don't want to criticize her too much. But I also don't want to bear such unfounded accusations. So, a weak and aggrieved class monitor, a righteous and outspoken deskmate, plus the good image she had built up among her classmates. More importantly, the number of accomplices. After this contest, the outcome was already decided. Teacher, I think it's a bit inappropriate to jump to conclusions so easily. The one who interrupted the teacher at this moment was me. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on me again. There was both surprise and disgust, but mostly curiosity. We have not made any so-called conclusion now. I just let Xiu continue to talk. Are there any questions? I asked Zhao to apologize to Jiang Xiu, and I think there is no problem with that. After all, according to her, what she did to Xiu before was much more rational than Xiu's original impulsive move. Interrupting the speech of the person on the stage in the middle of the speech, throwing the conflicts between classmates on the stage as material for questioning. I want to ask, is this fair to Xiu? You... Huh? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Or are you so self-righteous that you are completely unaware of the problem? Isn't Xiu also worthy of the respect of her classmates? Suppose it was Chen who was standing on the stage earlier. How would you feel if she was subjected to such cross-examination?
好了。
Okay, class time is not for you to quarrel.
云新瑶，
Yunxinyo, come to my office after
江
class.
希月，
Jiang Xue,
你
can
接
you
着讲吧。
continue?
老师，我的演讲它
明白了吗？
保证。
明白了就快点回去自习吧。哦，对了，你去把这个交给江希月吧。不，
好的。希月同学，你的本子。这样吗？那放学之后，请希月稍微留下一段时间吧。
Oh no, I can feel that this is just gonna get worse from here on.
这是
This is a
强
mandatory
制的命令
order,
哦。
isn't it? I was pretty sure she listened to me, so I sat back down and took out my workbook. I was absolutely certain she would wait for me, as I said. After all, she had nothing left but me. In the blink of an eye, everything in the classroom was bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. The bell rang precisely on time for the last class, and the usual clamor filled the air. The students walked towards the door in twos and threes, and Chen was naturally among the leaving team. Until the crowd completely dispersed, she stayed still in her seat, looking out the window in awe, and I also walked to her
希月
table.
同学，
School is
已经放
over
学了？
already.
还不准
Not
备
ready
走
to
吗？
leave yet?
午休的
During
时
lunch
候
break, they came
他
to
们
see
找过
me.
我了。他们
Them?
是我同
Zhao and
学
other people who were
和
close
其
to
他
her.
跟他关系好的人。这样啊，
That's it.
小
Xiao
云，
Yun, did you know it
一
was
开始
them
就
from
知
the
道吗？
beginning?
知道这
I
一
know
切
they
的
all
事
did all this. I know.
他们威
Did
胁
they
你了？
threaten you? Tell you
让
want
我去
me to
办
go
公
to
室
the
自
office to
动坦白这
confess
件
this
事，
matter on my own and
并把
with
什么？
what?
并把
And
小秘
identify
密
you, Xiao Yun, as the
成
person who
指使了
instigated
这
all
一切的人。
this. Her voice became lower and lower as she spoke, as if she was afraid that the truth would offend me.
嘿，
That's
这
it?
样啊？那么
So what's your decision,
希月同学，你的决
Shizuki?
定呢？
Who's Shizuki?
要不要现在就照他们说的把我给控
Should I
制去？
just betray, like they
这样
say?
的
Maybe
话，
that way I can
说
repair
不
my
定还能修复
relationship
与
with
他们的关
them.
系哦。还是说，
Or perhaps you
其实
still
希
have
月同学还是
doubts?
对一切抱有怀疑呢？
Who's Shizuki?
或许
Maybe Mr.
那几本
Phantom
本子
Thieves
是
secretly
怪盗
slipped
先
those
生神不知鬼
notebooks
不
into
觉
your
地放进课
desk.
桌里的呢？自己只是
You're
倒
just
霉的，
unlucky enough to
不
have
卷
been
入这帮
dragged into
风
this
波里，
mess, aren't
不
you?
是吗？
No, no,
别犹豫
don't
嘛，
hesitate. No matter how you
无
look
论
at
怎
it,
么
this is
看，
the best
这
outcome,
都是
isn't
最
it?
好的结局了，不是？
Then come
那
with
就跟我
me.
来吧。
Saying this, I grabbed her wrist and led her away from her seat to the other end of the classroom, Chen's seat. Why do we
为
have
什
to
么
go
要
here?
到这里来？
What does she think?
我
I
遵从
follow
你的
your
本
heart,
心，
okay?
好吗？回答我，
Answer me. What's the first
你
thing
第一
that
时间
comes to
想到的
mind?
是什么？
Yes.
果
Sure
然
enough, I still don't
还是
want
不愿意回答
don't
你。
like your answer. I have already anticipated the situation. With a loud bang, I kicked Chen's desk to the floor. The sound of metal clashing kept echoing in the campus like a thunder. In my impression, except for the renovation of the school building, there has never been a sound comparable to it. The teaching materials that were originally neatly arranged in the desk were scattered all over the floor, and the pens and scattered manuscript papers were piled messily in the corridor, forming a quite artistic abstract painting.
希月同学，
Did I do it for
我帮
you?
你做了，一直以
I have always
来
done it for you.
都是我帮你做的，也
Yes,
是
it's something that should be
本该由
done
你
by
来完成的事情。
you.
当然，
Of course, Shue
希
can
月同
also
学也可以
regard
把
all
这
of
一
this as
切
my own
都
will.
当做是我的一意孤行，也可以
You
继
can
续把
also
好学
continue
生的
to
人设
implement
贯
the
彻到
character
底。
of a good student to the
都是没
end.
问
It
题
will be
的。
no problem. But it's not up to you whether others will appreciate it or not. As I said that, I looked up at her face, but her eyes were still focused on the pile of overturned stationery.
西月同学
You really want to step on her, don't you?
对吧？
It's okay, okay? I'll take care of the surveillance problem. I guarantee no one will know it was Shiwe who did it, okay? Even if it goes wrong, you can always blame it on me, okay? Shiwe, you just need to follow your heart and make the choice, okay?
做出选择就可以了。
As soon as she finished speaking, just as I expected, she stepped on it without hesitation. The sound of the pen breaking, the sound of paper tearing, and the dull thud of her shoe hitting the book. What a beautiful sound. She continued to vent, continued the revenge she was supposed to take against those people, only in front of me, revealing another side hidden in her heart.
去死！为什么你们不去死？为什么偏偏是对我干这样的事？
I can...
我可什么也……因为
Because that's how they've always seen you, you know, from your first step into the school. Because it was you who stole their limelight, and it was you who caused them to no longer enjoy the convenience brought by the rules. It's all your fault. Are you feeling a little more comfortable? She didn't answer me directly, but from the look in her eyes, I could already read the answer. Then let's go relax, shall
我
we?
们就去放松一下吧。真是好
It's been a
久
long time. I
好久没来
haven't
过
been
这
here
里
for
了
a long time.
是
That's
是这
it.
样。真扫
It's
兴
really
啊
disappointing. I vaguely remember that it was
记得
Shiwe who
当
dragged
初
me
可是
here.
西月同学拉着
I
我过
didn't
来的。
expect that just a few months
没想
later,
到
our
短短几个
roles
月
would
之
be
后
reversed again.
咱
I said teasingly while digging into the parfait in the bowl. She remained silent on the opposite side, just like she did not long ago when she was questioned in front of the whole class.
巴菲
Parfait,
好吃
is it delicious?
我
This is my first time
是
trying
第
it.
一次尝，
I have only
以
seen
前
it
只在
in
电视
TVs
剧
or
或者动画里看
animations.
过。那
Then let's talk about the main
先来说些
topic
正事吧。
first.
这一切事
The
情
culprit
罪
of
魁
all
祸
these
首
things is Lin
就是
Qingyu.
林青云。西月
You
同
still
学
can't believe it?
还是不敢相信吗？
No,
是这
that's
样
not it.
我不喜
I
欢
don't
说
like
假
people
话
who
的
tell
人。
lies. You know that, right? Well, actually, that's
确
true.
实是这样，没错。当时
When I met her at
最
that
开始
time, I just thought she was
觉得
an
她是一个热
enthusiastic
情的同学
classmate.
罢了。不
She
像
was
做
not
事
only
成
mature in
熟，
dealing with
待
things,
人
but
也
also
非常
very
热心。
enthusiastic in treating others.
所以说，所以说，
So, so I
所以说
naturally started to have a
我是
good
很自
impression
然
of
地
her.
开始对她抱有好感的。那我现
Then
在
if I
跟
let
西月同学
you,
你
she
是有
would
选
choose
择的
really
话，
now. Will you choose to
你
stay
会
with
选择留
me?
在我这边吗？
What
什
do
么
you
意思？
mean?
从走
From
进
the
这里开
moment you
始，
walked in here,
西月同学
Shua,
你
your
视
eyes
线
have been looking
就在
towards
不
the
由
door
自主地往门口看着
involuntarily,
吧？
right?
是在
Who
张
are
望
you
着谁
looking
吗？
at? Are you waiting for them
是
to
在等他
come?
们过来吗？
No,
为
not
什
at
么呀？
all.
嗯， 是
Now
在
that
生
things
气？
have happened,
我已经没
there's
办
no
法
going
回
back
头了。
now. She said this, turning her head away. Perhaps she wasn't just glancing at the door out of the corner of her eye, but simply couldn't meet my gaze.
坐着别动，
Sit still. Huh?
这是命令。
That's an order. We agreed
我们昨
yesterday,
天
didn't
约定
we?
了。
Okay.
好吧，
Okay.
我
I'll do
会
it.
照做的。把头稍
Lift
微
your
抬
head
起
up a
一点，
little. Just imagine
就
you're
想
looking at
象
the ceiling.
自己在看着天花板就可以了。
Like
这样，
this?
嗯，
Yes.
然后
And then?
闭上眼
Close
睛，
your eyes.
等等
Wait,
小月，
Xiaohyun,
稍
where's
等。
this?
我说
I
过
told
了，
you, this is an
这
order.
是命令。西月同学
She
明白的吧？
understands, right? What will be
这
the
样才会有解
consequences
放
of
的
doing
后果。
this?
没事
It's
的，
okay. It's
现
Friday
在是周五
evening.
的傍晚，
No one will
不
come,
会有任何
okay?
人来的。
After hesitating for a long time, she finally obeyed and closed her eyes. For a moment, I seemed to glimpse a mischievous smile on her face, but it clearly contradicted common sense. Was it a hallucination? Was it because I hoped that we can be in love with each other? Seeing that there was no result in my thinking, I stood up as I had originally imagined and walked slowly to her side. Looking at her slightly raised face, slowly frowning, a slightly mischievous idea came to my mind. I picked up the spoon, inserted the parfait, and brought a spoonful of strawberry jam and cream into her mouth. Her body moved backwards as I expected, but then she stopped hesitantly. After all, the touch of parfait and lips are easy to distinguish.
还不可以睁眼哦，让我来喂给你。
He wanted to say something, but the words were stuffed back by who was feeding her to her mouth. Shall you?
小圆，
Hmm? No one's come over here, right?
有啊，
Shh.
小圆，就算有人
And
过
what
来
if
又
someone
怎么
did
样
come over?
在莫
Miss
香
Mo
山
Shang-chan, would people
一个两
gossip
个
if
关系好的
two
同
close
学
classmates
互相
fed
对
each
方发
other
挥
parfaits?
也会被人说闲言碎语吗？
No, it's just
只是因为
just
我
because
是
I'm
原
Yun
先
Shen
的
Yao,
好
right?
朋友
The little nobody
班上
who
只是负责
always
努力
hides
上
in the
课
corner
的
of the class. The
同学们
gloomy
口
girl
中
in the
的阴暗
classmates'
少女
eyes. Did
究
she
竟是
only
凭借
get
自己
into
肤
this
浅的
school
身
because of her
份才
father's
进到这所学校里的
connections?
关系户，还是说
Or was everything Shiva
之
told
前
me
西
before
野同
just
学
a
对我
lie,
说过
and
的
she
一
still
切
harbors the
都
same
只是骗我
resentment
的？
towards me?
其实心里对我还是像原先那样抵触呢？
No,
不是，
no.
那
Then there's a little
还剩
parfait
下一点
left.
办
Can I
法，
feed it to you, Shiva?
能
Just
让
like
我像
before?
原先那样？
Of course.
当然可以。
As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned her cheek closer as before. This time, however, I didn't reach for the spoon. Our tongues touched, and the sweet and sour taste, along with the fruity aroma, filled my mouth, as satisfying as eating a whole strawberry parfait. This time, Shiwa didn't try to pull her body away, but instead cooperated with my movements, enjoying the process of our lips meeting. Finally, it was time to separate, and we opened our eyes at the same time. Facing her flushed face, tears welled up from my eyes inexplicably. Inexplicably.
小圆，
Why are you crying?
西野
Why
同学为
doesn't
什么
Shiwa
就是不
not
懂呢？
understand?
是
It
西野
was
同
Shiwa who
学拯
saved
救
me.
了我。
Without Shiwa, I don't know how I would have spent every day
不
in
知道该怎么
school.
度过在学校里的每一天。刚升
When
进
I
莫
first
香山
entered
的时候，
Washington, when I didn't know how to get along with my classmates, when I couldn't find a friend in the whole school who could express my feelings, it was you,
是西
Shiwa,
野同学你
who
拯救
saved
了我。
me.
我不知道
I
当
don't know
初
what would be like
你
now
和
if
西
I
野
had
同学
been
一起
assigned to
成
the
了唯
art
一不
department
易。
of Shiwa.
现在的我会变成什么样子？我不是
I
故
am
意
not a
拆着
perfect
西
and
野同学你的
deliberate
边
bastard,
框，
Sushiwe, nor am I a villain who enjoys bullying you. Yes, I understand, Xiaoyan.
小圆，当我
When I
第一次
first
知道
learned that Shiwe,
西野
you were
同学
being
你正在
bullied by
遭
other
受其他同学
classmates,
的
I
欺
really
负，
wanted to help you.
我真的不想让
I
西
don't
野
want
同学
Shiwe
再
to
受
be
到那
hurt
样的
like that
伤害，
again.
不
And I
想
don't
让
want
西野同
Shiwe
学
to
再
be
被那些人
deceived
给
by
骗
those
了，
people again, just
和
like
之
me
前的我
before.
一样。所以，
So,
所以说，
so I made that mistake because
错误，我不知
I
道
don't know any better way.
还有什么更好的方法。
Why doesn't she
为什么就
realize
是
it?
意识不到呢？
You don't realize that everyone at the school depends on their family background, and everyone is jealous of her shining. Whether it's Wang or Qingyu, there are no exceptions. In order to prevent the friendships from being broken, in order to obtain the recommended place in the school, the teacher is a shield that indulges them, and the school motto is just scratch paper for them to smear on at will. Everyone is close to you, just to use you, just for their own selfish interests. I am not willing to watch Shiwa be deceived by them, and I am not willing to see Shiwa slowly walking back towards the trap they set for you. Because I have always loved Shiwa since the first time I met you.
第一次和你相遇的时候开始，
So,
所以说，
unconsciously, I was sitting next to her, and my head rested on her shoulder. Chao Yun, will Shiwa believe me? I did something so unforgivable to you, and you don't need to say anymore. I already know everything. As she said that, she reached out and hugged me from behind, like she was hugging her own sister. I
小云的
heard
心
everything
意
Xiaoyun
我
said,
都听
okay?
见了。
Xihu, why are you looking at me?
是
Me?
我
Me?
吗？
The sudden question made her look a little overwhelmed for a moment, and she glanced at the ceiling. I actually...
我其实
I didn't believe
直
you
到刚
until
才为
just
止
now.
都一直不
I
总是
always
想要快
want
点
to
找
get rid
到
of you
你，
quickly
因
because
为
because
那
those
些人
people
总是
always
那么
say that
说你，
about you, even
尽
though I
管我
want
想
to
要去
believe
相
it.
信，
But
抱歉，
sorry. She laughed awkwardly as she spoke, trying her best to put on a natural smile. But tears still quietly appeared in her eyes. But No, I am not ready for what she's about to say. I am not ready to what she was about to say. Chad, hold my hand. Hold my hand, Chad.
我现
I
在
can
可以
say,
说，
I hope I can
希
start
望
falling for
能
you.
从现在开始喜欢上你。
Hey, buddy. Hold on, I can't take it. I can't. I, I don't know. I don't know what to feel about this chat. I really don't know what to feel about this. Like, literally, I am, like, so out of it right now. Oh god, okay. Hold it right there. Hold on, I need to redeem myself. I'm dead, chat. I am dead. I am dead. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, bro. Oh god, I might piss myself. Can we save here? Okay, this is actually ending better than I thought. Like, are we? Do we stop here? Do we keep it there? Do we like save this for another stream, or shall we continue? Oh, okay. I might actually need to piss. BRB. I might need to. I'm actually gonna piss myself. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, okay. My head hurts, but I'm okay. I'm alright. We can continue with the story. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Tears blurred her pupils and made my eyes sore. I've always felt that she always wore a mask made of a smile when she treated everyone. But just now, it seems that I touched her true heart for the first time.
小云，
I,
我
what I
说的
said is
可
the
和
same
小
as
云
Xiao
一样，
Yun's. It's
都
all
是
the
实
truth,
话。
okay? As if reading my thoughts, she looked into my eyes and added,
我是，所以说，
So,
嗯，
well, I
我知道
know.
的，我会
I'll
尽
try my
力
best to make you fall for
让你
me.
喜欢上我的。
Just like her, the words I speak now are also promises. I cannot keep. What? What? Wait, what did. No. It-
最近在学校里过得怎么样？
也
Also, it's just the same as before. Nothing has
没啥改
changed.
变。
其
At
中
the
那个
time
时
of
候
the
几乎每
midterm,
个人
almost
都回了
everyone
家
went
里。
home. I was
我
still
当时
wondering
就
to our
跟他
dad
说
why
为
you
啥你
didn't
没回
come
来？
back.
听老师
I
说
heard that from
你
the
在学校
teacher
里
that
成
you
绩不
did
好，
not do well in school. Why
为
don't you
什么不
come
回来
back
听
and
听
listen
爸
to
妈
our
意见呢？
opinions?
妈妈好歹是
Mom
老
is also
师，
a teacher
有
after
什么
all,
不能
and
接
she can
受的
also
吗？
give you some advice. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the house, I was criticized by my mother. In the face of all these questions, I responded with
在
silence.
学校里
Have you
有
made
交
any
到
new
新
friends
朋
at
友吗？
school?
朋友的
I
话，
asked for friends. There is only
比较
one I
好
am
的也只有
familiar
一个，
with.
谁？
Who?
江
Jiang
西卫，
Xiwei.
妈
You
妈
must
肯
also
定知道的。
know.
哦，
Oh, that's special enrollment
那
this
个今
year.
年的特招生吗？我见过
I
她，
met her on the first
还
day I
是在
came
报
to
道的第一
report.
天来着，挺不错
A
的女
pretty
孩
good
子。
girl. The most
最
important
主要
thing
的
is that
是
she seems
看起
sincere
来
and
本身还
motivated.
挺上进，
You
你
should
可要
learn
和她
from
好
her.
好学学。
I know.
我知道了。
别整天
Stop
光
just
逼
nodding
逼
along
逼
all
的。
day. I've
我
seen
可
your
看过你的成
transcript.
绩单
It's
了，
worlds apart from
可
Shiwa's
是跟西月
grades.
同学一个天一个地的。怎么说？
Or what should I
你
say?
平
Do
时
you
莫不是
just
整天
drag
捞
her
着她
around
去
the
学校里
school
到
to
处
play
玩
all
吗？
day long?
我听那帮
I
高
heard
材
from
也
the
跟我说，
desert shop
你稍
owners
后还
that your
能请你
consumption
吃，
records are quite
都跟着西
frequent.
月前后学
Follow
习。
Shiwa's lead and
别
learn
整天
more,
死
and
读
don't
在
think
学校，
about those trivial matters all day
不
long.
要觉得现
Don't
在已
think
经
that
没
there
有
is
晚
no
婚
room
不
for
做的这类
recovery
事情。
now. Have you
替
forgotten
我
how
把
your
你选
sister
进来，
got here in the
当
first
初要是怎么
place?
走，开学第一天我
I
就跟
told
你
you on the
说过。
first day of school. If it were me in the past, once I heard my mother start nagging like this, I would have left my seat immediately. But today, things have to change.
其实
Actually, as I said this, I tried my best to put on an uneasy expression on my face, and my tone sounded more like pleading.
其实
Actually, I have been
我之前
wasting
一
my
直在浪
time
费
in
学校里
school
的
and
时光，
talking back to my
还一直
mother.
在和妈妈顶嘴，让妈妈
Mother
担
is
心我，
worried.
所以我
That's
才
why I
想
want
回
to
来
come
一趟，
back and express my
好好的跟
determination
你
for
们俩
you
证明
too.
自己的决心。
I also hope that my parents
也
can
希
give
望
me
爸
more
妈你们
confidence.
能多给我一点信心。我也跟
I
西
also
月最好
have
的
a
谈
good
过
talk
了，
with Chiwe. If
本
I
来如
prepare
果
well
好好
for the
跟你们说话，
future,
感
I
觉
feel there is still
还
a
是有机会的。
chance. No matter
不管
what,
怎么
it's
样，
a good
你
idea
有
if
这
you
个
have
想
this
法是
idea.
好的，需要让
Do you
我
need
帮你
me
查
to
清
help
楚
you
是帮
find
你
new
讲课吗？
teachers to
就
give
像初中那时候，
private lessons, just like in junior high?
不，
No. She has said that
西月
she
同学
wants
说
to hold
过，
a study meeting
就
with
可以
me.
开学习会的。
那也好。
That's fine. After all,
毕
you
竟还
kids
是你们小
understand
时候
each
最好
other
的
the
事。
best.
渴了吗？
Are you thirsty?
要
How
不我
about I
去帮
cut
你
an
做点
orange
喝
for
水。
you? Yeah.
可以，
Yes. It's okay. After I agreed, my mother walked towards the kitchen. Looking at her walking away, I breathed a sigh of relief. The first hurdle has passed like this, but I didn't come back just to repair the relationship with her. Uh-huh. After all, have we reached this point? Huh? Look, you're still pretending to be stupid. Everything is just a step away. You don't want me to remind you, do you? I feel like you have made a lot of progress along the way. It's impossible that you can't even take this into consideration, right? Okay, then let me make it clear, right? You must already know what to do next, okay? She seems to be invulnerable, but she also has weaknesses, right? Now, mother? There's one more thing I wanted to ask. That will you be back in the next few days? Huh? Why do you ask this? I want to see him. There's something I want to discuss with him. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just if you want to rent an empty classroom as a study room, it may take a long time to submit it for approval normally. As I continued speaking, I observed my mother's eyes with my peripheral vision. So I want father to contact the chairman and hoping to bypass those procedures. You're doing this for your own future, right? Yeah, well, yes. Well, he'll be home this weekend. But let him tell you something about this kind of thing. I think it would be better to meet the chairman directly. Because I want to exercise my courage. My mother looked at me suspiciously. I turned away and waited for the moment of judgment to come. In this case, you really should practice. After all, you are so scared even talking to me. What happens after? After I told her everything that happened at home, the worry in her eyes still didn't dissipate, and her tone was full of doubt and lack of confidence. Huh? It should be relatively smooth. I guessed it right. Of course, she also asked me about the specific reason. I made up an excuse from the student council and succeeded in convincing her. After all, she cares about my future more than anyone else. If it is something that is beneficial to my further education, she will help me do it no matter what. Oh, I see. What are you thinking about? No, I'm not thinking about anything. I see. Faced with her laughing it off, I finally chose not to press her further. After all, at this point, there were no more variables that could affect the overall situation. The truth will soon be revealed to the whole class. It's actually a little emotional. After all, this cat and mouse game has finally come to an end. Yes. Shue, what are you going to do after everything is over? Huh? What do you mean? Huh? Should I pretend I don't understand this? Saying this, I slowly walked from where I had been leaning against the wall to her side, and as I had done countless times before, brought our eyes closer together to within the distance of a pen. At this distance, I could clearly hear her breathing, and I could see my blurry reflections in her pupils. Will she leave me in the future, like before? Will you still regard me as just one of your ordinary classmates? Or are all the vows you made to me before just excuses you made up to take advantage of me, Huh? No, not at all like that. I belong only to Xiaoyun. My body, my heart have always been Xiaoyun's. This will never change. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and the more anxious she became. And in the end, her voice even broke. I watched her reaction with interest. Her panic, her words of loyalty to me. From the reluctance at the beginning, to the slight hesitation later, to the blurting out now, it seems that I have successfully implanted myself deeply into her. From now on, no matter how the relationship changes, no matter what changes happen, the fact that she can never leave me has already been established. I finally stood in front of the door. Thick door leaves, bronze handles, and ceilings that are much higher than the average floor. It really looks like the final boss room in some anime. But in fact, there is no difference. After all, behind this door, I knock lightly. After waiting for a moment, a slightly deeper voice came from the other side of the door.
是云同学吗？
Come in.
进来吧。
After getting permission, I opened the door and stepped into the room. A middle-aged teacher is sitting at a desk not far away, holding a pen and seeming to be memorizing something. Unlike other teachers in the school, he always has a kind smile on his face, which makes people want to pour out everything they have in their hearts to him.
请问
What do you want to tell
是
me?
想要做什么事呢？
那个
That is about
是
things in the
有关学
student
校的事情。
council.
我的
My
朋友
friend Jiang Xiu,
江西
she
他
哦，
it was
江西
one of
是
the
吧
only two self-enrolled
我记
students in
得
this
是
year,
今
right?
年唯二的自招生之一吧？
是的
Yes, but
自从
since she
博士
became a
考完
sophomore in high school this year, she has been harassed by some classmates.
自己的随
Her
身物品
belongings
都
were
在教室
abandoned
里
outside the classroom,
甚至
and
还
some
有人
even
在
wrote
课桌
on
上
her
喝
desk
醉
and removed the books
将
in her
书柜里的书本
bookcase. While speaking these lines that had been rehearsed for a long time, I watched the expression on his face with the corner of my eye, witnessed that smile fading into astonishment and finally into seriousness and
同
coldness.
学，
Don't
不
worry,
用担
I will
心，
definitely...
我一
其实
Actually, that's not
我
what I
想
want
要
to
说
talk
的
about.
并不是这件事。
As I said, I took out the document bag I had already prepared from my pocket and handed it over tremblingly.
只是最
Just
近
recently,
我调
I
查到
investigated and found out that the
这件事的策划者
mastermind of this incident was actually... When I said that name, my body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is my biggest adventure yet. At the same time, it seems to be the only way to solve this deadlock. He didn't say anything on the other side. He just took the documents and read them one by one. I lowered my head, put my eyes on the floor tiles in the room, and started counting the spots on the tiles. The clock on the wall was tapping. Tick tock, and my heart was beating up and down. The friction of paper being turned, the click of the second hand moving forward, and the constant sound of wind coming from the window. Finally, the silence ended with his next words from across the desk. I almost
事
know
情
the
我差不多知
matter.
道了，谢谢你
Thank you, Yoon.
云同学。
I nodded confusedly, turned around and opened the door and walked out of the office. What happened the last moment was like a dream, and it was almost incredible that it went smoothly. Is this really okay? Is it all going to end here? I returned to the classroom with this question in mind and waited until school was over with nothing to do. Finally, the announcement from the radio announced the final outcome.
2年级 A 班的林清雨同学，请到
Please
8楼
report to the
的
Moral
教室
Education
报
Office on the 8th floor. And just 3 days later, a conspicuous notice was posted on the school gate. Squeezing through the crowd of onlookers, I clearly saw a notice at the top of the bulletin board. Notice on the punishment of expelling Lin Qingyu from school. Just one night later, the atmosphere in the classroom seemed to have completely changed. The student council president's seat was no longer surrounded by chattering classmates. Instead, they all stayed quietly in their seats as if the classroom I had previously imagined had come from another dimension. When I walked into the classroom through the front door, it seemed that a few classmates were whispering something to their desk mate. But when my gaze fell on them, they immediately stopped talking. It was back to normal. I picked up my book, pretending I was still diligently reading aloud. The entire classroom fell into an unusual silence. There was no noise, no playing, not even whispering. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the teacher to arrive, waiting for someone in the know to tell them what had happened. Unconsciously, I walked past Shiva's seat. Good morning.
早
Yes,
上好。
good morning. After the brief greeting, I sat back down. Lin Qingyu still came to class today, which was slightly different from what I expected, but it didn't matter. Perhaps it was Teacher Lin's request. After all, according to Shujie, such a strict chairman must want to teach his daughter a painful enough lesson. For this reason, public execution has become necessary. Sure enough, just a moment later, The head teacher holding the roster entered the classroom.
接到教务处通知，
In view of a series of serious violations of school rules and disciplines and malicious bullying of classmates, the school decided to expel Lin Qingyu from school. Straight to the point, concise and clear. There was no room for negotiation in the tone. Those words came out of the head teacher's mouth coldly like the pronunciation of a translation software. Pairs of surprised eyes focused on Lin Qingyu, but more students just lowered their heads and didn't seem to hear what the class teacher just said. After all, as her co-conspirator, any unnecessary actions will arouse suspicion. The expulsion penalty will take effect from the end of school today. Tomorrow, we will re-elect the class president and the student council will also organize the re-election of the president. I hope all students will take this as a warning, maintain a friendly relationship with classmates, and let the spirit of friendship fill the campus. Still, no one responded to that statement. Everyone just sat in silence in their seats. Even the girls who never attended class on weekdays stopped whispering and quietly waited for the bell to ring. It's finally over. At noon on this day, I didn't call Shue to the sports storage room like before. We came to the back of the school again and came to the beginning of this series of events by the pond. Is it over? Well, it's over. Nothing like that will ever happen again. No one will look down on Shue again, and no one will ever do something like that to retaliate against you, whether they are afraid of the consequences of doing so, or they are sincerely repentant. Is everything over? This way, is Shue going to be the student council president? Me? With my identity as a victim and the support of the seniors, it is not difficult to be successfully elected. Is it better to say that even if those conditions are ignored, Shue can still be successfully elected? Thank you. Nothing to thank you for. There's nothing to thank me for. As I said that, I turned around and met her eyes again. Everything I did was to protect the people I loved most. And now, I have got my wish, right? So I am very happy. Me too. Her answer was a little hesitant and she obviously didn't mean it. What will Shue do after becoming the student council president? That is... investigate this matter seriously and don't let other students get hurt again or something like that? Shue, you are really an overly kind and good person. How can you, who is gentle, kind, always considerate of other classmates, and shine brightly all the time, be with a troubled girl? How is it? After becoming the student council president, will you alienate me? Absolutely not! My answers are getting more and more proficient. Are you practicing hard? This is all my sincerity, absolutely no acting or anything. Okay then, I will believe you for now. I'm still wearing that necklace. Of course. You have to wear it all the time, and never take it off. I will always look at you and always listen to you. Because by Shue's side, there can and shall be no one else but me. Understand? She nodded tremblingly, letting me slowly come up and hug her waist. Put a kiss on her face. Oh, it changed! Her figure disappeared at the other end of the path, leaving silence beside me again. After confirming that it was enough time for Xiaoyun to return to the classroom, I got up and set foot on the road back to the teaching building, unzipped the chain around my neck, walked through the lobby on the first floor, and go up the stairs. The sign on the fourth floor where our class is located is right in front of me, but I didn't stop there. I didn't stop until I reached the entrance to the rooftop. I know you must be here. So I pushed open the iron door with all my strength. The cold wind immediately rushed towards my face from behind the door. After struggling to get through the gap, I turned my gaze to the distance. She was leaning against the railing not far away, her eyes blank, letting the strong wind blow her bangs to one side. Looking at the scene, I couldn't help but laugh.
林清雨同学，
The cold wind of early winter hit both of our faces like bayonets, and it seemed to condense the air between her and me. I stared into her eyes with curiosity, hoping to see shock or despair in her eyes. But, to my disappointment, all that was left in her eyes was turbidity. That's a dead look. Once upon a time, I saw the same look in the eyes of the one I loved most.
江
She. In the end, she just muttered my name and then leaned against the railing at the edge.
事到
Now
如
that
今
things have happened, why did you come to me
你为什么要来找
again?
我呢？
Are you here to
是来
laugh at
嘲
me?
笑我吗？
Are you here to confirm
是来
what kind
确
of
认一下
misery I have
我
ended
究竟
up
有
in?
多惨吗？
Congratulations to you! Thanks to your friend! She roared at me and in a cathartic tone, completely different from her usual calm and restrained self. Lin,
林同学，
don't lean on the
不要靠在栏
railing, it's
杆
very
上
dangerous over there.
很危险的。
Come over
这
here.
边来吧，
Come back to
跟我
the
一起来
classroom
教
with me and
室
apologize to
向
the
同
other
学道歉
students.
吧。
As I said that, I walked forward slowly, pushing towards the other side of the rooftop, step by step. Don't come over. I hate you.
我从
I've
来没有
never
讨厌
hated
过林
Lin,
同
right?
学啊
There must be something that hasn't been
一定
explained
是有什么
clearly
还
yet,
没说
so...
清楚吧？胡说，
Nonsense! It's you two! It's you two who made me!
就是你们。
After approaching a certain distance, she stood up in a panic and looked at me fiercely like a wolf dog that was about to pounce at any time. The eyes are bloodshot, and the messy hair is completely unlike the usual lady's dress. However, it matches her quite well. Annoyingly, she, who was just leaning on the railing, was now half standing on the support between the gaps. The strong wind blew in her face, blowing her dark brown ponytail into the hair, making it stand out against the blue sky.
林同学，冷静一下，
I can't read chat.
不要做出
Don't
那
do
样的
something
傻
stupid
事。
like that.
事
What
到如今
qualifications do you have to try to
你
persuade
有
me
什么
now?
资格再来劝我？
但我知
But
道
I know that this is
这样做
absolutely
绝对是对的
wrong. I answered like this without stopping the movement from my feet. Step by step, I finally reached her. As the distance got closer, her resistance and curses also became much lighter. I slowly reached out to her, slowly towards her face. At this moment, she completely calmed down, allowing me to slowly reach out my hand, cross her cheek, and grab her collar. At this moment, she was still standing on the railing. I just lifted her off the ground with just a slight lift, and her body was hanging in the air. At the same time, her hands firmly grasped the railing of the rooftop, and fear appeared in her eyes for the first time. Wait! What is happening here? What?
嗯哼，现在才知道害怕了。
What is this? Oh my god, what the fuck?
果
Sure
然，
enough, the
现
reason
在
why I
表现得
acted
那么
so
小
wanting
心
to
省省
commit
的，
suicide before
果
was
然
really
是
just an
贱人。
act.
你呀，
You
现
you
在
are
才
struggling
真正
desperately
挣扎着
now
呢
in
为了
order
活
to
下去。
survive. You, Jiang Xue!
江西月，
What's wrong? Is this your first time meeting me? Or is it that you have never seen through it
之前一直
before?
都没有看破呢。滋
How
味
does
如
it
何？
taste? The
有
feeling of
感受
betrayal
吗
and despair.
绝境的感觉。
When I
想
think
象
of you as the
就是我
culprit
只
who
想
caused the
在
treatment that
小
Xiaoyun
小的
suffered in
当
elementary
做
school,
事
I have been and have been.
一直一直
I
一直
really
很想
want you
让
to
你
have a
知道
taste of
这种
this. Wait, what? What does this mean? Wait, does she know? When I think of you as the culprit who caused the treatment that Xiaoyun suffered. Oh my god.
如果
If
你
you
不
don't
想
want to
从
fall
九
from
楼
the
摔
ninth floor
下
and
去
have a brain injury,
脑袋
answer my
瘫痪
question
的话
immediately.
就
我从
I
来
never remember doing anything to be sorry for Yun Xinyao.
如果有的话，
If anything, I sincerely apologize to you here. Just to me? How do you treat all the people you have hurt? Or do you think a simple apology is enough? This twist is not something I would expect. Holy shit, what the fuck? Wait, the writing is insane, guys. Oh my god. But I think this is your style. In the distance, in the blue sky, and there is only one step away from pushing her off this teaching building. Only one step away? Just one step away. I can let the biggest scumbag in Mo Xiangshen say goodbye to the world, right? This is the 9th floor of the teacher's building. If you fall headfirst from here, you know the consequences, right? Please. Please. I'm begging for mercy. I'm begging for mercy. Where are you, the stubborn person from before? Where are you that yelled at me a few seconds ago? Sure enough, you only have that confident tone when you are superior. Once someone exposes the so-called trick behind you, you are like a deflated rubber ball to press to the side. I relaxed my grip slightly and lowered her down from mid-air. She immediately grabbed the iron railing and looked at me warily, fearing that she would make the same mistake as before. It's okay, I won't do the same thing twice. After all, to me, you have lost your value. Out of kindness, may I tell you another fact? I knew all this from the beginning, right? After all, when you were secretly observing us in the student council office, I was also watching you. You actually believe the setting of my performance so easily. I believe that even if you push a person to that point, she will still trust the most suspicious person unconditionally. All this is thanks to Shuje, right? Without her, I would have to bear at least an unknown number of times the workload. When I told this fact at that moment, I caught the shock on her face. This is not surprising after all. She was to be able to achieve her previous success mostly with the help of Shuje. And at the same time, that's what I'm most happy to see. Surprised? Painful? Desperate? You deserve this. After all, you still have to pay off the debt for delaying my time with Xiaoyun. What does that mean? Wait! What is this twist? Hello? Oh my god, what? 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 What exactly my reaction? What the fuck? Haven't you realized yet? Haven't you realized your situation yet? You're nothing more than a pawn I deliberately erased, aren't you? I tolerated all your malice, turned a blind eye to everything you did, just to arouse Xiaoyun's protective instincts, to stimulate her possessiveness, aren't you? As for what kind of person you really are, I've known since the beginning of the school year. My attitude towards this is simply indifference. Just as a person doesn't need to consider the feelings of livestock, now that this clumsy game is over, it's time to say goodbye. Saying this, I turned my head away, casting her half-crouching body into my shadow. Farewell, student council president. You were just a boring toy, ultimately adding little fun to this game. Is that all? Oh my god, I thought it ended. I will be angry if it ended there. Oh my god. Everyone in the world is saying things against their conscience. Perhaps it's for profit, but most people are acting out of instinct. Like, Shue, you're my pride. Like this? Like my mother. Proud. Just a month ago, you showed me the complete opposite. Aren't you going to pick up your brother today?
对西月你这么重要的日子，我又怎么能错过呢？
Sorry. I think I need a little break. No, let me continue the story. Saying this, she smiled and took my hand, leading me into the school campus. Washington Girls High School, a private girls' high school located in the suburbs, renowned in the city for its extremely high tuition fees. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with me, if it weren't for her.
您好，
Hello,
请
could you
问
tell me
我
how
们
to
报到
get
处
to
怎
the
么走？
registration area?
哦
Go
这
straight to
条
the
路
end
是
of
知
this
道的。
road.
哦，
Oh,
感
thank
谢
you,
感
thank
谢，
you.
我
This is
们
our
是第一
first
次
time
到这
here.
儿，
We don't
不
know
太
the
认
way
识
very
路。
well.
您的女
Is your
儿
daughter admitted through
是通过
independent
自主招生进
enrollment?
来的？哦，
Ah,
是这
that's
样
it.
的。
Before the
最好像我
exam,
还
I
说，
said that she was
她这
simply
简
looking
直啊
for
就是自己
challenges
给
for
自己找挑
herself,
战。
but I
可
didn't
没想
expect that
到
I
是我低估了
underestimated
她。
her.
莫非这
Could
位
this
就
be
是
Jiang
江心月
Xiue?
同学？
Ignoring my mother's ardent compliments, the woman in teacher's uniform turned to me and asked my mother this question.
是的，
Yes.
我想你的女
I
儿
don't think
一
your
定是
daughter
想
wants
为
to
自
add
己增加挑
challenges to
战是吗？
herself. As far as I
据
know,
我所
among
知，
all the
在我
independent
上山接触
enrollment
过的所
students
有
at
自主招生学生里面，
students that Washington
她可能
has
是创校里
accepted,
面
she may
最
have
高
the
的。
highest score since the school was founded.
这么说吧，
Let's put it
我
this
江
way.
山能
It
向你
is
敞开
it is
大
an
门，
honor for the
可是
school
这
to be
所学
able
校
to
的
open
荣
the
幸。
door to you at Washington.
感谢
Thank
老
you,
师的
teacher,
夸
for your
奖，
praise.
我
I
会
will
继续努
continue
力
to
的。
work hard. With a formal bow and a stiff smile, the result is naturally a deserved forward reward from the teacher.
你的女儿可
Your
真
daughter
懂
is
事。
really sensible.
我
I
想
am
参
very
考她在莫江
optimistic
山的
about her
表现。
performance in Washington. So are
咱们
we.
也是
To be honest,
不
Shu
瞒你
has
说，
always been my
西月
pride.
她呀，也
After a few more pleasantries, I followed my mother straight to the front. I looked back at the teacher, but I didn't realize that my mother had already walked in front
为
of
什么？
me. Why do
为什
you
么有
have
这么好的
such a
分
good
数，
score?
却偏
But
偏
I
要来
have
这所
come
学
to
校？
the school. As she spoke, my mother stopped where she was, and her original gentleness had long since disappeared.
我本来还以为你
I
是因为
originally
没有把
thought you
握考
applied to
上那所高
Washington
中才
because
报
you were
莫
not
江
sure
山的。
about getting into that high school,
结
but it
果
turned out. Faced with my mother's questioning, I just remained silent as always. It's my
这
fault
也
that I
怪我
didn't
没
pay
怎么关
much
注过你
attention
的
to your
成绩，
grades,
才
which
导致
led
这
to
种
this
结果。
result.
那样的
In
话，
that case,
我
I
也不
won't
会
let
知
you
道
fill
你这
out
么
the
做最边
application
缘的
form
朋友
so
之一。
casually. She glared at me so hard and then walked forward silently. I followed her silently while suppressing the smile that was about to hide at the corner of my mouth. I knew it all along, Mother. You've always only cared about my brother, and I'm just an insignificant sacrifice in this family. For 12 years, you've taken care of picking him up, dropping him off at school, tirelessly inquiring about all sorts of tutoring classes, and recently even personally bringing him lunch and dinner at school. And for a wild child like me, raised by the roadside, you never asked about my final exam scores. And I even have to fetch my winter clothes from home myself. So this is just my insignificant little retribution. Ever since the day I told you I got into university, you've been like a madman. Did I use my own hard-earned achievements as a bragging rights? I know you'll do that because the feeling of unintentional success is the most captivating. I can't read. I just need to cooperate with you, cooperate with your false lies, and completely attribute my achievements to your excellent parenting. That way you can get the vanity you crave and you can get the admiring glances of others. Since you've already gained praise through others, you certainly won't regret your decision. For your own vanity, you'll definitely send me to Washington. Even if you hate me, even if you're truly unwilling, you'll still personally escort me by your side.
下一位，江西月同学，请进吧。
The teacher's voice snapped me out of my reverie. After taking a deep breath, I pressed the doorknob. The girl who had just picked up her materials brushed past me at the door. She had long black hair, wore a neat school uniform, and looked like a delicate porcelain doll. The moment I noticed her, I almost couldn't contain my excitement and cried out.
小
Sh-
云，
Wait, how does she know? How does she know? Why does Xiao Yu not like what? You know what? Let's continue on. I couldn't help but murmur this with overwhelming joy. Fortunately, she didn't seem to catch my whisper.
终于，
Finally,
终于，
finally,
终于找到你了
not。you. So, every single person in the world would easily fall in love with me. This was a truth I discovered since childhood. Humans pride themselves on wisdom and rationality, yet in reality, they are no different from beasts, driven by primal instincts carved into their very blood. Adorable cats are petted and cuddled like babies, yet cows, far gentler than cats, rarely receive such affection. Appearances and masks. They are both the cradle of sin and heaven's gift to me. They allowed me, who had never been loved by anyone since birth, to finally feel what it meant to be cherished after starting elementary school. All it took was a slightly wounded look, a bit of effort to dress neatly, and swallowing my pride to squeeze into the popular cliques. Soon I was drowning in baskets of others' affection. Cheap love, hollow love, and yet it was the very love I craved but never found at home. Hi, Anthony! You can't see me, but I'm waving my hand.
多跟人家江西月
Learn
学
more.
学。最可爱
The
的
cutest
孩
child?
子，
Of course it's you, yeah.
昨天
Yesterday in art class, I noticed Shiva's seat was empty, so I asked her if I could sit next to her, and she readily agreed.
我以
I
前
used
觉
to
得
think she was
在
like a
宿舍很
princess,
公主
unapproachable, but I
所以
never
接近不了
expected.
没想到，
Eh?
找到
I was
特别
surprised too. I thought Shiva
跟
like
西月同学
some
是和
unattainable
是不一
mountain
样的
flower. Shiva, shall we go together?
一起走吧。我
Hmm? Yuya, can you help me?
好吗？
要问班上最喜欢的小朋友吗？
I
是
must
啊
say, I
我就最喜
definitely
欢
love
江
Jiang
西月
Shiwei the
了。
most. Me
是
too.
我也最喜欢，因为
Let's
西月
skip
同
over
学很
this. What? Wait. Wait.
因为西月同学很
It's a lovely
漂亮
voice and has many friends.
我
I
我也
am
是
also. What? Love, it turns out, is such a cheap thing. I, who have reaped all of this, do not feel joy in my heart. On the contrary, the love that suddenly befell me feels as if it has been stolen, filling me with disgust. I never thought that what I had been pursuing since childhood was something so cheap. Of course, this is a conclusion I only drew later in life. At the time, I was merely repulsed by it all on instinct. Humans are always like this. When something is in their hands, they take it for granted and toss it aside carelessly, while what remains out of reach, even if worthless, instantly becomes a coveted treasure. And the children are the very embodiment of this mindset. I took everything for granted, believing that someone like me was the key that could unlock anyone's heart, though one must pick the right targets, of course. One mustn't aim for the girls at the very center of the class. After all, to them, one more or one less of me makes no difference. Adding flowers to brocade holds little meaning for them. But most importantly, I cannot become the special one. The reason cheap love is so loathsome is surely because too many people possess it. The girl who always sits in the corner in class. The girl who always stumbles when asked to answer questions by the teacher. The girl who is always timid when invited by friends. It has to be someone like that. One must aim for those people. Only children like this would place me in that position in their hearts. After all, who can refuse a kind, warm, and smiling Shiwe? Goodwill that sprouts from nowhere, though utterly nauseating to me, is for them a rare treasure in life. I don't hate the feeling, or more accurately, enjoying it all. And just like that, I take the love others pour toward me and grasp it effortlessly in my hands. Those were trusting gazes. Those were guileless eyes. And yet, precisely what I never received from my own parents.
正好，我们
It
下
just
次
so
来这里
happens that
坐
we
一
still
坐。
have one person left to complete our group. Do you want to come?
我
Me?
们
The eyes are flashing. After all, I'm used to being alone. After all, I'm used to being isolated by others.
真的可
Is it
能
really
吗？
possible? Well, after all, we have been friends since the
一开
first day
始
I met
我们
you.
就是朋友了嘛。
How many people have you told this to? One more is not more, and one less is not a lot. Anyway, it is a big deal. It's just a toy that provides me with some entertainment. I just need to remember their names, connect the answers to their faces like a connecting question, and say a few sentences from the script book. Next, you can harvest the love from them, right? Humans are just oversized dolls. I always maintained this understanding until something happened that broke everything. Until that meeting. The first encounter was in that narrow room. It seemed like fate. A month ago, my mother spent money to send me to cram school to save trouble. Since my brother's tutoring class on Saturday would start at 9 o'clock in the morning, my mother would not bother going home to see me off. Instead, she would drop me off at the cram school that was scheduled to start in the afternoon. This sudden arrangement caused me to miss many opportunities to hang out with my friends, but it also brought her to me. On the first day of cram school, I sat in the middle of the empty classroom with nothing to do. Listening to the clicking sound of the second hand, my heart is full of boredom and annoyance. It's like I have been abandoned by the world. But after the 11 o'clock bell struck in the building, the door was suddenly pushed open hard. A girl walked in and casually sat down in the first row of the classroom. A face as delicate as a doll's, hair as translucent as obsidian. But what captivated me most were her melancholy eyes. She stared blankly out the window, but I couldn't find any point of focus in her gaze. It was as if she were merely trying to distract herself. The curtains were creaking as they swayed in the wind, yet she remained completely unaffected, still gazing intently at that non-existent fulcrum. I gently picked up my school bag, tiptoed to the first row, and sat down on the far left of the seats. But she, sitting by the window on the far right, remained unmoved, as if everything in the world was transparent to her. The air in the classroom seemed to have turned into fragile glass threads, drawn by her delicate breathing, as if it might break at any moment. Just as the silence was about to continue, I broke the silence between us first.
那个，
Are you
你
here
想
for
这里
tutoring
写的吗？
too? It was just a simple question, but when it actually came out of my mouth, an immense sense of unease still gripped my heart. It was the subtle sadness and indifference on her face that created an invisible barrier between us. I even thought she would remain silent forever. That was a quiet and gentle reply, perfectly matching her
我只
appearance.
是被妈妈
I
拉
was
来
dragged
罢
here
了。
by my mother.
这
What a
真巧啊，
coincidence.
我也
Me
是
too,
自学。
actually.
啊，
Who would
要
want
不
to
被
come to
逼
a
着的
place like
话，
this if they
谁
weren't
愿意到这
forced
种地
to?
方来呢？
At that moment, I felt our souls suddenly collide, an experience I had never had before. Like a sudden spark, a thought flashed through my mind. I picked up my backpack, which I had already placed on the back of my chair, and walked towards the corner of the classroom where she was. Until I pulled out the seat next to her, she maintained the same posture we had when we first met, seemingly completely unaware of my presence. It was as if I had just been talking to a ghost that didn't exist in this world. Standing so close, I stared intently at the ends of her hair, her cheeks, and her eyes, which were veiled with a thin layer of frost. Why is she so indifferent to me? Why is her gaze still fixed on the window? Why doesn't she look into my eyes? In my experience, as long as I show my sincerity, no one can refuse my kindness. Even the coldest ice. The most shy girl will melt in my smile, even if it takes a little time. Generally speaking, the reasons for failing the first time are very common. Perhaps because of shyness? Perhaps because of nervousness? Or maybe simply because they're too lazy to speak. But my intuition tells me that this girl is different. She and I are separated by 2 chairs, but I always feel that she is actually on a far distant side. The pencil case, placed in the center of the table, along with the textbooks, forms a high wall. Separated by this low wall, it seems that everything is isolated. Can I ask your name? I imitated I imitated her, resting my chin on my hand, and I asked, but she still didn't answer. Yun Shin Yao. Yun as in clouds, Shin and Yao are both in a bit difficult to write. Anyway, the teacher will hand out the roster later. You can check it yourself then. Thank you. And how about I call you Shinyo from now on? Then, what about Xiaoyun? It doesn't matter. Call me whatever you want. It's none of my business. Oh, okay. After this brief test, I was certain of the existence of that wall. Silence continued between us, but excitement spread through my heart. This feeling was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. What shaped her into this person, and what forged that high wall? And most importantly, oh my god, okay. At that moment, I fell in love with her eyes. I'm confused. From the day I met her, I exhausted every means I could to get close to her. Every Saturday noon, my mother would send me to that empty classroom. However, since our first meeting, this time alone, finally had something to look forward to. She would always open the door precisely at 11 o'clock, sit in the seat by the window, and then cast her gaze into the far distance. Whether it was squeezing next to her, deliberately throwing mechanical pencils under her desk, or even raising my hand to answer every question the teacher threw at us as if to show off. None of this attracted her attention. Even the "you're so annoying," which I expected, she didn't even bother to say. She's always the first to arrive at the classroom and the first to leave, carrying stationery that completely clashes with her appearance. Whether it's the surface of her pencil case or the cover of her notebooks, they're all printed with cute cartoon characters. Does she actually like cartoons? But what intrigues me the most is her lifeless gaze. Was your mom dragging you to class today too? Which day isn't it? Another conversation exactly like yesterday. Like products manufactured from a factory mold. Didn't I tell you, Shinyao? I was dragged here to class by my mom too, same as you. A half-hearted answer, spoken with an indifferent attitude. Perhaps this is more like the typical Xiaoyun. The Xiaoyun I'm interested in. Since I was a child, I've never had a friend I couldn't handle. People are always like this, gathering together haphazardly, chatting enthusiastically about completely meaningless topics, and then forgetting everything in an instant. To deal with them, all it takes is forcing that same old smile. I need to drink water. You know what? Let's finish the whole thing today. Because I do have a few more Yuri visual novels to read on stream. So yeah, we'll try to finish it today. Because I feel like we're almost to the end. But why does this trick never work with her? With this curiosity, I continue to approach her, looking forward to the day I can enter her heart. It's always looking at her phone, even during class when the phone rings. Is she chatting with someone online? You were actually picking at other people's phones? No, I was just guessing, okay? Just guessing. Finally, one day, I noticed something strange in the conversations between classmates during break. Although it was only for a moment, I still got caught a glimpse of surprise in her usual poker face. Just now, she was flustered. A playful spirit burned fiercely within me. I tried to peer over the phone, but in the next instant, she flipped it over. The phone case smacked against the table, and even during break time, many classmates still cast curious glances in our directions.
你好烦
It's so annoying. The long-awaited words finally reached my ears, but at that moment, I suppressed a smile on my lips. The timing was a bit loud. I was just a little disturbed.
那你干脆坐
Then you
远
might
点
as well
好吗
sit further away. Why did you have to squeeze next to me? Okay. Even though I've humbled myself so much, she still looks at me with disdain. Sure enough, my guess was right. Even someone like her has things she cares about deeply. In her mind, my image must have plummeted to the rock bottom just now, right?
我看新闻
I thought
怎么
Shinyo
喜
usually
欢
likes
这
chatting with
样
others. Why does she
为什么你
seem
的
so
声音一直
cold?
表现得这么冷淡呢？
Are you chatting with
是不
some
是
close
不好的同学聊
classmate?
天不关你的
None of
事
your business. That's a perfectly normal answer. After all, the abnormal one in this whole thing is definitely me. Respecting each other's privacy seems to be a consensus among all modern humans. But by that standard, should I be expelled from the human race? If that's the case, it's not bad. At least it's better than my current life, which I can see the end from the beginning. Indifferent parents, a dull and monotonous life. I won't let go of the rare variables that finally appear in my life so easily. So I pretended to turn my face away, feigning disappointment as I looked elsewhere. A moment later, she flipped her phone over, which had been face down, and started scrolling through it again as before. I watched her thumb slide and tap on the screen, like a musician playing the piano. It was at this moment that I noticed the gleam in her eyes. She was excited, and I felt the same way. Finally, I found a way to reignite her passion when she seems to have lost interest in everything. Actually, during a break between classes, that day, I secretly peeked and noted down her contact information. After confirming her chat account through social media, I immediately came to a conclusion. The people she chats with aren't classmates she sees every day. They're probably just online friends she's never met. Most of the content she posts on her social media accounts consists of things like songs and anime. There's never any content related to her personal life. Not only that, in the comment section of the account, everyone addressed Xiaoyun using the same username registered with this account. And these three letters seem to represent her in cyberspace. People who have lost interest in reality can only seek solace in the virtual world from strangers. Well, looking through her past posts and comments she received, I thought to myself, but judging from her speaking style, I simply couldn't reconcile the image of the melancholy princess sitting in a corner daydreaming with this social media account. Two sides of the same coin. Whose baby is this? Drew a birthday greeting picture for my baby. The teacher is my god. It was as if the two completely opposite souls had possessed the same person. This unexpected discovery also brought my curiosity about her to its peak. Even if they were complete strangers, even if they had never known each other well, as long as they shared the same interests, as long as they held the same feelings, she would pass that love on to the other person. Perhaps that's why I cared about her. So starting from that day, I set aside some time every day to learn about the things Xiaoyun liked, searching for potential common interests for the future. If I did that, would her tightly closed heart open to me? A month later, with this question in mind, I pressed the friend request button. Looking at the notification on my phone screen that the request had been sent, I let out a long sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. The world returned to its quiet state. once again becoming completely disconnected from me. As long as my brother isn't home, my mother won't notice my existence. Only when her precious son suggests that the family still wants to have dinner together, she will knock on my door a few times as a token gesture. Without my presence, my classmates in school would still gather around that small table every day. Only when the teacher calls my name during roll call and I don't respond will they remark with some realization, "Oh, is Xiaojiang not here today?" or similar thoughts. As the ding dong sound reached my ears, the screen of the mobile phone that had been thrown aside lit up again. At that moment, what caught my eye was that greeting that was incompatible with her personality. Yunxinyao. I whispered her name again softly. No, on the internet, should I call you Anne? The love I have never been able to obtain, can it be made up for by you? She's just a relatively unknown small singer, right? Well, one day after school, I just happened to come across a video recommended on the homepage while on the bus. Eh? Are already being recommended on the homepage? Which video was it? A cover? A regular stream? How many views did it have? A cover video with only tens of thousands of views. Eh? Can make it to the homepage? You're really getting popular. I think it might just be because our tastes are similar. After all, I've always liked listening to Vocaloid songs. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Ano's voice is really cute, after all. You think so too, right? Mm-hmm. So the moment I saw your avatar, I immediately wanted to add you as a friend. Ano is really an angel without her. I wouldn't even know how to keep going. Did something unpleasant happen in your life? Rather than that, my life has never really gone smoothly. Honestly. My mom at home keeps forcing me to do things I'm not interested in at all, stuffing a bunch of goals onto me. She neither cares about my true feelings nor considers whether her daughter really wants to follow the path she planned. I see. Is it really too much? It's really too much, isn't it? Seriously. Every day she drags me to cram school, demanding that I catch up with my much smarter sister. If I could, I'd like to sleep in on Sundays, but I'm always forcibly dragged out of bed. Even though classes start in the afternoon, my always sends me here early in the morning. And I don't even want to go to school. Why would I go to cram school? I see. It's very similar to my experience. Recalling her sitting alone in the classroom and looking into the distance, I seem to understand the meaning of her eyes. But I don't even want to go to school, so... Sorry, talking about this kind of thing on our first meeting is like dumping my problems on you. It's okay. Actually, listening to you, I kind of feel the same way. Actually, I've also been forced to do things I don't like, and it always feels like no one in real life ever cares about how I feel. What are you talking about? All the original plans have been forgotten. Those words that are similar, those prepared copywriters pretending to be friends. But at this moment, I have exposed my true feelings to her for the first time in a long time. Obviously, the purpose of my trip was exactly the opposite. Actually, in the cram school, I often go there. There's a very strange girl. What kind of strange method is that? She's clearly very short, yet always likes to sit in the back row, staring out the window during class and only writes a few words when homework is about to be collected. What does that say? Why didn't they translate that part? Let me pull up Google. Google, do I have to translate? Okay. Oh. Google Translate. Where's the Google Translate? I feel like we're very similar. Oh, okay. No way. I feel like you must be the kind of girl who's always shining brightly. Surely not. Is it though? It is though, because every day feels meaningless to me. If you met me in real life, you'd definitely be disappointed. No way. But now that you mention it, Your experience is a bit like Ano, isn't it? I think I heard her say something similar in one of her streams. It was on the night of September 15. You really seem to know everything about her. After all, she's the meaning of my life. How about this? Since you're interested in Ano too, can I recommend you some clips and covers every day? In this area, I'd count as your senior. That would be great. Oh no, it's time for the piano class my mom signed me up for again. Let's chat later. I'll wait for you. After writing my last reply, I put the phone back far away. She actually called me Xiaoxi so quickly. Her familiarity on the internet is far beyond my imagination. It sounds a bit self-deprecating. I actually registered an account like Shishi in my own name. If I interacted with her in the future, she will definitely find out, right? But the next moment, I suddenly felt that my idea was a bit ridiculous. Xinyao often has a dozen friends leaving messages for her in her space. Maybe she will look back and forget about me. It's even possible that she doesn't even know the name of my desk. With this thought in mind, I once again turned on the TV that I had just turned off and turned to my favorite cartoon channel. The noise filled my ears again, and the screen was just replaying yesterday's cartoon. Even though I'd seen it before, I didn't want to turn it off. After all, there was nothing else to do. In this house, besides San, on the other end of the phone screen, there was no one else I was connected to. The cartoon characters on TV were still performing their clumsy skits with no humor, but skits that could keep you staring blankly for hours. As I read on, half an hour passed, then an hour, and in the blink of an eye, the hour hand was already approaching 10. I'll be taking a shower in 2 minutes, then I can turn off the lights and go to sleep. Thinking back to what happened just a few hours ago, I still feel a bit like I'm in a dream. From what I remember, the piano class was with a private tutor. I recall seeing her venting about it in her social media space before. That session happened to be 2 hours long. I glanced at the dark screen, facing the expected ending, but for some reason I still felt a little disappointed.
七月要出来洗澡了，睡觉可不能晚于10点半。
好的，妈妈。
Of course, the only reason she called for me at this moment wasn't because she suddenly remembered she had a daughter like me. It was simply because my brother had already gone to bed. After packing my clothes, I glanced one last time at my phone, lying on the bed. As expected, no miracle happened. Relieved of the day's fatigue, I dried my wet hair and collapsed onto the bed. Perhaps I should have expected it. The bed wasn't as soft as I had imagined, and I even hit my head a little. This is hardly surprising, since the bed sheets made of velvet exist only in dreams. This fabric turns out to be even less comfortable than plastic ball pits. The sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the light shining through the crack in the door immediately disappeared. My brother is already in bed. This is an unquestionable conclusion I've drawn from daily life. A moment later, there was a light knock on the door. That means it's time to turn off the light. My mother doesn't even bother to waste words on me. I fumbled for the light switch and pressed it, plunging the room back into the darkness. After guessing that my mother's footsteps had faded into the distance, I pulled my phone out the covers. Besides Anchan, the screensaver showed a chat app pop up. Pretty late, but within half an hour of the bedtime, my mom said, so I'm gonna have to pretend to sleep to deal with it. So please forgive me for only being able to chat via messages right now. Sorry, it's really not what I want to do. Today, I still want you to recommend you a song by Ano. You might not know this, but she used to not be a VTuber, but a cover singer, you know? Otaite basically means an online singer. Maybe you've wondered before, there are so many VTubers, so why does Ano's singing sound especially good? That's naturally because she used to be kind of a semi-professional singer. Sorry, I just can't stop once I start talking about her. Please don't think I'm weird. So please, listen to the song. When I scrolled to the bottom of the chat list, I saw a cover video by an unknown singer. Not only was it posted before Ano-chan's debut, but its popularity was also extremely low, barely reaching 10,000 views. It's true, she's like a completely different person when it comes to Ano-chan. For some reason, my tone sounded a bit complaining as I said this. I lifted the quilt, tiptoed down from the bed, felt my way to the cabinet, and pulled out the earphones I always carried with me. Plugged in the earphones, and after the electric guitar began, a familiar melody filled my mind. The sound was slightly noisy, perhaps due to unprofessional recording equipment. There was always a lot of background noise, but the voice was unmistakable. It was the voice she had listened to countless times to get closer to Shinya. Compared to a virtual streamer a few years later, Ana-chan's voice, still that of an online cover singer, sounded somewhat plain and unassuming, or rather, lacked certain cuteness. In the slices I've seen, Ana-chan has always been a complaining anchor, and in the process of linking up with others, her voice has always sounded like a cute little girl. So, that was also a disguise? I couldn't help but sigh softly and started typing a reply to Yishinyo. I finished listening to the song. I didn't expect Ano to sing this well back then. She really had the potential to become a big streamer. Can't you see my... You can't see my full screen? How do you know? Because I'm watching this video too, together with you. And just now, it showed below the screen that there are currently 2 people watching this video. What? It's strange. I can feel her triumphant tone even though it's through the screen. Even if I seem like this, I'm really glad I met you, Shishi. But I only just met you today. This has nothing to do with time. First, tell me, why did you like the song I recommended? Because I feel like the voice is very pure with a kind of clear feeling. To be honest, I feel that Ano's song sang better back then than as a VTuber. Right? As expected, you think so too. Actually, I've shared this with quite a few people online, some of who I thought were fellow fans of Ano, but every single one of them rejected my recommendation. The song doesn't feel like Ano at all, but the voice feels too plain. It's completely not like the version of her I like. That's what they all told me. Honestly, you're the first person who liked this song. Like it? Actually, I just really like the singing style. It feels like the singer's most genuine emotions. The sentence kind of sounds grammatically wrong. Not really, I just don't think much when typing sometimes. I always get a bit careless when chatting with friends, and tend to impose my preferences on others. Let me drink water. I keep recommending things I like without considering others' feelings, so it's okay. Please keep bothering me in the future too. It's getting late, so let me say goodnight first. See you tomorrow, Shishi. You too, Anchan. After pressing the screen pause button, I turned sideways and faced the darkness in the room as always. 12 bells are ringing outside the window, but I don't want to close my eyes at this moment. As my vision gradually adjusted to the dark environment, I gradually made out the outline of the bedside table. Along with that silhouette, there's a doll that has been placed by the bedside since elementary school. Everything went much smoother than expected. I successfully made friends with her, successfully made her recognize my identity as a hobbyist, and even successfully made an agreement with her to recommend each other's songs every day. The thick wall seemed to come down, and what was exposed in front of me was still a sensitive and fragile girl like countless people in the past. Maybe in just a few months, I'll be tired of it all. Tired of her no longer being timid. I took her kindness for granted, and gradually we drifted apart because of Cole. Is this enough? Is this okay? But this time, my intuition tells me this girl is different. All my past experience happened in real life, but this time, almost all our communication is through this screen. And the two of us, who meet every week in that classroom, remain silent to each other. No matter what the future holds, whether it's a volcanic eruption or a meteorite impact, there's only one thing I'm certain of. Every Saturday, I go to my tutoring class, and the moment the door opens, I immediately notice her sitting in the last row in the corner. Her gaze is unmistakably fixed on the distant buildings and clouds, and even when I pulled out a chair and sit down next to her, she seems completely oblivious. Today, the same thing happened. I took out my phone, and the message on the screen immediately caught my attention. Good afternoon, the usual greeting. Good afternoon, Anchan. It's clearly Saturday. Why can't I just rest a bit? What's wrong? I told you before, every Saturday morning my mom drags me to cram school early. Oh, my condolences. Wasting my weekend suffering here, I'd rather just reincarnate earlier. The teacher's lectures are terrible. The classmates around me are noisy. I can't focus at all. Classmates around you? There's a girl who always likes to sit next to me and occasionally glances at me. I see. What's strange is that she even has light blue hair. I don't know if it's dyed. People in real life can have all kinds of hair colors. Really? If you see enough, you might even run into a magical girl with light pink hair, you know? What's that? Alright, enough joking. So is that girl still sitting next to you today? Of course. But didn't you say you always look out the window during class? How do you know she's been looking at you? Well... She fell silent. I took the opportunity to look beside me, and sure enough, she was staring blankly at her phone. Don't tell me you actually have a crush on her. What nonsense! How could I possibly like someone like her? Then why do you keep turning around to look at her during class? Obviously because she's really annoying, honestly. I feel like she's targeting me on purpose, like she deliberately sits next to me. Your intuition is really accurate, Xiaoyun. Then does that mean she has a crush on you? I don't know, but that possibility is way more likely than what you said. Saying this, I sent her a sighing emoji. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? It makes some sense, but I feel like what you said just now is a bit self-centered. How should I put it? You just start disliking someone because they sit next to you, even though you haven't tried to understand them at all. To give a not so accurate analogy, it's like assuming someone who happens to sit next to you is a stalker. Maybe that girl could actually get along really well with you. Wouldn't that mean missing out on a potential friend? In real life, there aren't any friends I can truly trust or get close to. Just your subjective thinking? It's just how I instinctively feel. Such a bad habit. When did you start thinking like this, Anne? Don't tell me you want to live in seclusion somewhere deep in the mountains where no one can find you. If that meant never being found, that wouldn't be so bad. But only if you have a laptop with internet so you can still watch Anno's stream, right? If there's ever a situation where I'd make friends in real life, it would definitely be because she has an Anno keychain on her bag. Isn't there any other possibility? I can't think of any for now. Maybe if I happen to see her watching an Anno clip? You're really a hardcore fan. Of course! She admitted it without any doubt. Looks like I really underestimated her love for Anno-chan. Alright then, I wish you succeed in finding someone like that in real life someday. Unfortunately, Anno isn't that popular right now. Finding someone who even watches popular streamers isn't very likely, let alone she'll become famous. I believe that too. After getting her reply, I hid my phone back in my bag and glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She did indeed have a satisfied smile on her face. Surprisingly, she's easily satisfied, and so the connection between us was once again severed by the demands of our schedules until night fell. when our souls were united through that narrow screen. I sang really well today too. Yeah, you said the same thing yesterday, because that's the truth. Alright, you really do like her. Mm-hmm. But I could guess what she was going to say before even clicking into the chat box. After all, the only common topic we had was Ano-chan. After all, the real reason we met might be a topic I could never confide in her. We were destined to communicate wearing masks, and were only fit to give each other our true feelings in a virtual space. But curiosity still drove me to persist in this continuous daily routine. Separated by a narrow screen, my eyes were constantly fixed on the chat software interface, and my heart's anticipating the next reply. There was a feeling of excitement I never experienced before, and the first time in my life I'd ever cared about someone. For the first time, I noticed the little red dots on social media. For the first time, I began to anticipate a certain moment, even though we always needed a screen between us to communicate. Even though the topics of our conversations were purely lies I made up to get closer to her, yet I was still intoxicated by this feeling, ignoring all the warnings from reason, unable to extricate myself. Finally, I understood. I had never received love from anyone. Parental love, friendly love, romantic love. All these are blank spaces to me. Parental love was mostly allocated to my elder brother. It was unequal love. Friendly love was merely for gaining favors from me. It just a means to approach the most dazzling girl in class and bask in some reflected glory. But what I received from Xiaoyun was by far the purest love I've ever encountered. In the end, the feeling of being loved that I'd been searching for was actually satisfied by a girl I had only spoken a few words to. I am really so boring. Are we back to present? After entering 6th grade, I can no longer see her at the tutoring class. After all, since Xiaoyun entered 6th grade, Xiaoyun's mother couldn't worry about her and hired a special tutor for her. The separation from her was not sudden. When she accidentally mentioned it during the chat, I was mentally prepared. On the night when Xiaoyun left his cramped school office building for the last time, I deliberately stayed until the end and came to the door to watch her leave. I always kept a distance of nearly 5 meters from her along the way, although on the surface it was to avoid attracting her attention. In practice, it was counterproductive and made me look like a stalker. However, on the surface, she ignored it all until she walked to the door and stepped through the glass door. A white car was parked directly opposite. I watched her get into the car and watched her disappear from sight before turning around and walking towards home. The street lights cast light up from above, reflecting my lonely shadow. I prayed secretly in my heart, praying that this would not be the last time we two meet. Xiaoyun's parents seem to have significant connections to the board of directors of a private girls' school, and the elementary school she attends appears to be the elementary section of that high school for girls. I finally got rid of that troublesome person. Just now, after school, I even noticed she was following me. She's practically like a stalker. That very day, Xiaoyun, oh, no, Anne reported to me. I could practically feel her excitement through the screen. So you're not going to that cram school anymore? Exactly. My mom just had to meddle again and found me a private tutor. Seriously, it's not like I even asked for one. It's also for your future development, and for now, why not just hear her out? Huh? Why are you saying that too, Shishi? As if a mother like that really is annoying, isn't she? Yeah, you definitely understand me, right? Of course. After all, in a way, I'm a lot like you, Anne. Crap, why did the teacher come so early? Let's talk later. I'll wait for you. Uh, Thank you to me back then for seeing her social media accounts. I should also thank myself back then. Sure, I was in it for fun, but I genuinely found a like-minded friend to whom I could sincerely open my heart. Although I don't believe in fate or anything like that, I always felt there was a thread connecting us, drawing us closer and closer. Time seemed to slow down under her influence. Nights that I used to long for now became incredibly bright because of the anticipation of meeting her again. But even now, we still have to deceive each other with our online personas. Photos I took in the study rooms are still in my phone's album. It's a pity that those candid photos, without exception, all show her side face turned away. It's no wonder, after all, I followed her in the study room for a whole year and never saw her face facing me. Maybe that's a bit absolute, but when she turned her face to me, it was probably only a few times, right? But I was the one handing her the test papers at those times, right? It's impossible to have chance to take photos at that time, right? What should I do? Is it necessary to go to Xiaoyun's home now? No. That would definitely be considered suicide. No matter how I persuaded others to let me into the house, how I met her without using her identity as a netizen, I even have no clue about her address. Exchanging photos? That's definitely not possible. Based on what I know about Xiaoyun, she always deliberately keeps a distance from others. In other words, she just enjoys the feeling of chatting with others through a screen. This problem bothers me day and night, so much so that I can no longer enjoy the time I spend chatting with her. Ano-chan is doing live broadcasts as usual every day, but for some reason, always feel that Xiaoyun is becoming less and less interested in slicing. Until that day, after she sent me a song that wasn't sung by Ano-chan before bed, I finally couldn't help but ask the question. It feels like you don't like Ano as much as you used to, Anne. No, I haven't. I still been watching her. Oh, can you say my passion has faded or anything like that? But today you didn't recommend Ano's new song to me. Ano, and even though it was just released today. Well, you must have already listened to it, Shishi. You didn't need me to recommend it or anything. And why didn't you come and tell right away when the new song was released? It's just because you never missed it before, so why this time? Okay, I'll tell you, okay? Actually, Ano might be graduating soon. Graduating? Yes, that's right. Graduating means that this VTuber is going to stop being active. Or what? I don't know the exact details either. I just saw this information from an insider and then so that means it's just an untrue rumor, right? So there's no need to but that insider all the VTuber information they leaked before. None of the information they posted has ever been wrong. Then maybe this time, today just now, Ano posted an identical announcement on her alt account. 1 month from now will be her final stream. Shishi, you really are really affected by this, aren't you, since you cared about Ano so much? No, I never cared about that virtual streamer. If I were to get close to Xiaoyun, I would absolutely not have any feelings for her. It's all a lie to deceive her, all a pretense to get the time to chat with her every day. But how can I confess such a thing? After all, a lie always needs to be covered up with an even bigger lie. Ashley, I've actually been lying to you all along. Actually, by now, I don't really like Ano that much anymore. Huh? What's going on? All this time, I only kept forcing myself to watch Ano's stream so I'd have something in common to talk about. Ashley, when you first got in touch with me, I was just about to leave the fandom. Leave the fandom? Ashley, on the day I recommended that song to you, I was already really nervous. Nervous? Afraid you wouldn't like it. After all, everyone before had reacted that way. Is that what I actually like more is the old Ano, when she was still a cover singer. So after I really started talking with you, to be honest, I've always felt that my action always end up driving the friends around me. Wait, and you're the only one who makes me feel like I don't want to let go. If I told you all this, I've been so afraid that you might distance yourself from me because of it. You may not realize it, Shishi, but in my heart, you're even more important than you could imagine. Really? Actually, even though it may look like I have so many friends, you're the only one who's ever seriously answered my questions. So no matter what, I don't want to lose you. So today I was trying to see whether if our conversations were no longer about Ano, this kind of everyday life between us could still continue. After all, haven't you realized it yet? I feel the same way about you too, you know? If I were like everyone else and only liked Ano as a VTuber, then when you said that Ano sang better back then, she was still a singer, I would definitely would have argued with you like crazy, right? But actually, I'm still more grateful to Ano, you know? After all, if it weren't for her, the two of us never would have met each other, right? So really, there's no need to be sad about her graduation, okay? And you don't need to worry that this will affect the relationship between us because now we don't need a bridge to talk to each other anymore. Because already become a very important friend to me, Anne. So from now on, there's no need for us to only talk about Ano anymore. Tell me more about yourself, okay? Because I care about you too, you know? It's getting late, so let's say goodnight for now, okay? Good night. Actually, I thought of something, Anne. Is it convenient for you to receive a gift? I mean, a small physical gift. I want to send you. It's a little Ano plush I bought before, and I want to give it to you as a keepsake. I already told you that I don't like Ano as much as I used to before. I told you it's a keepsake. Don't you think something like this is worth remembering? And besides, even if you stop watching Ano's streams in the future, won't you still keep listening to the songs she sang back then? As for me, I don't really like keeping things as souvenir, but if it's something you gave me, Shishi, then I'll definitely treasure it properly. The basic extracurricular, there is also an inconspicuous vacuum bag. In the vacuum bag packaging, what looks like a chip is lying there quietly. My mother's indifference to me may not be entirely a bad thing, I sometimes think. So much so that I had the opportunity to get her cell phone and buy this sophisticated little camera. This is necessary to see her again. Ever since I separated from her in the cram school, I miss the time spent sitting next to her all the time. I really want to see her long silky hair again and stare into her melancholy eyes. Or one step closer is better. One step further is better. This camera can only last for half a year. Then we will find a way to install remote control software on Xiaoyun's mobile phone, right? No, no. This is still a detour. I should have thought earlier about how to put her in the same school again. What's wrong? You suddenly went quiet again. Nothing, it's just I was dealing with my mom for a bit. She came over again to ask why I still wasn't asleep. But the fact is, this sentence is the last thing that would come out of her mouth. Bro just gave her entire address. So that's the mailing address, right? I've written it down. Cece, are you a high school student? Why are you suddenly asking that? I just feel like usually only when you reach that age would your parents give you that much freedom, like being able to mail things yourself and all. That's just because your parents are way too controlling. But I'm only starting middle school next year. I always feel like everyone is more mature than me, older than me. At least you and I are the same age, okay? Alright, go to sleep now. Oh, she put a... It's the same thing! Oh my god. Everything's so twisted. Like the story's been twisted. But you happen to still be awake right now, too. Then isn't that perfect? If you can, please put this plush by your bedside, okay? It's a good luck charm I carefully picked out just for you. Though, well, it's a plush rather than an actual ornament. Of course, even if you didn't ask me to, I would have done it anyway. After all, this is the first gift I've ever received from a friend. Speaking, I thought it was a. Oh, wait, never mind. I slowly enlarged the picture and checked it carefully. When the evil thought was finally acted upon, I felt no guilt whatsoever, only boundless anticipation for the future. The face in my memory is gradually dissolving, along with nearly 2 years we spent as deskmates, slowly fading into time. To see her again, to see her eyes again, I can only resort to this method. But speaking of which, Xiaoyun's room is really tidy. Although the photo only captures a corner of the headboard, I can still discern the exquisite decor of the bedroom from it. A clean, soft mattress, a spotless desk, and a bronze music box beside it. If I could lie on that bed, I'm sure I could get a good night's sleep. And I could even smell Xiaoyun's scent. Why did you freeze up, Shishi? Is there something missing from the plush? No, not at all. Nothing at all happened to the blush, okay? It reached you completely intact. But wow, I never expected that you and I would actually be in the same city. I never thought things could line up so perfectly. Same here, the first time I got your address. My first thought was also, how can there be such a ridiculous coincidence in this world? Just thinking that you and I are breathing the same air makes me feel like there's some wonderful fate between us. You mean what people often call destiny? Of course, you can call it that. But sometimes I really do wonder, in this vast sea of people, maybe we really are stars drawn to each other. Saying like that really does make it feel a bit like we're in the main characters in a drama. But still, every now and then, I can't help feeling grateful that I got to meet you, Anne. It's really so wonderful. I feel the same way. It's getting late today, so I'm going to sleep now. Okay. Don't forget to put the plush by your bedside, okay? Honestly, Shishi, did you just see it? I already put it there, okay? I was just making sure. Just making sure. Is where it's placed really that important? Because I cast magic on it. It can only protect Anchan's sleep when it's placed by the bedside. So, Shishi, are you a magical girl? You figure it out. Then if we ever get the chance to meet, you have to show me your magic wand, okay? Her status bar immediately changed to offline, and I opened my social media app and the monitoring software corresponding to my webcam. The doll was placed at a perfect angle, directly facing her unsuspecting sleeping face. Perhaps this is a blessing from heaven. But in any case, the result perfectly matches my
好
expectations.
久不见，我一直都
I've
不
always
想
wanted
再
to
次
see you
见到
again.
你。到那一天，
We'll go to
再一起
school
上学
together again.
这一次，那既是爱，也是扭曲。
I haven't heard the voice so long, I got shocked.
小
Xiaoyun, what will you think of me then?
很奇怪吧？
It's strange, isn't it? After all, in your
我
eyes,
在你
I'm just some kind of
你是个跟
stalker.
踪狂
You
似的
even
角
complained
色
about it to me yourself.
明明只是个
You're
短
just someone who
暂的
briefly saw
早
you a
就希望
few
你结
times
婚
at a
生爱
tutoring
的时
class,
候，
yet you hopelessly fell in love with
却
someone
为什
else
么
because of
会
their
如
looks
此
and eyes. Her body was rising and falling regularly across the screen, and she had obviously fallen into deep
晚
sleep.
安呐。
Tonight is the first time, but it will definitely not be the last time. I'm gonna save. Should we play throw it 100-day birthday party when the time comes? 100-day birthday party? But the day it came to your room wasn't actually its birthday. Oh, come on. Why be so particular? Just treat it as a 100-day birthday party celebrating its new life, okay? Of course, after all, in my house, it's treasured like a precious baby. In your house, that might not be the case, you know? I bet it's just one plush among countless others. What makes you think I have lots of plushies at home? I was just thinking if you could give me a plush as a gift, then you must have lots of similar ones at home. Like, how could that be? It's precisely because I hardly have any plushies like this that I think it's so precious, and that's why I gave it to you as a gift, you know? And haven't you figured it out yet? Just like you, I also treat you as the most important friend, you know? Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't have given you my beloved little plush like that. After replying like this, she immediately sent me a crying emoticon and said some words that were extremely difficult for me to understand. I think it's probably the words used to express gratitude in the fan circle, right? However, the only thing I can be sure of at the moment is that Xiaoyun's trust in me has reached the extreme. No matter what I ask of her now, she'll probably agree. Just a few days ago, the monitoring software showed the battery level had reached 60%. Of course, I can't replace the battery myself. Although I can reduce the daily usage time slightly, this kind of idleness isn't sustainable. It's time to think about the future. How about I send you another blush, Anne? Another one? Because, well, right? What is it? Are you worried she'll get lonely all by herself at my place? No need to be shy. Yeah, I guess. Actually, I bought this blush together with a very good friend during my first spring outing. But later, because of some conflicts with my relationship with her, became really strained. You don't actually need to say that. My wanting to give you this blush also carries another hope. I want the friendship that once belonged to this blush to start over again. Is that okay? Your goals are so impure, so twisted, yet you still fabricate such lies to deceive the naive Xiaoyun who believes in me. However, all of this is merely a necessary sacrifice compared to my goal of getting closer to Xiaoyun. Perhaps I never truly loved her. I just wishfully wanted to get closer and possess her. After all, I never used morality to blackmail myself. From the beginning, my purpose was crystal clear: to fill the emptiness in my heart. Everything I did was simply necessary. Of course it can. From every birthday from now on. That way, the gifts we keep in our rooms won't be that lonely either. December 2nd, July 17th. Sorry, I don't really know much about zodiac signs. Sometimes I even think if only I could go to the same school as you. If that were the case, I definitely wouldn't be as lonely as I am now. What grade are you in now, Anchan? 6th grade. Wow, you're exactly the same age as me. Perhaps such a hypothesis has never existed. Really, are you just typing to make me happy on purpose? I don't think things could be possibly that coincidental. It's absolutely true. Honestly, my hands are trembling nonstop right now, too, because I can't believe a coincidence like this could exist in the world. Of course, it's possible. At the same time, just turn the result into the cause. Because the cause of everything wasn't that I met her online as a kindred spirit, but simply that I fell in love with her eyes in that narrow classroom. Everything was inevitable, a calculated future, devoid of any romance or chance. So that's why things like fate really do exist. Maybe one day we'll meet again in the same classroom. Again? Why do you say again? Actually, I was just referencing a line from an anime, that's why I used that word. But I've always looked forward to meeting you in real life, Anne. Me too. Wanting to meet me in reality someday. Despite the caption, the post didn't feature a picture of the poster. Instead, the center of the image showed only a crumpled acceptance certificate and a doll wearing a bow. If you look a little closer, you'll find a sparkling gem in the center of the bow. Although it was fulfilled its purpose, it has fulfilled its purpose perfectly. Every time I see that miniature camera, I silently say thank you in my heart. 3,739. That's the total number of photos it has given to me. After careful selection, less than 100 remain, which I used as my phone wallpaper and for my daily daydreams while snuggled in bed material. Next, I need to focus on how to get Xiaoyun to put the newly sent doll on her bedside table. Strangers online left comments for Xiaoyun, expressing their congratulations. Of course, I was one of them. And without exception, I received a separate reply from Xiaoyun thanking me. Reading the same boring comments, and before I knew, I was getting a little annoyed. Just as I was about to put my phone down and lie down for a while, and just as I was about to put an inconspicuous comment caught my attention. Mo-chan, what? What's wrong? Is it because you're afraid that the things that happened in elementary school and everyone will gang up on? Really? Don't be so petty. What's done is done. It wouldn't even matter if someone hadn't brought it up again. As far as I know, it seems to be the junior high school. If you put it this way, does it turn out that she is a friend of Xiaoyun in real life? That thing? I captured this word keenly, but without sufficient information. The last reply ended 3 minutes ago, and the person chatting with Xiaoyun has not replied to this message. Sure enough, so whether the reason why Xiaoyun becomes what she is now, there seems to be an unspeakable hidden secret. These are not things I need to consider because a more serious disaster has already arrived at my door, making me feel uneasy again. Xiaoyun, have you ever thought about changing your past self in junior high school? Escape from the virtual world and embrace real friends again? If I were her sister or mother, to see such a change in my daughter, selfishly speaking, is that really the Xiaoyun I want to see? Why did I cling to her? Why did I force myself to look at things I had no interest in, even going so far as to tell her a blatant lie just to get close to her? Surely enough, I'm still infatuated with the melancholy, uninterested girl I knew. Just imagining Xiaoyun laughing happily surrounded by other classmates fills me with a wave of nausea. Sure enough, I can't accept it. Surely enough. In that case, could I still exchange messages with her under the covers every day? Could I still glimpse her sleeping face on the screen? She will gradually lose that captivating gaze. She will step out of that dark corner and she will find a suitable place for herself in class. Everything is so wonderful, but I can't genuinely feel happy for her. After all, that's not the girl I like. Even if it's a positive change for her, it's still not enough. I have to artificially create those conditions so that she becomes the Xiaoyun I know again. The Xiaoyun I love. Even if it hurts her. Even if it drags her back into the abyss, it doesn't matter. As long as I see her again with those gloomy eyes. As long as she becomes a girl who only waits in front of the screen for my messages again, that's enough. Perhaps this feeling can't be called love. It can only be called a twisted possessiveness. However, whatever you call it. As it stands, what I need to do will never change. Things are progressing almost exactly as I expected. After entering junior high school, the themes of Xiaoyun's update clearly shifted more towards content about her daily life. Photos of after-school dinners with classmates, the prizes won at a claw machine on the street, or a song recommended by a senior after class. But behind this idyllic facade lies her increasingly perfunctory replies and her increasingly infrequent good nights. Xiaoyun is gradually becoming distant, just as I expected. Is Xiaoyun chatting with a classmate I don't know? Will she forward that clip and cover a song that was originally recommended to me that day to someone else? Will you repeat everything you said to me before to others? When I thought that throbbing in my heart might no longer belong to me alone, and when I thought that Xiaoyun and I would drift apart like this and become strangers, boundless fear suddenly gripped my heart. I began to frequent her social space and read over and over again trivial matters that had nothing to do with me. The clue is in elementary school, which should be a little 2 or 3 years away from now. Xiaoyun was deeply involved in it. It was this incident that indirectly shaped her into what she is now. It's like finding a unique pearl in the Pacific Ocean. Other than that, I only know its rough luster and vague size, but the most critical location information has no clue. The days are passing through my fingers day by day, and at the same time, the time she spends chatting with me every night is decreasing. Every time I every time I wished her a happy time with friends, there was a vicious curse in my heart. I look forward to that thing and their conversation being exposed in front of everyone soon. I looked forward to Xiao Yun showing that look in front of the camera again. I look forward to only me being left in Xiao Yun's life again. But things went the other way. Life was like before, and it never gave me any feedback. I watched helplessly as her life trajectory and mine turned into a fork in the road ahead, as if the original intersection was just an accident that was too coincidental. Elementary school, primary school section of Mochen Middle School, Moshengsheng Private Girls High School, Mocheng Group. The nouns that I couldn't even relate to before have become a puzzle that I think about day and night. Everything is just to win her back again. The key point of everything is in this elementary school. In that elementary school, in the end, what exactly happened when Xiao Yun was in elementary school? But at this moment, I suddenly thought, if I was first-hand information, why not just ask the classmates who were there at the time? After determining this level of goals, the time originally wasted on search engines was quickly reintegrated. Of the next day, I sent a friend request to my final target. What do you want? Do you know Yun Xinyao? What is it? I just wanted to ask, did she have any conflicts with her classmates back in elementary school? Even if she did, what does that have to do with you? I just ended up in the same class as her. And then I heard classmates talking about this kind of thing, so I got curious. There's nothing to be curious about. They're all just stale old stories I wasn't planning on telling anyone to begin with. Why? In your eyes, what kind of person is Yun Xinyao? Just a very ordinary girl, I guess. She gets along pretty well with her friends, and just from appearances, she seems like one of those traditional good students in class. As I thought, I really do need to tell you these things. After all, I absolutely can't let the same mistake happen in this world again. What is what? Yun Xinyao actually took part in a school bullying case back in elementary school. And she was even the mastermind. Could she really do such a thing? But suddenly, a sentence Xiaoyun had casually mentioned in a chat flashed before my eyes. The sequence of events seemed to have already sketched a vague outline in my mind, as if just one final push would bring the truth to light. Overcame all of this was the curiosity to find the answer. That's why you can't judge a person by appearances. In the end, you were still deceived by the way she looked. Back in elementary school, I was class monitor and my grades were better than hers, so naturally that provoked her jealousy. Just because of that? What else? Could it be that she was forced into it by outside pressure? You're the one who came to ask me for advice of your own accord, and now you're turning around and doubting me? Then why did you come ask me at all? You already had a preconceived answer in your mind, and you're still here to mess with me? No, I just wanted to ask whether there might be another possibility. The whole class thought so. Do you really think they could all be wrong? Alright then, I understand. Sorry, I spoke too rashly before. Actually, there's one more thing I want to ask your help with. Go ahead. Since you want to help more people, could you give me some materials that can serve as evidence of what happened? What for? To keep history from it repeating itself. I need to prepare early. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the last message she sent in the chat window was the night I uncovered the root of the matter. To prevent history from repeating itself, I came up with this excuse. If Yun Xinyao really was the initiator of that bullying incident, and if she wants to hide that past from the whole class, then I absolutely won't let her get away with it. And what does that have to do with you? Because I personally went through something similar before. That's why I care about all of this so much, and why I can't tolerate the fact that the perpetrator can just walk away untouched. And besides, if all of this is true, no one can guarantee that she has really realized her mistakes. Maybe she's only hiding her desire for revenge because of the pressure from teachers or classmates. Out of a sense of responsibility toward the other classmates, I absolutely can't let this just pass so easily. So could you show me the evidence? This is really important to me. Alright, here are a few photos. Seriously, she didn't even try to hide what she was doing and was caught red-handed by the surveillance cameras on the spot. If you want them, just take them. Thank you. But don't you dare say it was me. I've already made up my mind not to get involved in these things anymore. Don't worry, I promise you. Just like that, I obtained the key to changing the course of the future. When followed became much clearer, practically racing along the predetermined track, when this photo respread in the forums and chat circles, public opinion began to ferment as I had predicted. When everything points to that one single source, one can only imagine the state of mind of person at the center of vortex. Torment, resentment, despair? Although I was the instigator of all this, the culprit who drove Xiaoyun to this predicament. However, deep down, I never believed Xiaoyun. How could she do such a thing? Every time she utters a few words about that past incident, I can only hear a strong sense of evasion in her tone. That's not the tone of an unrepentant perpetrator. On the contrary, when you compare the attitudes of both sides towards this matter, one is desperately avoiding it, while the other is still relentlessly preserving evidence, even ready to retaliate at any moment. I had a rough idea of the truth when I found the parties involved. Although the main body of the iceberg is still submerged, I can still clearly see one fact from the tip of the iceberg. Xiaoyun was wronged. That's why her face is always shrouded in gloom. It is precisely because of this that I decided to let her become an outcast abandoned by her classmate again. Because my purpose has never been to be a guardian angel who will not be remembered by her. On the contrary, I just hope that she can firmly imprint me in the deepest part of her memory. As for the means to be used and the harm that will be caused to her during the implementation process, that is not within the scope of my consideration. There only needs to be a straight line between the destination and the starting point. As long as she is still Xiaoyun, has those eyes that make me intoxicated, and still only confides her feelings to me, then it doesn't matter. Perhaps this is also due to nature. My understanding of love is roughly the same, because the environment I grew up in did not allow me to understand what love is in the eyes of the world. However, what's wrong with making mistakes? I choose only the path that suits me best. I don't want to be one of Xiaoyun's many friends. What I really want to be is the only person who can pull the troubled girl Yun Xinyao out of the darkness. Until I am the only one left in her eyes. Until I am the only one left in her world. Until whatever she does, no matter who she involves in the process, her ultimate goal is always for me alone. That's my ultimate goal. And this is just a tiny, insignificant step on the road to that goal. Sure enough, in the early hours of Saturday morning, an unread message popped up in the long dormant chat window. Shishi, do you have a moment? I do, but it's already so late. What is it? What I want to say is kind of long. However, the thought of this was a crucial step in winning. When is this gonna end? The thought of possibly playing the role of a complete stranger in front of her in the distant future made my acting skills clearly inadequate. Then go practice anyway. There are still almost 3 years until our official meeting. I do know of it, but only from hearing classmates chat about it, so it might not be very accurate. Used to attend the elementary division of that school. The students were either daughters of rich families whose parents paid huge sums to to get them in, or daughters of teachers and school board members. Though my parents are part of that group too. And then back in 3rd grade, I had a dispute with them over something, and then we talked until dawn. So actually, Xiaoyun was the victim all along. She only fought back because she had no other choice. She only chose the worst option because the circumstances forced her to. But because the perpetrator stuck first with false accusation and kept up with the harassment for so long, Xiaoyun was never able to clear herself of suspicion, right? That's probably about it. I chose to remain silent, letting her wait quietly for my reply. I had pretended to be deep in thought, enticing her to reveal more of her cards, so I could truly gain her trust and have more cards to play later. Shishi, are you still there? Of course I am. If you're sleepy, then go to bed first. No way. Don't you still have something very important to tell me? Staying up half the night couldn't overwhelm the tension in my heart this moment. After all, this might well be the conversation that determines our futures. Will you choose to believe me? What do you mean? Do you really believe what I'm saying? After all, from your point of view, I keep going on and on about things that have nothing to do with you. Even though you and I were only fellow fans because of Ano, I keep bothering you with all of this. Because in real life, not a single person has ever believed what I say. They only laugh at me, avoid me, and think I did everything all by myself. They think I'm the real culprit, pretending to be a victim, that I do nothing but lie all day and no one is willing to come near me. Shishi, after hearing the facts as I described them, will you choose to believe me? Sure enough, her weakest point is her sense of belonging. I'm not someone who personally experienced the event. Before I understand the whole picture, I really can't say for sure what the truth is, I see. There's one thing I can say for sure. The Anne I know is absolutely not the kind of person who would do something like that. From the very beginning of knowing you, even though you often hide things from me and sometimes act mischievously in all sorts of situations, I know and I believe. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Now you can sleep peacefully, right? Don't tell me everything you just said was only to comfort me. How could that be? I'm worried about you, you know? Especially considering that you're also a proper young lady, and I can't let this hold you back. Then, what about everything you just said earlier? I promise you this, I will always be someone you can pour your heart out to. No matter what happens later, no matter what difficulties you run into, I'll do everything in my power to help you handle them. Promise? After that day, the familiar Xiaoyun returned to my side. Every night after school, I would check her messages on time, and every early morning, I would watch her sleeping face through the screen. My phone's photo album is overflowing, and naturally, I've saved quite a few slightly provocative. Oh my goodness, okay. Perhaps one day when things are exposed, I can use these photos to blackmail her. If that happens, what conditions should I ask of her? But the so-called threats are just words. After all, I will not hand over my beloved Xiaoyun to her at will. The so-called leaking of photos is just a threat. This is a scenery that only I can see, and it should naturally be reserved for me. who loves her the most in the world. I've always been thinking of how wonderful it would be if someday I could meet you in real life, and it wouldn't be good at all. Shishi would definitely be disappointed. Why? We've known each other for nearly 5 or 6 years already. Haven't we? I think if we really met in real life, we definitely have a lot in common to talk about, right? And besides, we're even in the same city, you know? It's not impossible that we might run into each other by chance in high school. Just imagine if one day we suddenly realized that the online friend pinned at the top of our chat box was actually each other. Come on, why do you stop replying again? It would be nice if things could really turn out that way, but unfortunately, it's impossible. Eh? My mom has decided already to send me to Washington, and she's even forcing me to fight for one of the only 2 recommendation spots in the whole grade. Is that so? There's really no room to change her mind? If you try to persuade her properly, surely there'll be some way, right? I don't think your mom would be that heartless. I still don't understand my mom well enough. If there was, I wouldn't have been forced all the way to Machen in the first place. She responded like this on the opposite side. Even though there was a screen across the screen, I could still imagine the bitter expression on her face. But even if it's Moshenshin, it can't really be that different from other schools, right? And it's just a goal after all, so you don't need to worry so much. Anne's mom will take reality into account too. Shishi, you might not understand the situation. The tuition at that school is the biggest barrier to getting in. Of course, Moshenshin also admits a single-digit number of special scholarship students every year, but even special admissions don't get all their tuition waived. So please don't try to get in just because of this. Don't worry, if I really chose a special admissions route just to come see you, and that would be irresponsible towards you. After all, I believe you've always been thinking of what's best for me too. So if I did that, wouldn't that just be just be irresponsible of me? Let's wait until college, okay? Unexpectedly, she was the first to say the promise this time. Then let's make a promise. Even if we don't happen to end up at the same university, I still want to be in the same city as you, Shishi. And when that time comes, let's meet. Could we? Of course we can. Then it's a promise. Pinky promise? This is online. How are we supposed to? This is where you're no fun at all. You know, as long as our feelings get across, all we need is a symbolic confirmation. Alright, then not for 100 years. Even though the process was full of lies, but in the future, I will still try my best to realize it. Although something went wrong in the first step of implementation. Not trying to recruit students independently is naturally a tactic to stabilize her. It is just a way to pave the way for my future plans. It was what happened in the first year of junior high school that made me realize that looking across this narrow screen was not a long-term plan after all. Although through that camera I can always stare at Xiaoyun's life with the guarantee of that night, I can always see comfort from chatting with her, but our connection is always as thin as gossamer. Just recalling the previous experience of successfully bringing Xiaoyun back to me, the feeling of fear begins to linger in my heart and cannot go away. No matter how you say it, the previous encounter was too accidental and too lucky. It's such a coincidence that it can even be said to be an arrangement made by fate. What if I failed to find a classmate that day? What if my post is buried in the unexpected events of the day? It may sound unfounded, but the uneasiness is real in my heart. Until now, my understanding of her is still limited to the small talk every night and what I see through the narrow camera. My control is limited to having some big or small influence on her through online public opinion. In other words, it is difficult for me now to replicate the success I had at the time. Even if I can succeed, it will inevitably come with a huge price, and none of this is what I'm aiming for. After all, what I did was not to make her unhappy, but to gain her soul. But in fact, maybe all the above remarks just a result of me excusing myself. The real reason is probably surprisingly simple. It's just that I can no longer restrain my desire for her. Wait. Can I save here? I'm gonna take a short break, chat. I'll be back. Oh, that was tiring. I'll be back, definitely. mic test. I'm back. We shall continue. Are you specially recruited? Maybe it was just a chance encounter, or maybe there was a long-term conspiracy behind it. But at the time, I was so focused on meeting Xiaoyun that I didn't think about it. On my first day of enrollment, I met the then student council president at the door, and she said this to me. However, even though she claims to be the student council president, the way she dresses does not make me suspect that she is a bad girl who sells questionable products to the juniors. What does that even mean? Oh. Hold on. I need to sniff one out. Sniff the vapor about. Oh! Before I entered school, I have heard about the strict internal management of the Moshangshan Student Council. But the appearance of this president is completely different from my stereotype. Are you curious about my outfit? You didn't believe what those old guys said. What the student council is engaged in militarized management, right? I guess so. Those guys are just like that. It's supposed to be a welcome party for the new juniors, but they have to act all high and mighty like usual. I've been fed up with them for a long time. Right? You think so too, don't you? As she spoke, she suddenly leaned close to my ear, her shoulder pressing against mine. I instinctively pursed my lips and moved slightly to the side. Huh? Do you hate me that much? I'm so hurt. I consider myself a pretty girl, you know? Sorry, I'm just a little shy. It's okay. After all, you're a special admission student. It's understandable to feel a little lost. So my second question, what's your name? Zhang Xiwe. Zhang as in river, Xi as in tide, Yue as in moon. Actually, you only need to explain the character Xi. The others are pretty easy to imagine. So my last question. Why did you come to this place? Huh? Shuje asked us. There are many well-connected families, school spirit and bullying are rampant, and even the tuition for special admission students is more than several times that of ordinary high schools. Have you not understood these things, Jiang Xiue? I looked at her face with a little horror, but what remained there was only a joking smile. Of course, I have learned about the tuition fees in advance, but the previous... You already knew this, right? The surprise in your eyes just now wasn't the first time you knew this, but the suspicion of me, wasn't it? Including your previous subconscious dodge, you have been deliberately alienating me, haven't you? Now it's just that you came up to me suddenly and I was a little panicked. But at the time, your eyes clearly showed disgust, not panic. It's difficult to handle. This person is difficult to handle. The premonition I had when I first saw her became a reality, but now it's hard for me to escape. If she really is the student council president of the school, my performance just now obviously left a bad impression on her. If she targets me in school again in the future, it will definitely affect my subsequent relationship with Xiaoyun. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from Shiji. After all, I am the great detective in the school. Actually, I just feel a little embarrassed to say it because the reason I came to the school was actually for a person. A person? Then that person must really carry some weight, huh? To be liked by such an adorable junior. Like, no? Am I right? But surprisingly, just as I was about to speak out my excuse, Shujie turned around, picked up my luggage, and walked towards the dormitory. I hurriedly followed her steps. But then she didn't mention the previous topic at all. Instead, she pretended to be serious and introduced the school to me. Speaking of which, Mushangshan, although I have 100 reasons to hate this wretched place, this dormitory is the only one I can never hate. She said this herself, but her eyes were not focused on the people passing by. Instead, she was staring at a crab apple tree not far away. It's the end of summer, so there can't be any buds on the branches. I really can't figure out why those lush branches leaves are worthy of her obsession. From meeting her at the school gate to being half coerced and half induced by her into telling her the reason why she came to Shen, I was already wary of her. But now I am more and more confused about her motives. If she is just an insignificant bystander, I will definitely not be willing to waste even a moment on her. But she happens to be the student council president of the school, a person I cannot offend no matter what. Xiaoyun once said that her mother asked her to join the student council in order to pursue recommendation qualifications. Naturally, since I was not placed in the same class as her, I couldn't lose this rare opportunity. A chance to get in touch with Xiaoyun. Because like you, I once fell in love with someone in school here. After that, she smiled lightly in my direction, and before I could react, she turned around and left. I froze on the spot, looking at her in surprise as she slowly disappeared into the crowd. Recalling the confession she left earlier, I still can't figure out the meaning of what she said to me. However, a more important matter was imminent, interrupting the process of my contemplation. The opening ceremony is about to begin. I grabbed the luggage left behind by Shuji and hurriedly went to the dormitory to tidy up the housekeeping, and after confirming the switch in my pocket, I opened the door. Fortunately, there were road signs, and we finally managed to get there before the opening ceremony. The bright lobby is full of classmates. But just when I didn't know where to sit, a girl in the front row firmly caught my eye. As if by fate, I met her again. Finally found you, Xiaoyan. Zhang Xue, why are you always with Yun Xinyao? Did I make a mistake? What's the problem? No, I just wanted to remind you in a friendly way. Seeing that you are a special admission student, otherwise I will assume that you are with her. Did something happen in the past? Well then, I will assume that you are not familiar with what happens in the school. As I said, the girl leaned into my ear as if whispering and deliberately lowered her voice and said, Yun Xinyao, I heard she bullied other students in elementary school, so nobody wants to mess with her. I heard that student was her friend back then, and they had falling out over something trivial, and it's been going on ever since. Although I heard this from someone else, I still wanted to tell you out of good intentions. So you're advising me to stay away from her? No, not really. It's just that I think if there are rumors like this, I should be a little cautious, right? Whatever the truth is, getting dragged into a bunch of trouble isn't what Shiwei wants, is it? If you want to have 3 years of normal campus life, you really still have to... Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. Well then, I'll be taking my leave for now. She waved goodbye to me and turned to her friend. Success. Just as I expected. After all, in the end, I orchestrated everything. In the end, it was entirely my doing, wasn't it? After all, that forum post, those initial comments that built up the momentum were all my doing. Spreading rumors, letting things escalate, and ultimately isolating someone. These despicable methods never fail. Things have progressed far more smoothly than I expected. Not only did I encounter her at the opening ceremony, but even the old methods I had no hope of working. The best way to prevent Xiaoyun from being taken away by others is to isolate her from the class first. Let everyone think she's a problem girl, a bully, a jinx to be avoided. Only in this way can I approach her as an angel pulling her out of the mire, to monopolize her heart. In the end, I succeeded. Xiaoyun was unsurprisingly isolated by the others in the class, and next, as long as I successfully entered the student council, I would have I would have the opportunity to contact her. It sounds simple, but when it came to implementation, many unforeseen problems arose. The Washington Student Council has many departments, and the positions in each department are not interconnected. How can I ensure that I can work with Xiaoyan in the future? Furthermore, I overlooked a crucial issue. Members of the Washington Student Council join by submitting an application to the current Student Council. In other words, there's no clear process for joining the student council. Everything depends on the whims of the incumbents. Anxious and restless, I spent my days pondering solution, but this time fate didn't offer me a clear path. Until before the day before the application deadline, I still hadn't come up with a solution. Having no other choice, I filled out my information in detail and carelessly put it into the cardboard box outside the student council office. What followed was a long wait, a wait that almost wore away all my anxiety. Every day, I went to class as usual, chatting with my seatmate, talking about topics I'd forget in less than half an hour, hoping to bump into her in the hallway after the bell rang. Xiaoyan, the only person I care about, the reason I came here. Today, I went out into the hallway with the same mindset. I did meet someone, but it wasn't the one I expected.
学姐，
Chuje, the golden ponytail, the slightly unconventional pink bow on the top of her head, the skirt that is tied up with much higher than the school regulation, and even her knees are exposed. The expression on her face is as playful and unserious as ever.
跟我
Would you
去
like to
看
come
学
to
校
the
办公
student
室。
council office with me?
是，
What's the matter? What's wrong if I come to you for
我
something?
有，我可
I'm the
是学
student
生
council
会的，
president. It's normal to
帮
help
帮同学的
classmates,
忙很
right?
正常吧？难
Do you
不
think I would
成
trick you into the
你觉
student
得我
council
会把你
office
骗到学生会办公
and then
室，
do something
然后
shameful?
干出些见不得人的事情吗？
I have to say that she is really
喜
cute,
悦
but
同
it's a
学
pity that
确
she's
实
not my
够可
type.
爱。再说了，
Besides,
七月同学
let's
你最不
go.
喜欢的人了吧？
You
这
don't.
样霸王
Oh
别
my
闯的
god.
人夺走了你宝贝第一
Mopo.
次的话，你不知道该有多恨我呢。
You don't know the twists I have suffered. I am so confused at one point. Like, I was grieving, I was confused, I was like weird. You should be concerned because we're like this is I think the final act of the story, and everything was mind blowing to me because at first I thought that the main character Xiaoyun has it all under her fingers. And then Shiwe, the blue-haired girl, is her love interest. And that wasn't the case. Because the mastermind to everything, from the bullying and from making Xiaoyun become possessive of the blue-haired girl, the reason why that everything happened was orchestrated by the blue-haired girl because she wants the attention of the main character Xiaoyun, and the twist was unexpected. Like I wasn't expecting that she was the mastermind of everything. Like oh my god, like everything is just so. It's so toxic. This is so toxic. Oh, that's why I put like an 18 plus because it's so toxic that I am baffled. I am so baffled at the toxicity of this visual novel. But it's so good. It's so good. The plot, the pacing of the plot is so good that I can't keep myself from reading it. That's why the stream is 8 hours long. That's how long I have been reading. Yeah, it's toxic Yuri, unfortunately, but it ended well, I guess. Like they ended happily, question mark. I mean, the story is still not finished, but it was something. It's something. I resisted the desire to punch her. After all, now I have something to ask of her.
别开
Don't
玩笑
joke
了，
around,
学姐，
Shuji.
我
Of
当
course
然
I'll
不跟
go
你
with
走
you,
了。
but
我
you always pretend to be such a good girl. It's really endearing. I don't have your acting talent otherwise my parents would have sent me to art school long ago.
不然咱早就被爸妈送进艺术学校啦。还是
Still
不
won't
肯
admit
承
it?
认吗？
Then
那
only
我
I
只
can
能
help
更
you
努
save
力承认
face.
了。在
You're the
学
one
校
spreading
论坛
stories
上
about you and
散布有
Shinya's
关
past
林
on the
清
school
瑶过去
forum,
事迹
aren't
的
you?
人，是你吧？
See, that she's the mastermind of everything. I don't like it, but it's so good. Toxic Yuri is so good, I can't stop myself. I can't see the expression on my face right now, but a faint spasm in my chest confirms it. I've lost my composure again in front of her. The way you look, it's like you're about to charge at me and tear me to pieces. Let me say this first. I have no interest in getting involved in your personal feud with her. These things are far from crossing my bottom line. They're completely none of my business. You are just reporting on a bad girl. Besides, the other party is also at fault first. There's no need to be so panicked, okay? And more importantly, you don't want to hear me slander your most beloved child again, do you? Huh? As expected, you can call me a famous detective. I swear, Shujie is like an anti-hero. She's not like an antagonist, but she's an anti-hero even towards the antagonist. Well, after saying so much, it's time to leave with me, right? After all, even if it is a threat, you still have enough evidence at hand, right? After that, she turned her back and led me upstairs to the door at the back of the corridor on the top floor. Come in. There is absolutely no one now. That's it. I walked into that office for the first time. After taking off the door handle, the door immediately closed itself. The dull sound echoed in this confined space for a long time and finally disappeared from our ears together with the sound of our footsteps. Are you surprised that your flawless plan was actually guessed by others? Do you really want to grab my neck right now in this room and question me sternly? I don't have that idea. It's all because of Shujue. You are too rash. If you don't say these words in public, how can I watch your despair? That joking smile again. This woman's character is extremely bad. Maybe I should have understood a long time ago. So, let me answer one of your questions first. How do I know all of this? It's very simple. I have an administrator account of the school forum, and your so-called anonymity is useless in front of me. Secondly, as a small gift left by the previous president, I can also freely deploy the cameras in the school. Then, here comes the second question. Why should I care about you, and why should I care so much about Yun Shinyao? Similarly, it was also requested from me by the previous president. Take care of my sister, she said. It's a pity that she is already on the other side of the sea. Well, pity. Sister? If you like Yun so much, don't you know that she has a sister? The most talented girl since the founding of Moshenshan School, the only student council president to serve until the senior year, and the only one to secure a school recommendation qualification at the start of the junior year. And also, the person I told you about, the one I fell in love with back then. The air seemed to be freeze at that moment. I silently looked at her face. Perhaps reality is too absurd, or perhaps it's all so logically consistent. But for a moment, I find it hard to accept. Don't worry, we've come this far. It's time you let your guard down first, isn't it? In the end, we're all on the same side, aren't we? But you seem to have misunderstood something. The so-called protecting your sister is result-oriented, isn't it? In other words, if my sister isn't in danger, how would I have the opportunity to demonstrate my value to Shinue? The principle of raising a bandit to enhance one's own importance has existed since ancient times. She laughed as she spoke, putting her feet up on the table, making her look more like a bandit king. No matter what fun games you two young lovers play, I won't care. After all, for me, I was the only one who helped Yun Xinyao, and this result only needs me to complete. And then, Shujie, do you want me to be the scapegoat willingly? How is it possible? On the contrary, I called you here just to help you. Help me? I was confused by her convoluted words, and I didn't know how to answer for a while. Seeing my appearance, she unhurriedly put her feet down on the table and walked closer to me step by step. Xiyue, you are so ignorant that you caused trouble on the first day of school. Lin Qing, you have to remember this name. It always feels a little familiar. Hey, it sounds familiar. After all, she was the person who spoke immediately after you that day. Right after me? It seems that your memory is a little blurry. It doesn't matter. You still remember the day of the opening ceremony. You were the first person to give a speech on stage, right? Mm-hmm. But this is the teacher's arrangement. What does it have to do with me? Wrong, completely wrong. You still don't understand Lin Qingyu. Don't understand this school. Even though she's the only person ever to get into Moshangshan through exams, even though she's only 2 points behind you in the entrance exam, even though no one has ever compared you to her. However, she's someone with an extremely strong competitive spirit. A woman who will do anything to push someone ahead of her. But because she looks down on you from the bottom of her heart, Shue, haven't you realized that yet? Because you're just an outsider who got in through an exam, Jiang Shue. Because no one is protecting you, because your parents are neither company CEOs nor school teachers. Your tuition is also lower than everyone else's. In short, you're like an outcast. And it's not just her who thinks this way. Everyone in the school is like this, okay? She leaned into my ear again, poured out all the previous words to me like a storm. Shujie, of course I haven't seen you like this. I'm just conveying other people's true thoughts to you. Then now comes the really interesting part. Since she has targeted you, she will definitely take a series of revenge on you. And together with the friends around you. In other words, Yun Xinyao, you will definitely become a lover with her in the future, okay? Like a devil's whisper echoing in my ears, I instantly understood what you meant. Jujie wants to say, hey, will you agree to this? I stared blankly at her face, trying to read the contradictory meaning. Until the last second, I still refused to believe it. Although I was prepared before coming to the school, the reality was revealed much earlier than I imagined. If Shujie provided all the necessary preparations for Lin Qingyu's bullying, then framed Xiaoyun for the bullying, and simultaneously left behind all the relevant evidence, when it was all revealed in the end, then without a doubt, both our demands would be met. The opportunities to interact with Xiaoyun would naturally increase, and Shujie could tell her all this from across the ocean to boast about her success. There would only be one victim. No, if what Shujie said is true, they've already begun planning their revenge. This can only be described as reaping what you sow, right? My heart started racing without me realizing it, and my eyes involuntarily drifted to her face. If I agree too quickly, will she have a different opinion of me? Or is this just her tactic of entrapment? After all, I have no relation to her, while she knows many other students in the school. The latter is indeed quite likely. Thinking couldn't provide an answer, so I remained silent. Does that mean you need to think about it for a while longer? Well, I can understand it too. After all, suddenly a person comes and asks you to participate in some conspiracy. It's normal to be wary. It's just that, can you trust me? I will leave enough time for you to think about it. In my opinion, they will not take any action, leaving Shua enough time. Leaving you enough time to think about it. After being silent for a long time, I have no choice but to leave everything to time. I wonder if it was because Shuja was secretly helping me, but I successfully passed the student council application, and I happened to be in the same department as Xiaoyun. Seeing that the ideal was done, I had no choice but to put aside my worries for the time being and start enjoying every day with her. Let's do our best together from now on. Do our best? As a member of the student council to add luster to a better school life or something like that, maybe. That's probably overthinking it. How can you say that? Oh, we already went through this. Also knows about this. I am thankful with a little bit of frustration, but it is more of a sigh for this school. Gradually, I began to agree with what Xiaoyun said to me before I entered school. Surprising, to be honest. Huh? Actually, you seem like the kind of person who would do it. Let's skip over this because we already read that. Just as she had predicted, Lin Qingyu soon came to me. Her excuse was naturally that she wanted to get to know me, a fellow special admission student, and naturally, she didn't forget to mention that she was the first person to enter Mo Shangshan through special admission. Her face, her expression, were truly like a sycophant trying to get close, utterly disgusting. But to survive in this school, I had no choice but to temporarily suppress the satisfaction in my heart and continue playing along with their childish charade. Can't you just shut up for a bit? Can't you realize how annoying you are? Don't take up any more of the little time I have left with Xiaoyun. Does someone who monopolizes the student council, monopolizes the teacher's favor, monopolizes everything in the school have anything to complain about? And so, I drifted through the days, looking forward to my time working in the student council. Even when assigned to a troublesome department, I felt no resentment, because this was the only time I could spend with Xiaoyun each day. But even so, they would still come to my dormitory from time to time and force me to postpone my visit to the student council office every time. The timing was so accurate and the matters discussed were so trivial. We can almost rule out all the reasons other than deliberately seeking trouble. But it was that weekend that really made me give up my patience. Did the teachers actually allow free activities during an autumn outing in Shiwa's middle school? That's good. Blah blah blah. It really deserves to be a school for young ladies. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Hey, this is suppressing my irritability in my heart. I chatted with her about my life in junior high school. During the conversation, she interrupted me several times. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Please come in. Did you need anything from me? I was a little surprised, but mostly I felt a secret thrill. But I didn't notice a woman still sitting in my door. Lin Qingyu, why? Why does misfortune always seem to befall me whenever this woman is around? Your friend? Seeing the situation, Lin Qingyu asked me so calmly, even taking the folding chair that had been in the corner. He awkwardly glanced between the two of them, thinking of a way to resolve this predicament. Yeah, I met her through student council work. No, didn't you say that you're pretty socially awkward? We don't even know each other, and we've never even chatted before. How could she say something like that so shamelessly? Is it simply to embarrass me? But right now, I don't have time to think about that. After hearing this, I caught a glimpse of hesitation and uncertainty in Xiaoyun's eyes. She stared blankly at my face as if she had seen some monster filled with fear and confusion. Xiaoyun, she believed it. But caught in the middle, I had no choice but to play along.
小鱼，
Xiaoyun, what's on my
我的脸
face?
上是沾了什么？
I asked tentatively.
那
You
个
left the pen down. Sorry. I returned to my room bewildered only to be teased by the culprit.
我看云心瑶倒是有超越她姐姐的潜力的。
What can I say in this situation? Isn't all of this your fault? You caused a strange misunderstanding for Xiaoyun, making her think we're old acquaintances, making her believe I care about more than just her. That's right. That's right. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. As long as you disappear. You and the student council president have a good relationship, don't you? At that moment, I wrote down the answer to that multiple choice question. Finally, after several months, I pushed open the door to the student council office once again. The multiple choice question Shujie gave me last time. I now have the answer. Perhaps it's because of the decor, or because Shujie always likes to keep the windows closed. This place is still as empty and gloomy as the last time I came. In short, if you don't know this was an office, most people would think it was the perfect place for a nighttime test of courage. Oh, Chue. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Looks like things you are going pretty well with Xiaoyun. I was even thinking of congratulating you right away. I didn't expect you to come to my door today. But I ignored her teasing and continued my own conversation.
学姐，
Shuje, I've come to
我是
tell
来
you my
答复您
answer.
我的答复的。
Oh,
这样啊，
I see.
还有
Is there anything else?
我
I haven't given my
我还没
answer
说我的
yet.
回答。
What else is there to say? You
反
agree,
正都是
right?
同意，对吧？
学姐
Shuje,
怎么知
how
道
did you
的？
know?
哎，
Of
那是
course.
当
As for
然
the
的。
reason, it's
至于人
naturally what
字
lynching you
自
said
然是
when
这
she
几
came to
天
chat
的
with me
亲
these
戚
past
来
few
找我聊天时候
days.
说的话了。说
Jiang
什
Xiu
么
is a
在
model
亲
of
戚里面再去
shamelessness.
给
I
脸
feed her
带
food
人
in
名
her
字
face, but she
但
still
明
ignores
明
me.
围
Who
观
is
到她的脸
she?
上，却还是你
Tell
出手
me,
她
what did you do to
你
make
究
her
竟
so
干了啥事
angry?
呀，让她气成这个样子？
I
我
don't
哪知
know.
道
Even
啊？
if she comes to chat with me
要
all
是
the
她一
time,
直
I
有
can
事
only
没事的
chime
来找我
in.
聊天，
But after hearing my reply, Shuji sighed deeply. Oh, Shiue, you just don't know how
就是
to
这么变
adapt.
通。我都
I
不想
told you she
说
has
了，
been
从
angry
开
with you
学
since
第
the
一
first day of
天就对
school.
你一巴
At this
气。
time, she must be
这个时候
nitpicking
她
and
又
looking
是往
for
鸡蛋里面挑骨
faults.
头，硬找毛病。愈加
If you want to
生气
accuse
和
someone,
笑
why
不可
bother?
能
Why do you have to
何必
defend
为自己
yourself?
辩解呢？
Spectre. Spectre. There, I couldn't believe the twist, Spectre. Do you want to see it? Wait, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna show you the twist since you weren't here earlier. And it's just unbelievable. I'm gonna show it. Okay? Let's go back. Have I saved it? Yeah, I have. It's an unbelievable twist to this fucking. Oh no, this is save screen. It's supposed to be the load. There we go.
我现在可以说，希望
So they
我
confess
能
to
从
each
现
other,
在开
right?
始喜欢
So yeah, they like
喜
they kissed and everything, and then there is this sudden confession. Hold on.
就
The evil lynching you, or the president who's always with
太
Shue,
啊
was revealed to be the mastermind of all the bullying.
嗯哼，是啊，哎，还是我的
是云同学吗？
Okay, this is the part where Xiaoyun reveals all the evidence that led to lynching you getting expelled, right?
只
So
是最
to
近
like
我调查到，
the next day is her last day in
请到
school.
8楼等。
And then
希望
suddenly, they went back to the first time Shiwei got bullied, where her uniform was tampered on.
今后再也7月不如
This
后，我
and we're gonna skip ahead, right?
就
Right.
这
And
我
then after that, you see this part? This is ominous. This was ominous the first time I saw it. I was like, what? The art change? Okay. Okay, and then this is where the thing happens. I'll read it. Her figure disappeared at the other end of the path, leaving silence beside me again. After confirming that it wasn't enough time for Xiaoyun to return to the classroom, I got up and set foot on the road back to the teaching building. Unzip the chain around your neck. Walk through the lobby on the first floor and go up the stairs. The sign on the fourth floor where our class is located is right in front of me, but I didn't stop there. I didn't stop until I reached the entrance to the rooftop. I know you must be here. So I pushed open the iron door with all my strength. The cold wind immediately rushed towards my face from behind the door. After struggling to get through the gap, I turned my gaze to the distance. She was leaning against the railing not far away, her eyes blank, letting the strong wind blow her bangs to one side. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but laugh.
林清雨同学，
The cold wind of early winter hit both of our faces like bayonets, and it seemed to condense the air between her and me. I stared into her eyes with curiosity, hoping to see shock or despair in her eyes. But to my disappointment, all that was left in her eyes was turbidity. It's a dead look. Once upon a time, I saw the same look in the eyes of the one I loved the most.
江
Jiang
西
Xue.
月，
In the end, she just muttered my name and then leaned against the railing at the edge. Now, the things that have happened, why did you come to me
你
again?
为什么又来找我呢？
Are you here to laugh at me? Are you here to confirm what kind of
是来
misery
见
I
我一
have
下
ended
我
up
究竟
in?
过得有多惨吗？那还是
Congratulations to
恭喜你啊
you, thanks to your
托你朋友的
friend.
福
She roared at me in a cathartic tone, completely different from her usual calm and restrained self. Lin, don't lean on the railing, it's very dangerous over there.
危险的。
Come over here. Come back to the classroom with me and apologize to the other
向其他同
students.
学道歉吧。
As I said that, I walked forward slowly, pushing towards the other side of the rooftop step by step. Lean closer to her. Don't come over. I
不
hate
要过
you.
来，我讨厌你。
我从
I
来
have
没有
never
讨厌
hated
过你同
Lin,
学啊
okay? There must be something that hasn't been
一定
explained
是有什么
clearly
还没
yet,
说清
so...
楚吧。所以说，
胡说，
Nonsense! It's you
就
two!
是你们
It's
俩
you two who made
就
me...
是你们两个害得我。
After approaching a certain distance, she stood up in a panic and looked at me fiercely like a wolf dog that was about to pounce at any time. The eyes are bloodshot, and the messy hair is completely unlike the usual lady's dress. However, it matches her quite well. Unknowingly, she who was just leaning on the railing was now half standing on the support between the gaps. The strong wind blew on her face, blowing her dark brown ponytail into the air, making it stand out against the blue sky. Lin,
同学
calm
冷静一
down!
下不要做出
Don't
那
do
样的
something
傻
stupid
事
like that.
是
What
的
qualifications do you have to try to persuade me
你有什么
now?
资格再来劝我？
但我知
But
道
I know
这
that
样
this
做
is
绝对
absolutely
是不对
wrong.
的。
I answered like this without stopping the movement of my feet. Step by step, I finally reached her. As the distance got closer, her resistance and curses also became much lighter. I slowly reached out to her, slowly towards her face. At this moment, she completely calmed down, allowing me to slowly reach out my hand, cross her cheek, and grab her collar. At this moment, she was still standing on the railing. I just lifted her off the ground with just a slight lift, and her body was hanging in the air. At the same time, her hands firmly grasped the railing off the rooftop, and fear appeared in her eyes for the first time. This is the epitome of a big twist. I was never expecting this from Shiwe. Never. Not at all. Not a single.
嗯哼，
Are you scared
现
now?
在才知道害怕了。
Oh,
果然，
it's
先
such a
前
good
表现的那么
twist.
想轻生什么的，果然是演技呢。
Why you acted so wanting to commit suicide before was really just an act.
你呀，
You are struggling desperately now in order to survive.
你，江心月，
Never expected from the angel-like character. The thing is, oh my god, this was never hinted
还
at
是
the
第一次认识
beginning.
我吗？还是说之前一直都没有看破呢？滋味
How does
如
it
何？
taste? The feeling of
众看
betrayal
皆
and
迷
despair?
像
When
一
I
想
think
到
of you as the
就想
culprit
只
who
想
caused
在
the
小学的
treatment
时
that
候遭
Xiaoyun
受
suffered
过
in
的
elementary
罪过
school,
时，
I have been and
一
have
直
been.
一直
I really
很想
want you
让
to have a
他
taste
这
of
种
this.
如果
If
你
you
不
don't
想
want to
从
fall
九楼
from the
摔
ninth
下
floor
去，
and have a brain
脑
injury,
袋
answer
开
my
花的
question
话，
immediately.
我从
I
来
never
没见
remember
过
doing
这种
anything to be
情
sorry
绪
for
暴
Yun
脾
Shin
气。
Yao.
如果有的
If
话，
anything, I
我就
sincerely
直接向
apologize
你
to you
道歉。
here.
仅
Just
仅
to
是向
me?
我吗？
How do you
你
treat
用
all
我
the
怎么对
people
待
you
你
have
伤害过的
hurt?
所有人
Or
呢？
do you think a simple apology is
还是说
enough?
你觉得一句轻飘飘的对不起就够？
But I think
不
this
过
is your
嘛，我
style.
倒觉得这才像是你的作风。
In the distance in the blue sky, there is only one step away from pushing her off this teaching building.
就差
Only
一
one
步
step
了，
away. Just
就差
one
一
step
步，
away.
我
I
就能
can
让
let
互
the
相善
biggest
最大
comeback
人渣
in
和世界
Motion
说
Shen
再
say
见了。
goodbye to the world, right?
这里是
This is
学
the
校的
ninth
九
floor of the
楼，
teaching building. If you
从
fall
桥下的
headfirst
从
from
这里
here,
摔
you
下
know
去
the
的话，
consequences, right?
你知道后果的吧？
I think you'll have more than a brain injury. That is true.
求求你！
I am begging for mercy, begging for mercy.
先前那
Where
个
were
叫做的你去哪
you?
了？
That stubborn person from before.
现
Where
在
were
我
you
大
that
吼的你
yelled
又
at
去
me a
哪里
few
了？
seconds ago?
果然，
Sure enough, you
你
only
只
have
不
that
过刚
confident
这么
tone
说
when
服
you
了
are
一个自信的
superior.
人气。
Once someone exposes the
你那被
so-called
人戳
trick
穿了背
behind
后的
you,
所
you
谓
are
诡
like a
计，
deflated
就
rubber
像一
ball
只漏气
suppressed
的
to the
皮球一样
side.
憋到了一边。
Chiwe, oh my god.
没事了，
This
朋友的
is
事情
very
我可不会做两
scary.
遍。
She
毕
looks so
竟
dead in the
对我来
eyes,
说，
dude.
你已经失去价值了呢。出于
Out
仁
of
慈，
kindness, may I
再
tell you
告诉你
another
一个事实
fact?
吧。从
I
一
knew
开
all
始我
of
就知
this
道
from
这
the
一切。
beginning. She was the one who orchestrated everything from the very beginning. She is the person who Xiaoyun was talking on online, and she was in the same cram school way before this and the online thing. And ever since the time of cram school, she has been desiring for Shin Yao. Oh wait, Yun Shin Yao. Yeah, correct. That's her name. And she was the one who posted the anonymous thread of revealing the past of Shin Yao on the school forum. That was her, so that Shin Yao could be isolated from everyone, and she could be the only one to save her from such despair. And all this time, Shin Yao thought she was in control. But she is so wrong. Now I don't feel bad for Shiwe because she's the one who asked for this. Oh my god. Earlier I was like, no, Shiwe, run! Run away! Why haven't you run away yet? Everyone's playing checkers, meanwhile she's playing chess. Exactly my thoughts, dude. Like, you could not make that up.
欲
Like,
加之罪，
oh my
何
god.
患无辞啊？你又何必？
Let's continue on. But yeah, that's basically what happened. And you know what else? Remember when Shin Yao put the camera on the teddy bear? This girl did it first. When they were talking online, she was asking, "Hey, what about we send gifts to each other?" And she sends a teddy bear with a tiny camera on the bow tie. And she told her, make it face your bed on your bedside table. Like specific. Like she is the mastermind of everything. You cannot trust a girl with angel like personality. Like, oh my god, like it's insane. Like how I'm manipulation of the highest level. The writers manipulated us into thinking that Shin Yao's the bad person. But in reality, not a single person, except for Lin Qingyue, is bad in the story. Everyone's just like on this cycle or something. Oh my, I can't. I'm gonna go give the developers a follow because what the fuck? This is well written. Oh my goodness.
好了好了，
Let's not talk about that stingy guy for now. Let's discuss the strategy file. And Shujue is all a part of why Shiwa's plan was a success. He's been helping her so that she could also get her success, cuz she likes who was it? Yun Xinyao's older sister. Like, she loves her.
首先，
And she's trying to give a good look on the older sister.
那咱们
Get a good look, I
就最
mean.
好按
Like a good impression by protecting the little sister.
毕竟我们计划能顺利开展的前
If our
提
plan is to
就是
lure the
你
snake
是
out of the hole and let
让
them be the
他们
first to
成为行动
strike,
手的力
don't you
量
think?
你说不是吗？掌握主动
Seize the
权，
initiative
掌
and then
控
strike
以及
decisively. That's the
这
most
才是最
suitable
合适
method,
的
don't you
方法
think?
你说，
我没有
I have no
兴趣
objection.
别老
Don't
是
always
板着
have
脸
that stern
啊，
face.
说回
Let's
主
get
线
back
吧
to the main story.
最近
How
和
have
小鱼
things
相
been
处好
going
吗
on with Xiaoyun lately?
这个
Well,
嘛
it's the same as
还是一如既往
always.
的。
A partnership with mutual gain. Exactly.
嗯
I
一如
was
既往
I
又
was
是
so
怎样
baffled when I found out about everything. Though the backstory of Chiwa is a bit dreadful to read through, cause like some of the parts are not necessary, so it was a bit dreadful. Like, it was too long. It dragged on for too long. Longer than Lin Qingyu's past.
就是
It means the
一般的意思
usual.
哎呀
Don't find me
别嫌我
annoying.
烦
If
嘛
everything
要
goes
是一次
smoothly,
进
I'll
展
become
顺
your
利的话
brother.
我
Oh
可
wait,
不就成了你的姐夫
sister-in-law?
了哦不对，姐夫。
Excessive info, yeah. Like, it
反
wasn't
正
needed.
就
It's
选
just
择 C
like,
了，虽
it
然本来
bored the
就没
hell
什么
out
利益
of
关
me.
系，不过以后都得是一
We're
家
distant
人了。
relatives. Although we're not related by blood, we'll be family from now on.
所以
So from
现
now
在
on,
开
we'll
始
have to look
咱
after
们就
each
得互
other,
相
okay?
关照着点，对吧？
After rattling off a string of complicated relationships, Shujie couldn't help but reveal her true intentions and tried to get closer.
是
Is that
这样
how it is?
在我
You
面
don't
前
have to
可以
pretend
不
to be
用
so
表现那
innocent
么
in
清
front of
纯
me,
喜
Xiue.
悦的确。
After all,
毕
I'm
竟
the
我可是
person in
一
the
所
school
学
you
校
least
里
need
你
to
最
hide
不需
anything
要隐瞒
from.
什么的人。
That is true.
说
I
实
might
力
even
你
say
最
I
大
know
的
you
优势
inside
和
and
优势
out.
是跟
Is
小
there
鱼
any
成
conflict
什
with
么好
Xiaoyun? It doesn't matter
我
if you
想
tell
也
me,
无所
right?
谓啊。
The sincere tone in the leading questions made me believe that what this woman said for a while.
其实那
In
个周
fact,
末
that
林
weekend,
青
Lin
雨突
Qingyu
然跑
suddenly
到了
ran
我的
into
宿
my
舍里面，
dormitory and then
接
started
着
talking
就
about
开
a
始
lot
手
of
一堆有
different
的没的，
things.
我也不知
I don't
道
know why she
为
wants
啥
to
要找我
talk
来
to
聊
me
这
about
些。
this.
明明在班级里围着
There
她
are
的女生
obviously
也不
not
在
a few
少
girls
数。
surrounding her in
明明我
class. I
好
have
几
told
次
her
就跟她
several
说
times
过，
that I usually
我
prefer to
平时
stay
更喜
alone
欢
in
一
the
个人在宿舍里
dormitory.
待着。难道
Could it
说
be that she was
她
actually
其实
disturbing
是
me
在
and
故意
Xiaoyun
打扰
on
我和小
purpose?
云吗？
Huh?
因为前
Because a
几
few days
天
ago,
我
I
在电
told
话
Xiaoyun
里
my
告诉了
dormitory
小云
number
自
on
己
the
的宿舍
phone and
号，
also told her that
还
she
跟她
could come
说
over
有
to
空
play
可以
when
过
she
来
was
玩。
free.
然
And then
后
at the
就在
same
林青
moment,
雨的
when
纠
Lin
缠
Qingyu
不
was
休的
entangled
语
with
气
you,
下，
Xiaoyun
小
suddenly
云突
broke
然破
in
门
and
而
bumped
入，
into you and
然
Lin
后
Qingyu
恰
in the
好
same
撞见了你和林
dormitory.
青雨在同一间寝室
You
里
know,
的
I
场
actually
景。
thought Lin Qingyu was the school friend Shiwe was looking for. but it was like they made us believe that she was the friend, which like is crazy, by the way. Like, to manipulate the readers like that, it's amazing. Of course, she has met your roommate before, and she knows that she came here especially, or is a colleague in the student council, and that she is also a big beauty. Huh? So you have the feeling of being caught in bed with someone you hate so much, but you are misunderstood by the person you love as having an affair with her, and then... Stop, Shuji! What are you thinking about? I don't have any... Is it difficult to express your hatred? You really want to scold me? Do you really want to tear lynching you into pieces? I really want to sternly ask her why she can destroy the relationship that belongs to you two so easily and without thinking, right? Not something you see often, or at least where it can blindside the reader anyway. Yeah, that is true. But I believed for such a long time that Lin Qingwei was the school friend Shiwa was looking for, because you know they also used to hang out all the time, leaving Xinyao out. So it's really crazy how they manipulated the readers like that. It's a good visual novel. I hope it gets like an adaptation if it gets popular enough, because it's good. It's really good, but maybe it might be problematic. It might be problematic, like a bit too problematic, I would say, cuz spy cameras? Yeah. No. But no. I don't think people will like it very much. But if it's a mutual feeling, is it really? Is it really obstructing privacy? I guess it still obstructs privacy, but because you're basically stalking someone without their knowledge. The result is that you hate her even more, right? You have always hated her, right? Otherwise, why would you suddenly agree to that thing to me a few days ago? Reminds you of the webtoon named Stalker X Stalker? There's a webtoon like that? Don't worry, I'm just like those people. I have always wanted to teach this arrogant young ladies a lesson. I really am. So glad to meet such an interesting person like you in such a boring place. Let's smash everything here to pieces together. Consider it a little revenge on those who looked down on me in the past. You haven't read it, but it keeps popping up in your recommended. Ooh. So, I've been really worried since I came to Washington. After all, everyone already knows each other so well. As a newcomer, will I be able to integrate well into the group? The worry is completely unnecessary. And this motherfucking girl, likes Lin Qingwei. That's why she is an accomplice. This bitch right here.
其实我们从西苑你一开始的那次讲话就看出来了，西苑你啊是个很好相处的人。
It's crazy. Huh? Still pretending. You already ranked high on the school forum's popularity list. Did she really? But Shue, you probably don't care about these things, right? After all, you've always been studying hard, right? Aha. How could I? You ranked first in the first grade this time too, right? Xingwei always took the lead when we were at Mochen. I'm not saying Qingyu deserves to be number one or anything. I just think it's nice to occasionally dampen her arrogance. She has a point. Wang does have a point. The thing about Wang that separates her from Lin is that she actually feels she accepts the reality that Lin Qingyu couldn't be first in everything. That's why like she tried delaying the bullying on Shiwe because she wanted Qingyu to realize, hey, it's okay to be second. Give chance to the others, you know?
青雨，
Qingyu.
这么
Let's
说
put it
吧，
this way. I think
就是我
she's
感
pretty
觉
good in
他
every
这个人哪里
aspect,
都蛮
but
好
she
的，
is a little
就
too
是有点太争
competitive.
强好胜了吧。不
But
过这
this
一次
time, I
我
am
也很
also
开
very
心啊，
happy.
毕
After
竟作为
all,
他的
even
亲口
she
夸你
praised
的，
you
说
personally,
有了你
saying
在，
that with
他也
you
有努力
here,
的
she
动
has the
力了。
motivation to work hard again. Can't be always first.
这样啊，
Like, they say there's always a bigger fish. Yeah. Although Xiao Wang's constant mention of Lin Qingyu irked me somewhat, I distinctively caught a whiff of something else in the air. Sure enough, Lin Qingyu is the undoubted backbone of this group of people. Obviously, she's just a really mean person who deliberately makes people sick, but she still has such a good popularity among her students. Oh, classmates, sorry. Sure enough, like Shiwa said, in this school, status is much more important than character. In order to prevent yourself from being isolated by the group, you can only move towards the center of the small group. Even if you have to endure the rolling eyes for a while, even if you have to speak in such a low voice, it is still much better than being alone. Okay, don't think about these troublesome things when you leave the classroom. This time, I came to Xiaoyun to return the pencil case, but I met Xiao Wang on the way. While I was thinking of this, I had already walked to that door. Knocking on the door lightly after saying my name, I handed her the pencil case. My face still red. She's obviously just here to return something, yet she's acting so
小
shy.
云，下次有话就好
If
好
you have
说好
something
不
to
好？
say next time, just
真
say
是
it
的，
properly,
我
okay?
又不是妖怪，
We've already
捧那
been
么
through
多干什
this,
么
so
呢？
I'm gonna skip
哦，
over.
还有，
We're just gonna read her thoughts.
这个吗？
This was when Shinyao left her pencil case. But the next day, something unexpected happened again.
那
So, did you come to
那
Mo
西野
Junction
同学
for...
是不是为了他才来？
Sure, Xiaoyun would misunderstand like that. To maintain consistency in my image, I had no choice but to jokingly steer her to another topic. But unexpectedly, this plan was interrupted halfway
西
through.
月，
This bitch! This fucking bitch! It all started with that person, that annoying woman, Lin Qingyu.
学生会刚通知今天休假一天，
Let's
咱们
go.
先走吧。
抱歉，小云，那先拜。
I couldn't just drop the pretense right now, so I obediently followed her out of the classroom. Once again, I went against my own heart. From then on, it was as if a thin curtain separated Xiaoyun and me, making it difficult to understand each other's thoughts. Gradually, I began to understand the subtext hidden behind her actions. Besides me, Xiaoyun had no one else to rely on in this school, which was naturally a result of my actions, but it also brought a side effect. When there is only one rope left in front of the person who is about to fall off the cliff, no matter what, she can only choose to hold on, right? Vicious thoughts further inspired me, ultimately resulting in a project that would stay with me for years to come. Why don't we just follow the plan like this? When things have developed to this extent, it must be impossible to take the initiative to confess my identity to Xiaoyun as originally planned. You can already tell what single word is repeating through her head at this moment. It took a lot of effort to cultivate that kind of emotion in her heart. What if she doesn't take the opportunity to enjoy it? Just combine the two plans into one. Make her indispensable to me, make her unable to leave my side. We need to go one step further and let her take the initiative to show her inner possessiveness towards me. Let the roles be reversed. Thinking about it carefully, I do have the conditions to achieve all this, and I have been prepared to light the fuse before. As early as the beginning of her enrollment, she was cut off from other classmates, forcing her to become a loner in this school. Then I got close to her as my only friend, and by accompanying her day after day, I made her temporarily forget about being alone and let her experience the beauty of having someone by her side. After all, no one knows that I'm still monitoring her remotely, and no one knows that it was me who put Xiaoyun into such a situation. After all, how could she doubt that cute Xiuan? Oh, you manipulative woman! Oh! That Xiue who is harmless to humans and animals and always shows kindness to outsiders. The encounter with Xiaoyun was just an accident, and my friendly attitude towards her was naturally just due to my past inertia. In Xiaoyun's eyes, this is indeed the case. After all, during the chance encounter at the opening ceremony, she didn't recognize my face at first sight. As for my identity on social media accounts, she naturally has no way of knowing. She will only think that I am a girl who treats everyone the same, a girl who still longs for the center of the class circle in her heart, a girl I get along with because of my work in the student council. The moment she stepped into the school gates, she had already lost all normal social interaction. The only person she could count on now was me. As long as I kept letting the status quo continue, as long as I keep showing a detached attitude towards her, as long as I keep her alone with me, it won't be long before she will naturally fall into the trap I set for her. And now, all I need to do is follow my train of thought, gradually fading my relationship with her and turning my attention to Lin Qingyu. This is the condition for lighting the fuse. Today is perhaps the most celebratory day since I stepped into this school. Back in my dorm, I opened an app in the corner of my phone. After a simple black screen, the screen began to flash and load. What finally appeared before me was the dorm room exactly as I remembered. The desk was slightly cluttered and books on the right looked a bit like they were lying on their sides. Everything seemed unchanged. Luckily, I borrowed that gift exchange led her to use the old trick in her dorm room. Suddenly saying she wanted to give me a teddy bear or something, Xiaoyun seems to care about me more than I thought. She was far more ahead. She was far more ahead all this time. Luckily, I still have some left in my dorm room. Although I planned for her to take it home during the summer vacation, it might not be so bad to have it on her bedside table in the dorm. All the security cameras in Xiaoyun's house are broken now. What a pity. I haven't been able to see her face for over a month. I can only play with the photos saved on my phone. Poor Xiaoyun. She must have been wrong in front of those people. That's good. That's good. You should pour more emotion into me. Focus more on me. Until you become like me. Until your life is inseparable from me. Then how should I change it? Sneak into her dorm? That might be more interesting. Even if we're discovered, it's not hard to find an excuse. After all, we're classmates now. There are plenty of opportunities to interact. But let's postpone that kind of thing until later. I looked at the small box lying in the corner of the dormitory. The doll Xiaoyun gave me was lying quietly inside. The moment I received it, perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps just unintentionally, I reached my finger to the very center of the doll's bow. It felt hard. Gritty sensation at my fingertips, like the feel of a small box. That unusual mechanical feel seemed so out of place with the plush doll. A mixture of surprise and astonishment filled my heart. Things had progressed so smoothly that I couldn't believe it was all real. Did the Xiaoyun see me that way too? While she wasn't looking, I glanced at the unusual spot. Something all too familiar caught my eye. It must be something I gave Xiaoyun before. There's no doubt about it. A miniature camera. A resonance of souls. At that moment, I understood the true meaning of that word. At this moment, I certainly wasn't as afraid as Xiaoyun had imagined. After all, she didn't know my true identity, and she would never have imagined it. The one who did this first was actually me. And it was long ago, back in elementary school. I brought the doll back to the dorm, following Xiaoyun's instructions, placed it on the cabinet facing me so that the little camera could see everything I did at any time. What should I do next? When will Xiaoyun see these recorded videos? Perhaps I should immediately stand in front of the camera, pull down my school uniform covering my chest, and let her keep it as wallpaper for her lock screen. On second thought, I don't think this needs an animation. An animation adaptation. It doesn't need one. No, it doesn't need one. A visual novel's fine, I guess. We don't need an adaptation. Okay? Or should I try something bolder? Surely it does. No, it doesn't. No. No. That might seem a bit deliberate, and I'd be seen as someone with strange fetishes. The delusion cannot stop. When I learned that Xiaoyun also cared about me, I couldn't calm down. Oh, there are really more and more little things around me these days. First, there was the recorder installed next to the desk, the locator on the button, and now the doll that was delivered. Xiaoyun seems to be providing to me with her childish behavior that she and I may be unexpectedly similar people. Every time I wash clothes, I have to be careful not to let them get scratched. I have to make sure the recorder is still attached to the table before going to class every day. Xiaoyun's experience does not seem to be sufficient in this kind of manner. However, there is still room for growth. The long-term secret love is about to turn into a consensual relationship, but I can't stop the original plan here. After all, Xiaoyun fell in love with me as a good student and a good girl. Even if she is as possessive as I am, if a completely different self is suddenly revealed to her, no one will be able to accept it calmly. But more importantly, this unexpected surprise made me realize what my interests are. Rather than following Xiaoyun like a stalker, I am currently more inclined to passively enjoy the results of the layout. Not only am I head over heels in love with her, but I also hope she can't live without me. I'll mold Xiaoyun into the person I envisioned, making her a stalker like me, cultivating her possessiveness that's uniquely mine. They really, they're one interesting couple. Yes, one interesting couple. Then I'll lure her into the script I've written, making her do everything in her power to take me away from Lin Qingyu. Will Xiaoyun resort to violence? Will she resort to any means necessary to retaliate against others, like she did in elementary school? These are the results I want to know. And at the same time, another thing happened as expected. The next afternoon, when I opened the cabinet, the sight before me startled me for a moment. But then I understood what had happened. Not only were the books and stationery inside in disarray, but several lines of crooked writing had been carved into the entrance with a carving knife. The couple of the year. This is what you deserve. After seeing all this, I couldn't help but sneer. After taking photos of the first piece of evidence, I headed straight for the student council office on the top floor. Bullying, huh? I thought there would be something new. I thought they would use some kind of ruthless threat. But in the end, they just played house. Does it start soon? Didn't Shujin not expect that either? Not really. Come to think of it, it's almost time. After all, if their purpose is to disrupt your plans and make your grades plummet, then this may be their last chance, right? If you continue to lead like this, it will be difficult to come back in the next few exams, won't it? It can be completely understood as a dying struggle. As she said this, she didn't stop looking for the video in her hand. So, she used response method? I'm asking you for your opinion. After all, the plan is yours. Okay, stop. I understand with the sentence. No need to say more. Let me ask. Acting is what you're good at, right? Go and drag Yun Xiao into this matter, and I will blow the wind by her side and let her aim at Yun. It's time to close the network next time. No objections? Yeah, I understand. I still have to trouble you to enjoy it for a while, but for her final victory, you also understand that this is just a necessary sacrifice, right? And what will her expression be like when the reality is revealed? As she spoke, her eyes once again turned from the book she was writing on to my direction. You also want to witness it with your own eyes, right? This girl is... oh my god. She's... I'm not gonna say she's a good person, but she's definitely not a bad person either. So I don't know how to feel about this whole shenanigans of like the music with the two. I know. Shuji smiled brightly, and I smiled back at her with the same smile. At the beginning of summer vacation, I took that doll home with me. In the past, I have always acted as a voyeur. What does that mean? You... Well, you brought the doll with the camera, and you acted as a voyeur. Now everything is reversed. What does that mean? This taste is so intoxicating. Have you seen everything well? Every moment I deliberately revealed to Xiaoyun, have they been well documented? Will Xiaoyun's mobile phone photo album also be filled with my photos? And what I'm looking forward to even more, when can I mention this in front of her? What should I say then? When you're staring at your prey, is prey staring at you? Or is it too nice that you and I are both such bad people? You're right on track. But no matter what, everything that has happened recently has convinced me of one fact. Xiaoyun is also possessive of me, and she seems to have much more affection than me. It can be said that the plan has achieved initial success. This girl be putting on a show? She probably is, spreading her puh in front of that camera. Mind you, these are like on their senior years. So like, I don't know their ages, but they might as well be around like 18, 19, and they're acting like this. I don't even want to think about it. Like, let's not talk about that, alright? Let's skip over that fact. Actually, more importantly, I am also looking forward to everything Xiaoyun will do to me in the future. Oh, she will enjoy it. This girl will enjoy whatever's gonna come to her. After all, life would be too boring if we could achieve success with her like this. In order to enjoy the excitement and pursue a more intense love, I resolutely embarked on a path I had never imagined before. The sky looks pretty. The sky is so pretty right now. Oh, look, the floor. The floor is so clean. What they threw away this time was your school uniform. Is this really okay? Would it be better if I gave you a spare one first, or are you gonna take advantage of the situation to get Xiaoyun a spare uniform? She didn't get, yeah, it's fine. Will you choose the latter one? Was my guess accurate?
不必了。
No need. I
我
just
刚
saw
才在
Xiaoyun
监
walking
控里
towards the
看
back
见，
mountain on the
小云
surveillance
正在朝
camera.
后山走过去。这可是
This
金
is a
仔能
once in
走
a
的好
lifetime
机会。
opportunity. I'll
我
just
就
go
先去
to the
储存
storage
室
room
里
and get a
把一件
spare
备用
one.
好了。
What about Xiaoyun's school uniform? That's a good opportunity to borrow it, isn't it?
啊，
I'm not a pervert
我
like
可不是
you,
学姐这样的
Shuje.
变态。
Are you really not a pervert? This is a lie. That is a big fat lie. I'm telling you right now. Okay, then let's hurry up and go. No time to lose, right? Before Shuji finished speaking, I had already reached the door. Without even glancing back at her expression, I pushed open the door and walked to the edge of the corridor. The pot calling the kettle black much. Really now?
一路顺
Have a safe
风，
trip. Just
注
be
意
careful
别
not
做
to
了后
overdo
果就
it.
好了。
The only words that reached my ears, along with the sound of the door closing, were those from Shujie. This wasn't just an ordinary school uniform Xiaoyun's purchased. Xiaoyun's purchase tracker was pinned precisely on that very garment. At noon, she'll definitely try every means to get me to her side, and if I'm not in the classroom, she'll definitely come looking for me. I'm 90 renb.exports.say exports.tag coding deck object at 00x000007A1CAD0. Wait. 100% sure about this, perhaps because of my own experience. So, should I slow down? Or perhaps jogging would better reflect my urgency to find my school uniform? The latter is clearly better, right? Oh wait, no, she's right in her mind. What she's doing isn't perverted, it's just her affection. No, that doesn't seem reasonable either. Lost something so important, yet I'm not in a hurry at all. Anyone would be suspicious, wouldn't they? I'd best pretend to be out of breath and look surprised to achieve the purpose of concealing the truth. This is really a test of acting skills. We can't lose here easily. Shiue, come on! As expected, Xiaoyun also looked panicked. I suppressed the corners of my mouth that were raised with the intention and tried to make myself look as surprised and helpless as she was.
小云，你为什么在这里？
This girl, I swear. We're gonna skip over this. How to connect them? In other words, was she really asking why I came to Hoshan? In that case, I can just deal with it casually, right?
我一直好奇学校的后山到底有什么，随便乱逛才到这里来的，所以
I really discovered it by accident. That's a lie. As she said that, she gingerly handed the school uniform to me through the air. Thank you, Xiaoyun.
小云，我肯定
I definitely
不会
won't
怀疑
doubt
小云
Xiaoyun
的
after all. Let's skip over
毕竟小
this.
云那帮人，
I made up excuses at random, just like I had rehearsed with Shujie before. In fact, no one has threatened me at all. What Lin Qingyu did to me was just committing crimes secretly. Lin Qingyu is extremely cautious in doing things and never misses anything. It's just that despite all calculations, I still can't believe that Shujie I trust most has defected to the enemy so early. But none of that has anything to do with what I'm gonna do now. Just pretend to be the victim and wait until she shows compassion for me. Let's bring the topic to Lin Qingyu again. It deepens the hatred in her heart and arouses the desire for exclusivity hidden deep in her heart. It was
是
Lin.
琳达，
Oh,
也是
she
他告诉我，也是他。
As I said this, I glanced at the reaction on her face with my peripheral vision. It only took a second to go from being concerned and overwhelmed to feeling despair. It's really too easy to understand Xiaoyun. What should I do next?
真的很感谢你，小云，不然不用谢了，能帮到西月同学。都这个时间，我过会儿还有场，没必要担心的了。那么待会儿教师见。
When I walked back, that annoying figure came into my sight again. No, maybe it's just an annoying figure in normal times? So I walked towards Lin Qingyu. the figures of two people walking side by side in the corridor and the footsteps approaching behind them, and the corner of the mouth and heartbeat that are getting harder and harder to suppress. Things are about to get more and more interesting. Xiaoyan. I hate the games they're playing.
小云，
On a rainy afternoon, I met her again by chance. To be more precise, this time it may be more like a result she created artificially. The umbrella ribs were deliberately cut off. You don't even need to think about it to understand why. Xiaoyun, you still need to work harder on this.
西月同学
Didn't you
没
go
有
with
和
Qingyu
青
and
雨
the
他们一起
others?
走吗？
Let's skip over
是，好像
that.
连早
We
上
already... Xiaoyun's eyes immediately start to flicker upon hearing this. So easy to understand. So jealous and possessive. Cutting the ribs of the umbrella to create a chance for a couple's umbrella. Although I would probably accept it. If she directly suggested it to me, that would take away some of the fun. One less bit of fun of enjoying someone else's love.
那
Would you like to share an umbrella with
要
me?
和我撑一把吗？
She probed so cautiously, her tone still carrying the satisfaction and hesitation about my previous answer. If Jiang Xue from another world simply like Yun Xinyao, she would probably shy away, wouldn't she? Or maybe she would show a helpless expression and then turn her face away and promise her in an extremely low voice. Although my heart was about to jump with excitement, reason still overwhelmed my instinct. Then I'll trouble you. I continued to perform, deliberately keeping distance from her.
西月
Do you
同
really
学
think all of this is a
真的觉得这
coincidence,
一切
Yue?
肉，就算过了那么久，跟学生会的连续好几个月了，
Oh, we've already read this.
就算是学生，为什么西月同学
We've already read. Indeed, very perceptive, Xiaoyan. In other words, you have the potential to be a detective. If I were really the student she sees who just entered through the independent admissions exam, I would probably be swayed by the series of evidence she presented earlier, right? But unfortunately, pretending to be unmoved is exactly what I have to do. In other words, this way, the plan can proceed smoothly. Since it has been proven that her love for me is unshakable, ignoring it again and again will only drive her down another path. A path I want her to take.
明明他们才最有可能是一切的真凶，明明他们才最有可能。
This girl!
不要再说了。
Saying this, I ran to the side, moving out from under the umbrella's cover. Wouldn't this make her resort to even more extreme actions next time? Hating her for stealing all of my attention, hating her for earning my absolute trust, using an increasingly intense method to bind me to her side, gradually disregarding the so-called morality and conscience that once restrained her. Becoming the ideal version in my eyes, my Xiaoyan, who belongs only to me.
谢谢，没事。虽然不知
Although
道，所以
the sound of rain in my ears showed no sign of stopping, yet the destination of escorting me, the canteen, was already within sight. I turned my head away, avoiding direct eye contact, and walked straight ahead. The smile I had suppressed for so long finally reappeared on my face. After confirming that she was going in a different direction, I reached for her shoulder. The remaining warmth from her body was still on my clothes and slowly dissipating with the cold wind. I covered the place where I had previously contacted her shoulder with my hands, trying to make the heat drain away slower and stay there longer. But the truth doesn't go the way I want. I walked into the bathroom while recalling the last words she said to me. After washing my face with cold water, my hot mood finally calmed down. Finally, is it finally here? What will Xiaoyun do to me next? It's really exciting. This girl, oh my god. I can't believe her. Shile, have you heard about that incident? It was Wang. How could I not know? After all, I don't usually talk to Shujie about her. A girl who goes with the flow is willing to be controlled by Lin Qingyu because of some good feelings in her heart. From this point alone, it can explain what she did. Although it is fundamentally the woman's fault, after all, it was Wang who did the trick. So it is appropriate to be punished. However, in front of Xiaoyun, I still have to pretend not to know. As expected, I already had a premonition this morning when I got close to the answer to the mystery. I still feel a sense of joy. This is an opportunity to persuade me to stay away from those people. On the surface, the reasons are indeed sufficient. Since becoming a sophomore in the high school, Xiao Yun seems to be moving on the track I have planned. Every time we take a step, we happen to step into the trap I set. Every time the plan fails to advance, there will be a coincidence that secretly helps us. It's almost like fate assisted me. Is there a good reason? To put it another way, if we do the opposite, will it arouse her even greater resentment? Definitely normal behavior. Definitely. Just do it. Convince her that words alone cannot convince me. Forcing her to take the most impulsive action, that's what I want to see. That is, it's about what really happened that I've managed to find out. Through what means exactly? The location is... Wait, let me put some vapor up in my throat because I'm feeling the cold come up. So we're gonna prevent that. After all, I've been reading for 9... Oh my god! 9 hours, chat. I'll come tell you after. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Excuse me. Okay, I understand. The next afternoon, as the bell rang, I quickly got up and walked towards the corridor. It's almost time for the agreement I made with Xiaoyun yesterday. When I walked down the stairs and found the agreed classroom, I was still faced with an empty area. Yeah, I've been streaming since you started your Oh my god. Well, maybe I came a little early. Sit down in the last row of seats, and a moment later, the front door was pushed open again. Finally here, I said hesitantly, pretending to be nervous, looking away from her slightly.
可以跟我说了吧？
About the matter,
那件
has
事，
Xiaoyun found
小云
any...
有了解过是。
西
She
月同
wasted
学，
time to stay away from
是
lynching
时候
you?
可以离林清雨远一点了吧？
It's straight to the point. It's really... You are too anxious to eat, Xiaoyun.
小云，
What are you talking about?
我在说，
We've
王同
seen
学一直都是，
this...
其实是我想，西为什么会？西月同学明明。
Finally, I lost my temper in front of her. I pretended to be very angry and yelled at her, although I had rehearsed a similar scene beforehand. On the real stage, it was inevitable that my voice would crack and tremble. Calm down, think carefully. What kind of lines did I think of before?
小云，你对林同学又有多少了解？除了知道
Oh
她
my
是
god, let's skip over
只
this.
有
We're
林
just
同学一
curious
个
about her thoughts. A good introduction point. Fabricating some facts that have never existed will not only make her hate lynching you even more, but also stimulate her actions. Let the conversation, step by step, deviate from the normal track.
可是已经
But
有
since
了
there
王
is
同
also
学
a
这个先例，
precedent like Wang,
西月
Shue
同学
can
可
no
能会
longer
轻易
believe it
相信。
easily. Let's skip over... Although I really wanted to hear the answer to this question, I still gave her the right to speak for a long time. She will seem to be suppressed.
我说过了，林同学是我最好的朋友。
I see this girl intrigued her.
那我呢？
What about me? Finally, I heard these words. I have anticipated this day since a long time ago. Every time she looks at me in the center of the class from the corner, every time she silently follows me in the corridor, I know that this day will eventually come. The moment when possessiveness overflows. Suppressing the joyful mood in my heart, I tried my best to pretend to be surprised and continued to listen to her talk.
明明，可是，
Eh? My expression is finally tense. Although this is not one of my trump cards, at this point I don't care whether I cherish it or not. She must be forced into a desperate situation at this moment so that things can turn around as expected.
如果是上楼的时候拍下，那明显。如果说是学校里的监，所以
This was the part where she found out. I felt bad for her when this happened, by the way. And reading everything that was just revealed, I'm like, fuck. Was I worried for the wrong person all this time? Empty eyes, completely different from her original anxious look.
而且
Okay, let's skip over this. No, still have to hold back. Absolutely must not laugh. For the final victory, I have to keep this charade going.
为什么？因为我很想保护希叶同学。
I have always
我
wanted
就
to
一
find
直
out
想
the
找出凶
murderer,
手。
find out the culprit who caused
找出
Shiva
我
to
的良心，
suffer.
我知道。
I know that this is all wrong, and I know that Shiva
知
won't
道希叶同
understand
学
me.
不会理解我。
But I
可
have
我已经
shown
用实际
Shiva
行
with
动向希
practical
叶同学展
actions.
示了。
I
希叶同学一定能理解的吧？一直以来都是我在帮你，所以说。
Yeah, give me back my
不要
worries,
再拒绝我了
girl.
好吗？
I mean, happy for you, but there was no point in getting worried for your well-being if you were to act like this.
跟林同学就此决
In the
裂。
end, anyway.
然后
A faint pain came from her palm.
不要碰我。抱歉。
While she was stunned, I quickly slipped past her and disappeared out of the classroom. The setting sun shone through the window onto the floor tiles, casting my hurried shadow. I really want to burst out laughing here. I really want to give a victory speech right now. But I have to hold back just a little longer. Lin Qingyu, Wang, all the culprits who caused this. You absolutely can't escape. What will Xiaoyun do to me next? Oh, she definitely looked forward. Oh no. Ever since what happened yesterday, my phone has been flooded with an apology for message from Xiaoyun every now and then. I naturally remained silent in the face of these messages, but every time I clicked into the window and read through every single one of Xiaoyun's messages from beginning to end. This is just to confirm her love for me. To confirm that her love for me is unique. And to estimate when I can push her to put her thoughts into action. Did you just tell her that directly? If I were Yun Yao, I'd feel like the sky has fallen. After all, I just put myself in her little shoes a little. If Sister Shinru had said those things to me, I'd feel like dying, you know. Shiue, you're such a heartless woman. After telling Shuje about these things, her answer was exactly what I expected. That mocking attitude, that contemptuous tone was exactly as I remembered. I remained indifferent to her until nightfall, and even before bedtime, one-way messages kept pouring into the chat window. This was the last message she left. From then on, the chat window, which was previously filled with messages. Chat window suddenly fell silent, as if she had given up the struggle. But I know this is definitely not the end, but rather a harbinger of an impending storm. Casually rejoining Lin Qing's clique, pretending to know nothing about what happened in class, partly to dispel their suspicions and partly to further corner Xiaoyun, to draw out her possessiveness. Shuje, I think the time is almost right. Isn't it time to make our move? Or have you already made all the preparations? Yeah, don't worry. Everything is progressing according to plan. People like you talk a good game but don't deliver. If you mess this up, I will let you off the hook. Despite her grumbling, Shuji still told Xiaoyun part of the inside story, just like I had suggested. And so the last piece of the broken lens was finally patched up. Is that all?
好了，这节课就上到这里。课代表记得把作业抄在黑板的告示栏里。
was Friday again. The bell rang, and the students who had long lost their focus picked up their pre-packed belongings and left the classrooms in twos and threes, staring intently at me. The movements of my hands can't help but slow down. After the other students almost finished walking, I have picked up my bag and walked slowly towards the back door. The sounds of shoes hitting the ground constantly echoed in the empty corridor. If you look carefully, you can easily hear that the footsteps of more than one person are heard. You don't have to look back to know who is following me. At the corner on the second floor, I turned into a blind corner of the corridor. Naturally, this is a pre-planned route. I pretended to be panicking because I found out that I was being followed. In the blink of an eye, I reached a dead end. Couldn't such a situation inspire her deepest desires? When I confirmed that there was no way to go ahead, I stopped.
云同
Can
学，可以不要再来打扰我了吗？我说的已经很清楚了，我不想再和你扯上任何关系了。
tone seemed extremely cold. It's been a long time since I took off my disguise in front of my classmates. For the next thing, I just need to keep my heart to myself. But she ignored my words and moved forward step by step. I told
说
you.
了，不要再。
But before I could finish speaking, she grabbed my hand that I was trying to use to stop her and pressed me against the wall. The excitement and joy reached their peak at this moment, but equally, the sudden development naturally made me panic. Unintentionally, this prevented my acting from giving itself away at this crucial moment.
袁心瑶同学，在害怕吗？袁同学，请不要随意骚扰他。
Tips of her nails pricked at my wrist. I looked up and met her gaze. In that instant, I sensed what she was about to do.
不要这样。
I immediately closed my eyes. My first kiss was stolen in that instant by the girl I'd always secretly loved. But the touch of our lips lasted only a moment before she forcefully pulled away. What I saw next was a photo on her phone.
照片拍到了哟，这是我的初吻呢。不知道对于西月同学来说，
Yeah, I used to feel bad. But all that is gone now. She definitely wants Yun Shinya to do this.
对我来说嘛，多谢款待。为什么沉默了？我在问，你的感。
To be honest, I'm not satisfied yet. In the end, the idea Xiaoyun came up with was to threaten with photos, which is really old-fashioned. However, we have to continue to use the strategy to our advantage.
放心，现在不回答也没事。哦呀，这么具有纪念意义的照片，怎么能？如果说，
Although I just keep looking at you with that kind of thought.
可是从第一次遇见你开始，我就一直在考虑怎么。
I'm not reading that again. I'm done. I'm done with this game. With the game these two are playing. Or the game Shujie and Shiwei are playing.
现在就公开吧，把这张照片，这样就不会再有人来找西月同学的麻烦了。不要！
Old-fashioned threats combined with a disguised sense of fear. It always feels like the two of us are acting in some crappy show. If I could fast forward time, I would definitely drag the progress bar to the back without hesitation.
现在又把那个称呼找回来了吗？真没意思，也没有关系，带上。
By phone, at this time, I vaguely figured out her intention. If that's the case, maybe it would be quite interesting.
为什么？你要知道，这样接着。
The disappearance of my vision made me rely more on the sense of security brought by holding hands with Xiaoyun.
接下来跟着我走就好了。
Wait, they didn't show the other part though.
已经到地方了。这是哪里？反正西月同学将来总会知道的。
As she said that, she pushed me into the unfamiliar
把双
room.
手背到身后，现在又来求饶了。西月同学，
But in the end, I did as she asked. On one hand, I really have no choice at this moment. On the other hand, I am also looking forward. Hello, Joker Lover. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
小
Xiaoyun,
圆，
there is no
没有
need to
搞
do
错呀，
this. No matter what you want me to
无论
do,
我做什
I
么，
will
我都
cooperate.
会配合的。
But she didn't answer my plea. Immediately, there was the sound of the door opening and closing. The sound of footsteps gradually disappeared from my ears as the wooden door closed again. The floating dust and fading musty smell made me cough. The hands tied behind my back cannot take off the blindfold. In such a close and lonely space, even if I call for help, no one may be able to hear me. Fear gripped my heart, making me involuntarily yearn for the time just moments before. Xiaoyun will definitely come back to see me, won't you? Then I will be able to smoothly continue the script's progression. However, imprisoned in the storage room right now, I really can't do anything. I can only wait futilely in the darkness, waiting for my savior to appear. I don't know how much time has passed since then. After losing my sight, my sense of time became vague as well. In the silent room, nothing but my own breathing could be heard. Only the long gone school bell from earlier gave me a rough idea that night had fallen outside. To be honest, things have developed completely unexpectedly, and I don't know when this situation will end. Tethered here, I can neither contact Shujia, nor am I sure of Xiaoyun's purpose. Fear surely gripped my heart for the first time, and anxiety piled up within me. The feeling of my first kiss has long since faded from my mind, and even the warmth of Xiaoyun's body on my palm is about to dissipate in the cold wind. All of this is intensifying my unease. Xiaoyun! Just then, the sound of the door lock turning suddenly reached my ears. Perhaps because I had become accustomed to the silence. Even such a faint sound immediately caught my attention. Xiaoyun?
小圆，
It's
是我
me.
呢。
The sound of the chandelier being turned on, and the sound of footsteps nearby. But what reassured me the most was her voice. At this moment, I didn't need to act. After 8 hours of darkness and despair, I had begun to cherish her love for me. Sincerity is the best disguise. And this way, she would think everything was as she expected. This twisted damn woman. 8 hours in a dark room with a blindfold on, and she still gets the strength to do this. My goodness. In her eyes, this might be what she... The result of me staying here alone was also the first step that led me to fall into this trap. And in my eyes, I finally became certain that Xiaoyun's feelings for me were what I had been searching for all along. A twisted love. No matter what this means, no matter what this means? Wait. No matter what means I used, no matter if it hurt the one I loved, I had to win her heart firmly into my own hands. It was this kind of love that made me obsessed, that made me intoxicated. It wasn't in vain that all my efforts finally yielded the reward I had always longed for from her. It's so delicious. No, why is the music so happy? It's like this is like a good ending. No, this isn't the music. Oh my god. Okay. I have to question the music director for this visual novel. What? Why do you want me to leave me here alone?
为什么要把我一个人留在这里？
It's a happy twisted love, ain't it beautiful? Is it really beautiful? I mean, what makes them happy, I guess.
为什么要这么做？
But she just leaned forward, using her body's shadow to block the light cast by the chandelier overhead. The kiss came again, without warning, and once again, I felt the touch of tongue tips. To be honest, she was so clumsy that she almost bumped my teeth several times during the second kiss. Sure enough, Xiaoyun is also nervous, but it's okay. If you practice more, you will naturally become proficient. After all, we will have many opportunities to practice in the future. So there is no need to care about what the gains and losses at this moment.
西月同学，请不要编那些虚假的借口，认真回答我的问题。我
Am I considered
算是
Shiva's
西月同学的
friend?
朋友吗？当然是，小云可是我最好的朋友之一。
Well, so it doesn't matter at all to be so
靠的
close,
这么
right?
近一点关系也没有。
I nodded silently and glanced to the side, trying to avoid her gaze. This is also to prevent her from catching my gaffe. If she who was being threatened suddenly laughed, I don't think any explanation would convince
所
her.
以说，更近一点也没关系哦。这样就够了。嗯，什么够了？这样就够了。
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I guess. Grits teeth.
最近
Has
还有
anyone
人
come to
找过
trouble
西月
Sheila
同学麻烦
recently?
吗？没有了，真的没有了吗？直到现在。
I'm gonna skip over this. Her hand rested on my chin, then gently lifted it. I pretended to struggle, and sure enough, her grin tightened. We're here to look at Shiwa's thoughts, because we've already went past through all this earlier. And we thought she was the mastermind. She had everything at the tip of her fingers. But that isn't the case. She was the mastermind. This damn woman is so
我不
twisted.
值得西月同学
More
信你吗？
twisted than Xin Yao.
明明从入学开始就和西月同学成了好朋友，明明我把我知道我。
Let's skip over this. Whew, that's great. As expected, that's what Xiaoyun thought. The deal I made with Shuji was definitely the wisest choice I've ever made in my life. This is what I wanted to see. To be able to feel her love for me so deeply at such close range. It's like a dream.
是的，
I
不用再
no
狡
need to
辩说了，
quibble anymore. After all, your behavior has given the answer, hasn't
你
it?
的行为已经给出了答案。
Manipulated by the mastermind into becoming the false mastermind.
西月同学就是太过于
Exactly.
信任你身边的人了。
Honestly, that takes a lot of effort to think of, no? Like, you have to, like, consider a lot of things for that to work and everything.
以至于
So
甚至
much
忘
so
记了
that
这
you
里是
even
陌生
forgot
事，
that this is Moshungshin, and you are just an outsider who came
只是
in
一个
through
通过自
independent
招进来的外来者，
enrollment.
忘记了其实
Skipping over. Just like that, she put the evidence in front of me one by one, while stimulating me with words. It seems that Shuja has done a good job, successfully getting Xiaoyun to cooperate with her, and naturally using the evidence as a bargaining chip.
西月同学，让我来帮你吧，
Finally, she said it.
我不会让别人再来
I
伤
won't
害
let
西月
anyone
同
hurt
学。
Shiwa anymore. At the same time, I'll make sure everyone who bullied
我
Shiwa
还会
pays the
让所有
price they
欺负过西月
deserve.
同学的人，为什么要拒绝？因为这样的事情，因为我爱你，西月同学。
On the very
从入
first day
学
of
一开
school,
始，
from the first
从
moment
最
I
开始
saw
给
you
你上
at the
见你
opening
第一面的时候，
ceremony, I fell
就很
hopelessly in
轻易
love
地
with
爱上
you.
你。
Great. What kind of twisted relationship is this? Starting from the first day? In other words, it was love at first
当
sight.
然，当然，这份帮助也并不是免费
She
的。
wasn't expecting that though.
西
Xiaoyun? This is my second kiss today. The duration this time was longer than last time, and the force she pressed against me was much stronger than before. So I slid down to the floor and showed my most vulnerable side in front of
自
her.
从第一眼见到西月同学的时候，我就爱上了你。每一次和西月同学一起
You
在
know,
学校
there
里
was
为了学
one
生会的事情而
particular
奔波，
scene
每一次看到西月同学露出的微
that
笑，
what do you call this? That they actually did it. They did the thing in the storage room, but it wasn't shown. There weren't any, like, that would be weird, but yeah. And I think that's, yeah, I want to see it on her perspective, because that was the point where everything was, has kind of changed up between them, like really bumped up the relationship. So I'm curious about what she thought of that particular part,
我都好想突然间
like her thoughts. At this moment, I experienced the existence of the so-called destiny for the first time. Just like me back then, she has poured such heavy love onto me now. Sure enough, the two of us are naturally
明
matched.
明我才是这所学校里唯一一个关心西月同学的人，唯一一个爱着西月同学的人。可那些碍事的人，那些捣
Always
乱
wants
的
to
人，
take you away from me.
总是想要把你从我身边夺走。他们一个个脸上挂着微笑，背地里却一直干着见不得人的勾当。西月同学，你就是因为不相信我，
Didn't believe in the person who's always cared about you,
关注着你，在暗中
watched
帮助
over
着
you,
你
and
的我
helped you in secret,
才会
that
被
those
那些人
people could
害
harm you and bring you to this state
才会
today.
哎，
I'm watching Shiva all the time, during class, after
上课的
school,
时候，
and when I'm lying on bed.
躺在床上的时候，
This isn't the music to be put on right now. Like, they should probably improve their music
看着
direction.
是谁在加害西月同学，看着西月同学
Or is
为
it
了什么
because,
时候需要
like,
我的帮助，
or is it because we're watching on Shiva's POV? I don't remember the music when it was Shinyao's, so that's...
小鱼拿到的那些录像，哎，你猜的很对。当然，原来的目的可完全要来看看吗？我的相机里面可是保存着西月同学的不少美好瞬
There are
间。
many beautiful moments of Shiva saved in my camera. Of course, all of them are uniquely mine. Suddenly, she brought her mouth close to my ear, her voice becoming more genuine, and the excitement she had been hiding was fully revealed. I mean, if we are in her perspective, she would have happy victory
我
music.
一直在看
That
着
is
你，
true.
可爱的西月同学。
Like,
可爱
and
的
there
西
would be
月同学
sparkles in her eyes, you know, like in her view. There would be like the bubbles, the pink sparkles, the pink background, and like this music along with it. Like, I could just imagine if it were to get like an adaptation in her POV, that would be the exact backdrop and layout and the visual effects that would be shown on screen right now with this
我
music.
不会让你被欺负的，我一定会狠狠报复所有欺负过西月同学的人的。
I guess it
我
makes
会让他
sense.
们
She
体
would
会到
just
西
be
月
like
同学带
Yara.
给他的痛楚的。
Yatta!
所以说，
I did it! I did it! I actually did it!
看着我的眼睛，西月同学的视线，只要看着我就好了。
Sorry.
从今天
I
开始，
can't help but just
无
like
论是谁，
all my previous emotions
无
for
论是
this
怎样的
game,
现实，
this visual novel.
都无法把你从我身边夺走。
I feel confused now. I don't know how to
虽然还
feel.
想在这里
I'm
看
just
西月
like
同学的
thinking
片子，
this is like
不过那么重要
I don't
的
know.
东西，果然还是放到之后再享用比较好。
Although I really want to take away Shiva's first time here, but it is better to enjoy such an important thing later.
怎么样？
How is it? What's your answer?
你的回答呢？
I nodded silently, and she smiled even brighter after seeing the reply. Don't try to run
别
away,
想逃
okay?
跑，
In the future, we can create many more wonderful
还有
memories
很
together.
多美好的回忆可以
Oh
让你
yeah,
创造。
totally could see the pink bubbles and sparkles
我在这里
around
一半
them.
吧
Yay, I successfully manipulated my manufactured
这不就
stalker!
是仪式感？
Shall I say it formally again? After all, isn't the point of this kind of thing be ritualistic?
我喜欢你，江西月同学。我也喜欢这小月。很好，很好。那么，西月同学，把这个戴上吧。
Saying this, she pulled out a prop that she had prepared from her pocket. It was a black necklace with a bow in the center.
这是我送给西月同学的礼物哦。当然，你也知道的吧？这肯定不是礼物。
Yeah, it has a camera on it. After that, she wrapped the necklace around my neck and wrapped it there, like a chain used to train animals. It's a little tight,
有点
Oh yeah, we've seen this
也是很
already.
正
I
常的。
also managed
毕
to
竟没有减
upload
数感的话，
last week's stream.
下一秒西月同学继续会跑到别的地方去呢。
Last week's stream, it was this one as well. So I uploaded the VOD on YouTube. I think I do. Do I have my YouTube and my socials? Let's check it out because I'm unsure because that's where I put all my VODs. Oh, it's not on here. Okay. So just this once, I'll post my YouTube account. I'll like cuz it has the previous VODs if but this is only 2 hours long. You know what? It's fine. I'll just link it. It's just for VOD purposes. It doesn't actually have anything on it, but you guys will see a few of the recent streams we had posted on there. And I will upload this one too. Export it to YouTube. I should have uploaded the unbeatable VODs though. That was a shame.
只要以后每天带着它，总有一天会习惯的。话说回来，西月同学猜到了吗？毕竟就在这只蝴蝶结里。
Unbeatable would have been a fire time. Yeah, it would have been unfortunate. I was supposed to, but like I don't know why it slipped off my mind. I think I was busy. The sound of breathing and the feeling of touch make the body become more and more hot. And even thinking can no longer be
西月同
done.
学会带着的吧？无论什么时候都会带着的吧？我会一直。
I'll be watching you through it all the time, whether eating or
吃
sleeping.
饭还是睡觉。
Shue doesn't need to
西月
keep
同学
any
不需要
secrets
向我
from
保
me,
管
okay?
任何秘密。回答。
Answer? I promise you.
很好。
Very good. These are the conditions. From
这就是
now
条
on,
件啊。
no matter when or under
今后
what
无论什么时
circumstances,
候，
she
无论
is
什么
only
情况
allowed
之
to
下，
love me.
那么
Take
今
care
后
of me
请多
from
指
now
教
on.
西月。
After saying these words, Xiaoyun turned around and left the storage room. I sat there quietly, watching her retreating figure and watched her disappear at the end of the path, leading to the dormitory. She didn't take anything away from her this time except her first kiss. It's getting more and more unbearable. You've already achieved this level, but you still want me to wait? How long do you have
还
to
要
wait
让
for
我
me,
再期待多
Xiaoyun?
久呢？小不过再怎么说，
I
也
won't
不会
wait for
再等
another
第二个3
3
年就是了。
years. Looking at the dim light above my head, I murmured to myself, we have been waiting for a counterattack for so long, but in the end we only get 2 kisses? It's really a bit unsatisfactory. Xiaoyun's fingers are very thin and long. When we held hands, it was the first time our fingers intertwined. Every knuckle, every inch of skin touching, every drop of sweat. If only her fingers could... Oh my... Oh... I don't know how to feel about this. It's getting late. It's time to deal with the dorm supervisor who's coming to check the room soon. And most importantly, I need to hurry up and wash more. Oh! Oh!
是天气预报上说的要下雪吗？
I did not need to know that. Okay. I did not need to know that. None of us needed to know that. BRB, when I recover, it's fine. Oh, here comes the date. This happened after like. Wait! Hmm. Okay, interesting. It
是
did say that
是这么说的。
on the weekend I went for a walk in the park with Xiaoyun. These words put together felt incredibly foreign to me at that moment. She forced me to do so many things just a few days ago, and today she suddenly went on a date like a normal couple. Or did she just plan this for the sake of winning?
看起
Looks
来
like they
他们
haven't
还
come
没
yet.
来呢。
Yeah. So Xiaoyun is such a selfish person? Thank you for the hi, Dory. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's here. Okay. I'll stretch. Ugh. Oh, that feels nice. Back home, you don't drink a Santa. Take me back home. So Xiaoyun is such a childish person? Well, I should have realized it sooner. After all, she's the kind of woman who can sulk all day and play idle games all day.
不过也可能他们已经去了其他地方了。要在这里等等他们吗？不，不用了
So I
啦。
don't want other
今
people to
天是
disturb
跟
me
小月一块
anymore.
出来约会的。嗯哼，西月同学是想让我给你的话打分吗？
What do
什
you
么意
mean?
思？就是我对这些句子的讨好程度来打分啊。要我来说的话，刚才这句话能打个80分，算是慢慢开窍了吧。
Can I skip over this? I take back what I said about her. This woman must be hopelessly naive. It's not necessary at
其
all.
实，刚刚那句
I
话
really mean what I
我
just
是
said
真
right
心
now.
的。这样，
Stacey,
那我可
then
得
I have
相
to
信你
believe
了。
you. As she said that, she took my hand and walked forward along this path, scattered with golden light.
西月同学以前一直来这里吧？帮我导游导游。
If you really don't know what to
实
do,
在不
could you
知道
tell me
该怎么
where
做
you
的
usually
话，
go when you come here
我们
with
是不可能一
others?
起来的时候经常去哪里？我之
I've
前没
never
有
been
来
here
过了，
before. I've only heard
一直
about
都
it
是
from
道听途说
others.
而已。目的
As
地
for
的
the
话，
destination, I remember
我
they
记得
kept mentioning the
他
little
们一
lake in
直
the
提
middle of
公
the
园中间
park.
的那个小湖。小
The little
湖，
lake? Yeah, there are
上
swan
面
boats
有
on
天
it.
鹅
They
船，
rode
他们
on
之
one
前坐过一
before.
次。脚踏船
Paddle
呢？
boats? That
听
sounds
起来是很不
nice.
错。那事不宜
Then let's
迟，
not delay.
咱们出
Shall we
发吧。
go?
不过话说回来，
Who told you about it,
西月同
Chue?
学当初是听谁说的呢？
Is she testing me? Or perhaps she's hoping I'll give a dramatic answer so she can mock me. If I just told her it was all made up to fool her, just for fun, how would she react then? Well, this brings forward the truth that was supposed to be revealed at the end. To keep the performance going, shall I play along for now? It's
西月同
Wang.
学，
I said this deliberately with a timid look on my face. As expected, her face was full of pride. What an understanding woman. I can't reveal the truth at this moment, so I can only complain in my heart.
现在回想起来，是不是像
Doesn't
是一
it
场大
seem
梦？
like a big dream? Dream? Xiaoyun must be thinking that I still can't let go of the past. But the truth is that I never cared about anyone but her.
没事，
It's alright.
现
Shio
在
doesn't need to dwell on the
西
past
月同学
anymore
不用
because
再
it's
苦恼
all
于过
over.
去，只要用
Just
新
fill
的
up
记
the
忆
past with new
将过去填满就
memories.
行了。
Hmm?
我会这么做。
The last time I took a cruise like this was when I was very young. The small space, the slightly rocking hull, and the rolling surface of the water with microwaves very close by. But at this moment, what makes me feel happiest is indeed her opposite. Xiaoyun is wearing regular clothes today. The black and white color scheme makes people think of a gothic dress at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, the description of maid outfit is more suitable.
小云，
Huh? Are you
是踩得
stepping too
慢了。
slowly?
不是
No,
啦，
it's just... Is there
只是
something on my
我的脸上有
face?
什么嘛？
Why are you
为什
staring?
么一
It's nothing. It's just that she was so cute that I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Oh, really? Thank you. Do you like scarves, Shue? I remember you wearing the scarf when you were taking pictures before. Huh? Just average. Is that so? It's just that I have always been used to the heating and air conditioning that is turned on everywhere in school, so I am a little uncomfortable with it. When I got outside, the wind blew and I almost felt a little cold, especially around my neck. But what I want to ask is, why is this scarf? Well, this scarf. Are you finally remembering? Is there anything? Well, let's put it another way. Did Shue buy this scarf by herself? It was given to me by a former friend, or rather, it was on her recommendation that I bought this scarf. She said she likes girls wearing red scarves. After I threw out the prompt, she still didn't pick up the topic. Indeed, she showed a slightly disappointed expression. Oh, Xiaoyun is really forgetful. She obviously gave me a scarf when exchanging gifts in elementary school. But has she completely forgotten it now? Even starting to get jealous of herself. However, in a sense, forgetting the memory of the netizen who had a heart-to-heart relationship with her may also be more conductive to my disguise at this moment. It also makes the moment when the truth is revealed more interesting. I see. So, sorry, but I haven't contacted her for a long time. It's okay. It's actually a coincidence. I also like red scarves. Maybe it's because of this that I feel that she is particularly cute today. Well, thank you. How about we go pick out a new one together next time? A new scarf? Last time I went home and went shopping with my mother, I saw one that suited you very well, so... The chat seems to have gone in the direction of small talk. No, we have to create a sense of topic. Right, that's good. Have you been looking at the shore? Huh? I have? It's very obvious, almost to the point where you have to glance at it every now and then. The boat suddenly stopped in the middle of the lake. Obviously because she stopped moving her feet. Sure enough, he had been watching to see if they have come. No, I want to hear the truth, Shue. As she said that, she stood up and brought her face over. Don't worry about whether the words you say will make me angry, because you have already chosen me, right? We will still be together for a long time in the future, and we will have a lot of time to overcome these difficulties. What do you think? What was the name of the girl who spoke to you on Saturday morning? Her name's Chen, right? I remember. That's right. Hurry up and pay attention to that person. Hurry up and be jealous of that person. Hurry up and find the evidence that Shuji weren't right next to her, so that the pace towards the final chapter will be greatly accelerated. She is innocent and has nothing to do with her. Everything is my fault. I failed to fulfill the promise I made to Xiaoyun. Wrong meaning. I never thought of hurting Shui's friends. The premise is that she can still be considered your friend. Is she the study committee member, if I remember correctly? Have you handed her in homework lately, Shue? The last time I came to your desk, I remember you were still finishing a geography essay that was due on Friday, right? Yes. I don't know which classmate accidentally hid my homework. In this case, I have an idea for Shue. Why not ask her? I think she handles the homework of her classmates every day, so she might have some clues. Is this like this? But it was just a pamphlet. How could she notice? I said, if you don't try, how can you know? Or is she worried about another possibility? I don't know of any second possibility. Well, that's my first request. After that, she suddenly stood up across the floor in the middle of the swan boat and sat next to me. The hull of the ship shook violently due to this sudden movement. and I slipped and fell next to her. Of course, this process was also accompanied by an exclamation from me.
小云，没事，
It's okay, I just want to
我
take a
只
photo with
是
Shue.
想要和西月同学拍一张合影罢了。
Oh my goodness, what's to come? What's to come?
西月同学，
Okay,
接下来
this is the
可能
part
会有些黑暗。
that I want to know the thoughts of Shue.
哦，
Numbability seems to be the only feeling I have at the moment. Ever since Xiaoyun got control over me, she's brought me to that storage room every few days. At first, it was indeed a bit novel, but even interesting things get boring after a while.
今天就来玩点稍微有意思一点的吧。
Wait. But before I could react, Xiaoyun had already put a blindfold on me, and my vision went black. But the next second, she silenced my scream with a kiss. Her fingertips gently traced my lower abdomen, a warm and tingling sensation flooding my mind. I naturally fell backward, collapsing to the ground. So much time has passed. There's no need to pretend to resist anymore, is there? No longer resisting her kisses, letting her do as she pleases, and going further, actively seeking them out.
西月同学，
You really
果然
like
很
kissing
喜
me,
欢和
don't
我接
you?
吻吧？
How could this be?
不过也不抗
But
拒。
you don't resist, and you
等到
don't let
结
go
束的
even
时候
after
还
I'm
不肯
done.
放手，仅此
I'm
而
not
已，
wrong.
对吧？没关系啊，
It's okay,
西月同
Shue.
学，
This is a place just for the two
这
of
里是
us.
只有我们两
No
个人
one
的
else
地
can
方，
find this place,
没有
and no
其
one
他人
else
能
will
找到这
bother
里，
us, so...
也没有其他人会来打扰我们。快点告
Tell me
诉
quickly,
我，
Shue. What's your
西月
true
同学你的
feeling?
真心吧？
Huh?
我可都
I
记
saw it
在眼
all,
里了。
everything that happened in
教
the
室里发生
classroom.
的一切。自从那件
Ever
事发
since
生
that
了之后，
incident, all the classmates have
所有
been
同学都对我无
unintentionally
尽孤立着
isolating
呢。
you.
怎么
How
样？
about it? Have you truly
怎么
seen
样？
things clearly yet?
有真正看清一些东西了吗？妈，
Well, but Shue must be
不过西月同
thinking
学
all
可别
this
再
is
想，
my fault, right?
这一切都是我的错。毕竟如果
After
没有我来
all,
捣
if I
乱的
didn't
话，
come to cause trouble,
西
the
月同学
relationship between
其他同学
Shue
的
and
关
other
系自
classmates
然也不会那
would
么的
not
紧
be so
张。
tense.
大家也照样可以
Everyone
每
can
天
still
聚
get
在一
together
块
to drink
儿，
tea and
喝杯
chat
茶聊
every
聊天。
day and spend the same
度过
daily
你之
life
前
as
一般无聊
before,
的日子。
right?
教室里的
How
那
do
些
those
同
classmates
学
in the classroom
不一
talk
定
about
也是怎么
Shue
诱人
behind
西
her
月同
back?
学的。
Do you need me to
需
repeat
要
it
我再重复
again?
一遍吗？没有一个人，大家都默默地接受了那个事实，把默
It's because Xiaoyun
而
did
不是
such a
仿
thing
佛
in the
我
first
仅
place.
仅是这么一件小事就能改变他内心的想法吗？还是说
Or Shue, are you
西
still
月同学
deceiving
你依然在
yourself?
欺骗着自己呢？脱下来
Take it
吧，
off.
领起
The
你
school
送给你的
uniform
那件
lynching
校
you
服。
gave you. Finally, are we getting to the point? In Xiaoyun's opinion, I must have been forced to the point of no return. This time seems to be ripe indeed. I slowly moved my hands to my shoulders, took off my uniform bit by bit, and put it aside. And she, who witnessed everything from the sidelines, also showed a satisfied smile.
很好，
Very good,
很
very
好，
good.
什么也没
There's
必
no
要去
need to
担
worry
心
about
了。
anything, right?
毕
After
竟
all, she has
西月
endured
同学
enough
已经
eye
忍受了足
rolls.
够多的白眼了，不要再
Don't
去
think
考虑
about
别的
other
烦心事，
troubles. Don't face
也
those
不要再
annoying
去面
faces
对那些讨
anymore.
厌的面孔，
Just look at me, right?
好
Look
好的
into my
看着我吧。
eyes. She took off the blindfold, held my face, and forced me to look at her.
已经足
Is
够
that
了。
enough?
你也知
You would
道
have， known that you have no
除
other
了我
choice
之
except
外，
me, right?
你已经没有别的选择了吧？
Hmm? Help me
我
forget
忘
all
记
of
这一切
this.
吧。嗯，
Hmm? Why did you suddenly
天
let
使
go
小姐，
again?
因为
Because there is nothing left to
这
throw
是最
away.
好丢掉的了。
Now everything is over, right? Her hands slowly moved toward me, reaching deep into the most sensitive part. In that room, where the sound of gasping and the feeling of heat intertwined, I completed the first experience in my life. It's as sweet as sugar, extremely sweet. Sure enough, only the vines that grow on sinful emotions will bring me the ideal rewards. Xiaoyun accepted it all naturally. It was her coercion that made me accept her love, It was my classmate's betrayal that bound me to her. Although it is a process of converting effects into causes, and although there are some twists and turns on the way to realization, but as long as the result reaches the goal, everything doesn't matter. Finally, I have created my own yandere. Let us enjoy the rest of the time together, shall we? Xiaoyun? The plan progressed surprisingly smooth. Xiaoyun found Lin Qingyu's last accomplice from among classmates without even needing my too much involvement. Although she relied on the information given to her by Shujie, as far as the results are concerned, everything developed as expected. In her eyes, all the trust I had in other classmates were gone. Correspondingly, I naturally relied on her as the perpetrator. Although in the end, I'm the one who's to blame. A month has passed since Lin Qingyu dropped out of school, and the other students in the classroom seem to have gradually accepted the fact. Or more accurately, the adaptation process doesn't seem necessary. The day after the desks were emptied, some people in the classroom were still whispering about it. But a week later, everyone silently accepted this fact. Even Lin Qingyu's best friends seemed to have long forgotten her, forming cliques with other students and starting the next cycle. That said, the responses matched what I'd anticipated. Lin Qingyu is undoubtedly pitiful. After all, she failed to recognize one truth. There is no genuine mutual trust between humans, only empty flattery and shirking of responsibilities. Most fish gather around the whale merely to snatch a share of the spoils. Yet when the tide recedes, leaving the whale stranded on the shore, naturally they are unwilling to perish alongside it. Nor do I wish to blame, nor do I bother to hold anyone accountable. Accomplices, conspirators, though most were not directly covered by Lin Qingyu, in the end, I chose to let go of all past grievances. Because this is the persona I present to the world, the golden reputation that ensures my future unfolds smoothly. So for now, it's better to be a little more tolerant. After all, my goal from beginning to end has only ever been Xiaoyun. In the process of transforming her into the Xiaoyun I wanted to see, it seems quite a few people were sacrificed. However, most of them bring it upon themselves or voluntarily take the blame for others, so it wasn't my fault. The bell rang, and after the students dispersed, I noticed 2 empty seats in the classroom. I carefully checked to make sure everything was correct. Then I started to recall. The empty desk on the left undoubtedly belongs to Lin Qingyu, and the empty desk on the right,
小张，
Xiaozhang.
西月，
I think I heard you calling me just now.
是啦，
Why there are suddenly 2 empty desks in the classroom, but I clearly remember yesterday.
可我明明
Oh, you're asking about this. You don't know about it. I thought, never mind. She stopped herself from speaking just in time, seemingly realizing that what she was about to say was slightly inappropriate. The person who dropped out was Wang, the one who was initially exposed for being involved with Xiue, right? I see. Thank you. I still smiled and apologized to her, but she just quickly packed her bag and slipped out of the classroom. It seems she didn't want to waste a single moment with me. Come to think of it, it seems that all my classmates have treated me this way for the past month, keeping them at a distance while pretending to be friendly on the surface. I'd be more happy with such an outcome, as it would mean they no longer dare gossip behind mine and Xiaoyun's back. No one would come to disturb our lives ever again. But did Xiaowang also drop out of school? I'm certain I didn't do anything behind it. It was entirely her own decision. After thinking for a while and still not reaching a conclusion, I finally decided to put the matter aside for the time being. After all, there's something more important to do today. Well then, that concludes today's student council meeting. As the newly appointed student council president, I hope everyone can offer me guidance on my work. I will carefully listen to everyone's opinions. The setting sun had unknowingly peeked into the meeting room. Through the curtains, the students below had long since lost their initial enthusiasm and started chatting with the students next to them. Of course, one person wasn't among those whispering. I turned my gaze to the other end of the meeting room and looked at her sitting in the corner, a face as delicate as a doll's long, smooth black hair. Even now, I am still captivated by her beauty.
那么散会
Then
吧，
let's adjourn the
辛苦
meeting.
大家了。
Thank you all for your hard work. The sentence was like floodgate opening, instantly bringing the suppressed chatter among everyone to the forefront. When silence returned to the meeting room, a figure would always come to my side. Wait a minute, I'll go close the door.
我去关一下门。
I was just about to close the door, but she seemed unable to wait much longer and hugged me from behind. And so I half carried her to the door, closed and locked it, and then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since discovering this secret meeting place where no one would ever disturb us, the twice weekly student council meetings have ended this way. Of course, I absolutely don't hate it. After all, what could be happier than being in love with the one you love? A tingling sensation spread through my chest, then my thighs, slowly moving upward as time passed.
不要这么着急啦，我一直都在这里，不会
I
跑
won't
走
run
的。
away. Admonitions are just a necessary part of foreplay, and naturally she wouldn't listen.
啊，
I just can't do anything with you. Who told you to be the woman I fell in love with at the first sight? In this school, I need only possess you alone. That's enough. That's all? That's all? That's all there is? That's all? Okay. I thought there would be another twist. I thought so too. Well, honestly, I have no words. I have no words for this one. You thought there would be an. Oh, wait, yeah, I already read that one. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we finished the game. Well, I guess happy ever after. But the thing is, she was supposed to reveal herself. Like, I feel like that would have been a better ending. No? Like, a time skip. But no, they chose to. Uh, well, it's been 10 hours, I guess. Um, I don't even know what to say to this point. She decided she didn't care anymore. Well, that is true. That is true. That is true. Wow. I played everything today. She just wanted her. Um. Well, time to uninstall the game. It was good, great even, and I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know how I should feel about the whole thing. Honestly, um, it's pretty good. It's well written, I'd say, but some parts, I I'm just in disbelief, man. It's a good story. I agree, but if you look at the store page, okay, hold on. Let's go. Let's pause this. Let's go to the store page, right? Let me show you guys something. It deceived me. I thought it was Doomed Yuri. I thought it was Doomed Yuri. Oh, whoopsie. Like I really thought it was Doomed Yuri. It's fine. I have nothing to hide anyway on my Steam account. It's fine if you guys. I don't care. So if you guys look at the store page, I thought it was Doom Yuri. 8 soiled underwear out of 10. No. Problem child, me. Class heartthrob, her. Two lines that should never cross. That should never cross collided through a series of coincidences, shattering my monochrome world. Crave her eyes on me alone. Crave her world with me alone. The once pure admiration begins to twist. Does this show? I mean, I guess I thought they were like bound to be separated by something or somewhat, but no. I really don't know how to feel. What is this? It's Chinese. Also, before anything else, I do have something. We'll be playing this next. We'll be playing this next. My dictator Stalin cannot be this cute. So I'm curious how the story will unfold. I also have another Yuri, which is this one. London Echoes of the Past. This one's pretty interesting. But we'll play this one first. This specifically. Russian translation release. That's crazy. Okay. What is this? Let's see the reviews. I just It's so cheap. That's why I got it. That's why I got it, okay? You are Vladimir Lenin, a ditzy Russian revolutionary politician and a political theorist. You've had a crush on your childhood friend Stalin ever since you were a little kid. Your crush invites you over for popsicles at her place. It's your chance. What will you do? It's a dating sim, apparently. The popsicle is a necessary plot device. It is. Oh, is this me? Am I playing as this person? Look at this! What is this photo? Oh, I think this is us. We're playing as Vladimir Lenin. The lesbian flag too? That's crazy. Let's read the... You know what? Before we end, let's go search for games. Visual novels, specifically. Used to playing as a romantic feelings between female. Ooh, what is this? Interesting. Let's add this to the library. Pretty interesting. Okay, we'll be looking at these games. Never Trust a Fox, Mythic Love. Some of these are pretty expensive. Seikyu. I want something interesting like the Stalin one. Like, oh wait, never mind. I can't scroll freely because I forgot I have 18 plus. Or yeah, I have the 18 plus games visible on my Steam, so I can't show. But yeah, I think I'll be ending here. It's a fun game. Only You is a fun game, I guess. There's no deny. I'm not denying it wasn't a good story. I'm also not denying that it was weird. I got lucky then. Yeah, I bet I got lucky. All right, let's see what to rate off to. Oh, hold on. What is this? Monster Ranch? What is Monster Ranch? Let's take a peek. What's Monster Ranch? Is that like a Pokemon game? Was quite the experience? Nah, no problem. I haven't streamed in a week, so I guess this is a treat for all of you. And I've been busy. I was supposed to do more work today, but I feel a bit like dizzy, so I'd rather play because like thinking about work. Go. But I already finished the assigned task today, so I guess that's okay. Okay, let's rate off to a friend of ours. They're playing Tekken 8. Fighting game. Is this ranked? Wait, let me see. I haven't rated them in a while. Hopefully I feel better. Hopefully I feel better soon. I think I just got caught the cold today. Maybe that's why I feel a lot worse, but I'll definitely drink medicine soon after dinner. It's currently 9:30 p.m. So, I'm going to go right over to Ray, good friend. I met him at TTARP, or more specifically at OCRP. Go support them. They're pretty fun, funny person. All right, let's go. I'll see you guys next time I stream. I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow if I finish work early. But yeah. Good night, everyone. Bye bye. I'll see you guys next time I stream. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with me?